only pass through this life once. When you get old, all you're gonna have left is your memories. So make them good.
No fault, I done doubled up on the workload. I think I fell in love with the bankroll. Pray up, get money, then we lay low. Add it up, bankroll, euro, peso. Add it up, I'm just doing me. Everything is on me. Oh, you matter what? Add it up, bankroll, euro, peso. Add it up, I'm just doing me. Everything is on me. Oh, you matter what? Add it up. Told her if it's all me, everything is on me. Gon' back it up. Matter what? Told you I'ma do me. Why you hating on me? It's not adding up. Add it up. Told her if it's all me, everything is on me. Gon' back it up. Matter what? Told you I'ma do me. Why you hating on me? It's not adding up.
Hello, welcome to the Hustler Casino Live poker stream. I am your host, Adam Johnson. I'll be relaying the action for you all tonight. I'll be solo in the booth. And looks like tonight we are going to be playing 10-20 pot limit Omaha with a $1,500 buy-in. Now I've been told when people get stacked, which they inevitably will, they will be able to rebuy for, I believe, an unlimited amount, but they started off people with a $1,500 buy-in on this occasion. So welcome to the stream. You all are probably wanting to know who the heck is this guy talking. My name is Adam Johnson. I've been a professional poker player for 17 years. The last 5 years or so, I've been playing pot limit Omaha. So I have quite a bit of experience playing Omaha, especially in Los Angeles and Las Vegas. So I'm looking forward to relaying my experience, and I've definitely played with a few people in this game. So I'm definitely looking forward to sweating the action tonight. All right, I thought I was going to say strip club owner, but connoisseur. All right, fair enough, Sammy. I see ya.
Get your ass back over here, fish.
I was told that they had a first hand of the session. They played like a 40, 80, 200 blind. I guess like some massive hand. I'm not sure who exactly won that, but it looks like they drew some blood early in the first hand by raising the blinds quite a bit. But it should be 10-20, I believe, throughout, from what I understand. And I've definitely actually played PLO at the Hustler here a couple weeks ago. They actually have a pretty good 5-5 game if you guys are looking for mid-stakes pot limit Omaha action. Looks like we got a straddle from Tiger King.
160.
Looks like it's a 160 straddle, I'm hearing.
Let's go, Vic. Put those guys.
I was going to do it. He's rich. What? They said you can't drink so much. I'm looking at you. We round out, so it's going to be 290, no? Well, he's not here.
How is it tanked? How can you drink 25 beers?
80 times 3, 240. 240.
Now, this Gummy Bear guy, I actually got the pleasure of playing with Gummy Bear last weekend at a neighboring LA casino, and he was action. That's for sure. He was definitely the straw that stirred the drink in the game. He was getting in there a lot pre-flop. He was pretty talkative and pretty fun presence at the table. So
People stack.
Okay, so there's your reach
No, I'm just raising.
320.
What the fuck?
yeah, it looks like we got a straddle all the way around here. It looks like we have a $320 straddle. It looks like it's straddled all the way around.
10-minute stream.
I'm
Me and Dennis are going to go drinking.
All right, here we go. I mean, they're so shallow now. You're seeing $1,500 stacks and $300 to call. We're going to see all-ins like immediately here.
I raised.
Oh, you're raising no.
What? Who made it 160? How do I do this stuff with the card?
Dennis with a pretty good hand if it weren't rainbow. It being rainbow really hurts your chances in Omaha. You do not want to play rainbow hands.
Blind pot.
So, like,
No option.
I'm just raising. I should just go with anything. Have you looked?
Definitely better to be high card oriented than low card oriented, however, but still
But I don't have any.
not ideal.
I'm just gonna fold.
That's a prudent play.
You just play that hand perfectly. Yeah, they're all blank cards, no suits.
Look at Al already trying to get in there.
Oh, man.
It's like Big Al with a decent hand. He's got a suited ace. It's got some connectivity to it.
Oh my gosh.
Wow, I'm proud of you, bro.
Folding the low pocket pair, that's a good move. You want to try to avoid low pocket pairs in Omaha, typically if you like money.
I guess I call. You know it's a good game when people are saying pot odds.
All right, looks like a loose call from Tiger King. King 7-7-3 is a pretty, not a great hand.
Put the 25 back.
That's the only reason why I called.
But, I mean, this is not even a real hand of poker. This is like putting in so much pre-flop, so strategy is kind of out the window here. Which is why Omaha games are great.
Oh boy.
All right, looks like we got Alfie with the thinner flush draw with the 3 diamonds, but his flush draw is live.
1,000.
Yeah, that's a good hand. I would have raised with this hand anyway.
Ouch.
Man, I got so unlucky. I would have made it.
I assume we're going to get a call from Alfie here.
I did.
I might. How much more?
You got 2 guns. Quarter. That's like an open ended.
I know it's quite You need the
Oh,
same
he's
card,
pitching
but
it.
you
All
have
right,
to-
I wasn't expecting that discipline.
And the ace jack.
If his flush draw wasn't live, he'd be in terrible shape, so that's a good fold. I wasn't sure
Drinking today, buddy?
how much he was going to gamble in the first hand here.
That was
A little bit. And a little bit. You gotta get warmed
I think Tiger King's going to take this down. I mean, he's got Big Al has absolutely nothing. He's going to hope to hit like a
cocaine or
gutter that doesn't bring a diamond.
I got no pair.
It's got backdoor clubs, though. I mean, a backdoor flush draw brings about 2.5% equity to your hand, but yeah, not much of a matchup for a hand here.
I had a pair. I'll give you guys 1 card.
That queen's
Good.
Oh.
I can't beat that right now.
Tiger King taking it down.
No!
No diamond.
Oh, good.
Looks like they did what you call a rabbit, where they run out the future cards if there was action to see who would have had what if they continued.
Help me? I pulled the queen 5. You don't want to help me?
Straddle.
I made it. I felt like top pair was good.
I feel like you had kings, and you were pot committed 3-flop.
Good job, Alfie. Fucking Alfie.
I would say this is a pretty good
You're my
game.
best friend,
I
okay.
only recognize one person at the table so far, and I play like
I
quite a bit of
feel
hours,
like
like 510 to 50, 100 in LA and Vegas.
yeah, he does.
I imagine these players
cool.
play home games potentially, or perhaps maybe they play smaller games and they're playing bigger now for the stream.
Put Jack first up on this game. On the board, yeah. Yeah, if Matt doesn't show up, he'll take Matt's seat.
Don't play like a little bitch, though. Oh, I'm sorry. Is there cameras here?
Pardon me?
Jack's a nit. How much? How do you guys sleep at night?
Okay.
All right.
Double check this shit.
Looks like we're going to be seeing a flop here.
I'm on tilt. First
5
hand.
players.
Limped around.
320.
No raises. Everybody just limping in for the big blind and seeing the flop.
5 players.
All right. Looks like we got Big Al flopping a full house. Wow. It's going to be interesting to see how he plays that.
Check.
Looks like he's slow playing it.
No, calm down. You're gonna win every hand.
Wow, Tiger King is going for it here. Okay, maybe not.
800.
Thought he was better.
Oh boy.
Okay, looks like he bet. Yeah, we got a raise, obviously, what you expect, and
Yeah, some of it back.
he's basically
Yes,
hoping to hit a
thank
2 out 9. Like, that's not very good. Yeah, that's not a good spot
Ace
to
three
stab.
overs,
If you
Ace
5
three
people are
overs?
seeing a flop in Omaha, it's incredibly likely you're going to be betting into an ace there. So that's not the time to throw out a stab. That's the time to play pretty disciplined and just continue if you have an ace or better, pocket 5s. The more people in the pot, the more likely it is somebody to have a strong hand. So you really want to be careful once you're seeing 4 or 5 people to the flop. Not a time to jack around and try to bluff, especially out of position.
I'm used to George. I'm used to Dennis.
Don't be
I'm used to Dennis.
don't be fooled by the frames.
Yeah.
It doesn't
Yeah,
transpire.
exactly. It's
It's not
definitely.
proportionate.
It's definitely the same size as Dennis, maybe smaller.
Oh yeah. Well, definitely might be bigger. I don't know if it gets much smaller.
Each individual card has to hit
40
the bottom.
straddle. Yeah, exactly.
Oh my god. So we gotta shuffle them up here.
And then, yeah, like with that one hand, if you had pocket 9s, you could have beat pocket 5s, but if somebody is full with an ace, they're going to be losing that hand. So I think I misspoke. Actually, saying 9 was going to be good.
Showing up yet?
Would have been good if you had
I haven't
been
seen
pocket
him, that's
5s.
why.
He's hiding under that sick
Fuck, I want
bucket
to show
hat.
you my hands.
These are such nits.
We're fucking, we got crushed.
So we got a couple rundown hands here, Jack 10 oriented.
Did you read Sammy's book? Don't go to the casino playing poker with intentions of losing it all at blackjack.
Oh my god.
Almost went bust 3 times already. He was not gonna take the show.
Oh
He
my.
called me. He's like, I lost. I got down to like $200 from like whatever.
I think it's going to be too much for me to try to relay the action and give commentary. I think the looks like the producers are doing a pretty good job of putting the action in pre-flop, so I don't want to
That hits my range.
clunk up the broadcast too much, trying to do too much.
Good job. Thank you for getting there.
We gotta keep the block in here. Hustler has enough money. We need that.
Break around. Good.
Yeah, that's a straight.
Alfie here with what we call the blockers in TLO. He's got 7-7, which means it's actually a great hand to bluff with because he makes it very unlikely that somebody can have 7-6 for the nut straight. So when you have 2 7s, it's a good opportunity to bluff because you can represent the 6-7 straight very well, and you're going to get folds a lot. You'll even get folds from people with like ace-2 because they're going to be drawing dead to a higher straight, and they're going to have to fade hearts, board pairs. So it's a really good bet here by Alfie.
Take it down, big boy.
Got him.
You didn't have shit though.
Got him.
You're hard.
That's a well-played hand there by Alfie. He also had the hearts, which is nice to have some backup whenever you're executing a bluff. It's nice to have some backup, as they say, which is basically additional equity. So he could have been called there, but by an ace-2, for example. But he's going to be able to win the hand if he hits a heart, or by barreling again and hopefully getting an ace, a lower straight to fold.
Who are we waiting on?
Paul said he was 30 minutes away, which is an hour ago. And then Matt, who's not here, Matt Kachin.
Raise dark.
He wants to raise.
Yeah, blockers are actually, that's like the main difference between no limit and pot limit Omaha is the presence of blocker plays. So the main importance is like if there's 3 hearts on the board and you have the ace of hearts, basically you block somebody having the nut flush. So you can kind of go crazy and bluff people a lot with the understanding that you're not going to run into the ace high flush, and everybody else is going to be worried about running into the ace high flush. So it's a great opportunity to bluff with a nut flush blocker or a straight blocker, like in that instance with 2 7s, blocking half the 7s needed to make a straight.
Maybe some people on that side. You're supposed to be the straddle.
I know, what's going on, man?
Nit.
Come on, Lion King.
Nit.
Lion King?
I think, yeah, Gummy Bear is probably going to set mine here, hoping to hit a jack. Pretty clunky hand.
Yours one day.
Definitely not something you'd want to play if you're trying to make money, but if you're trying to splash around in the stream and be fun, why not? Get in there.
$70. I don't think there's going to be that much money on the table.
Of course, the issue with PLO limping in with hands is then it ends up getting raised, then you're getting priced in. Kind of one mistake leads to further mistakes, which can be costly. So you really want to have a firm foundation pre-flop if you're trying to play this game like successfully for a living. You really need to be buttoned up pre-flop to kind of give you better opportunities post-flop.
Yeah.
Keep going 500 times, 500.
And then you have to min bar.
Looks like we got bottom 2 pair Tiger King. Not a very good hand on a straight board.
You do 500, then you have to do 15.
Good.
A set of 7s from Alfie here. Wow, this is going to be interesting to see. And he's got the 9 blocker. He blocks top set, which is helpful. Although with as short as these stacks are, you're probably not going to see any hero folds with bottom set, especially with the player pool.
Dude.
What's the pot range?
See, Victor's got a really great bluffing hand here with blocking the 8-6 nut straight and having a king high flush draw. This is definitely a great spot to be putting in a raise with king, queen of clubs, and pocket 8s. Pocket 8 is just such a great blocking hand. With the backup the flush draw brings, it's a really great play here.
That's Matt.
Let's see if he gets a set of 7s to fold.
Man.
Yeah, that's a great play by Victor. All right, Alfie doesn't believe. There's a lot of semi bluffs here with the two flush draws. And yeah.
I'll go twice.
They're going to run it twice. They're going to have 2 rivers, so the pot will be cut in half for each result. Wow, quads.
On the bottom.
Quads and a flush, so they're going to chop the pot, which means split it. So they'll basically make a small profit from everybody else's money that was in the hand. So they'll each make a small profit there.
I didn't want all those yellow chips.
It was a great play by Victor. It's kind of unlucky that he ran into somebody with a set and somebody that was unwilling to fold it. I don't necessarily blame him for going with it here, given the way the game's probably going to be playing pretty loose and aggressive. Probably not a great time to be making hero folds short if you like sets, but if you're seeing 3 or 4 people to the flop, it's going to be pretty likely somebody's going to have a straight in many instances, but he didn't run into it there with the set, and he held-ish. He chopped, I suppose. He probably didn't like seeing that first run out be the club. And it's not great when you run twice and your opponent wins the first run out. It's always nice to win the first one, as they say. So.
Double shot on seat 920. I'm not gonna do 320.
Okay, sorry, but I can't
As far as running it once or twice, people ask this a lot at the table. There's no, if you're a novice, there's no advantage or disadvantage to letting somebody run it once or twice. If you have the best hand, if you have the worst hand,
320.
it doesn't change the odds. It's basically just like flipping a quarter, heads or tails for 10 grand, or you could flip two quarters for 5 grand each. Heads is still 50%, tails is still 50%. It just kind of spreads out the risk over an extra result. So
10, 20, 40, 80,
Any
20.
rundown from?
it feels like you're getting a break when you get to run it twice with the worst hand, but it's mathematically there's not really an advantage you're getting up there by letting somebody run it twice. Just a variance
Get
reducer.
him, Vic. Oh, sorry. Louis, my bad.
Dennis, are you gonna repod, Dennis?
Yes.
Cool.
Yes.
Then I'll let you do it for me. Come on, let's go.
I'm gonna check.
All right.
I have 3 of a kind second.
That's good right now. Right now, it's good. You got a pair.
3 players.
You got a pair.
On board, with a small flush draw.
3 players to the flop here.
3-way.
Now you got a full house.
All right, nobody has a jack. Let's see who's going to take a stab here. Victor betting. I guess he has backdoor clubs, I suppose. We'll give him that. Catch a 9 or a 10 for a gutty. Catch a 3 for trip threes. He's going to take it down. That's a decent flop to stab out there. He's only against 2 people. There's no flush draws that somebody's going to continue with, so it's not a bad spot to stab because if somebody doesn't have a jack, they're very likely going to fold. And nobody raised pre-flop, so he's probably not going to run into aces or kings there. Probably going to be against a lot of motley hands. You're basically just fading, hoping that you're not betting into trip jacks. So. And if you get called there, that's obviously not a bad spot to shut down because people are going to slow play their jacks there on a board that's that dry. Jack 3, no flush draw. So that's a tough barrel as a bluff there on the turn and river. Definitely not something I'd advise, but not a bad spot to be at 1 pump chump.
40 straddle and a re-straddle for 100 on the button, C4.
You can straddle more than 2
I thought that was
X.
happening after you busted the first buy-in,
As
but
long as it's bigger than double the last straddle.
it looks like that's going to be the reason why you lose the first one.
I want to play props. Want to play props? No, they're props.
100?
Tiger King with a pretty solid hand here. He's in the small blind, so that's really tough playing hands out of position, but
Pick a card game.
it's a pretty good hand. Obviously, you prefer to have ace-high suit, but it's for a short-handed game like this, looks like they're playing 6-handed. That's not a bad hand.
It's 15, right?
5. 4, 5.
60.
Sounds good.
Looks like we're getting, I think Sammy might be pumping it up here, looks like.
Let's go.
Nope.
Trying to get rid of the yellows.
Let's just put it in frame. Why not?
What's your calls for 60?
You want to rack for me for your chips?
The Lion King's in the tank.
You want to rack for your chips?
I think this game's going to get pretty interesting as we get as the game goes and everybody stacks get deeper. So far, sometimes early on in a poker game, it's kind of like a boxing match where people are kind of dancing around the ring, kind of feeling each other out. But yeah, once some blood gets drawn here, I think it's going to get interesting. It's just going to take a few hands, a consequence,
What's up, Malibu?
some hands matching up against each other. That's just going to help. Once people get stuck, it kind of makes the game more interesting because when people lose money, they want to try to get it back. So.
Yeah, Birch charges like.
That's the guy. Yeah. I hear
I
money.
mean, you're never folding that.
No joke. The problem was how long it takes. I was like, damn, man. You like 3 hours? Like, who sits down anyway for 3 hours?
She chops and they pain in the ass.
Only at the poker table.
That's the only thing I could do for more than that.
Oh boy, we got Sammy with top set.
All in.
And we got Dennis with top pair and a gutty. He's got backdoor hearts. Yeah, this is going to be the confrontation hand I was expecting to see.
85?
It'll definitely be better for the game if it doesn't get chopped, if it's a 1 winner, but we'll see here. Maybe they'll run it once. Ooh, I think the middle finger means once.
I don't care. Twice is fine.
All right, looks like they're going twice.
Already coloring up, my guy?
I just have the top is set.
God.
You have top set? I have a queen too. What the hell?
Hey, we still got a puncher's chance here with the gutter and backdoor hearts with the ace, queen, jack.
Good. Turn it twice.
I think he's got a gutty now for a 3. Oh, he turned a gut shot there with the 4, but to no avail. Looks like he turned his backdoor hearts. Wow, but he got the straight. Wow, another chop. Another chop.
I was like, fuck, I don't want to chop.
I had to. Oh, I turned a flush draw. I had a lot of outs in it.
As a professional, I think it's nice to run it twice. It's obviously nice when your livelihood depends on poker. It's nice to have less variance, which is basically just less fluctuations. So it's nice to run it twice. Makes it less risky, but I think it's definitely better for the game when people are just running it once, because obviously when people are winning and losing money, that tends to give the game a boost versus chopping pots. It's now we got to take time for the dealer to chop the pot. That's why some people don't like running it twice, because it can slow the game down chopping the pots.
Change the tens.
And yeah, I think they're probably going to get rid of these $5 chips because it's taking too much time to split the pot up. So
For me,
I think they'll probably fix that.
But not based on the hand, only on the person.
Dude, last night someone goes, you want to go once or twice? I go, it's up to you. I mean, Jared said,
Minimize yellows.
Matt, do you want to straddle your way in or wait one hand?
but I'll let you choose. And it got to a point where he wouldn't choose,
You can't
finally
straddle.
runs it once.
It was supposed to be, but I'll fuck it
No,
up.
anywhere but the button.
It's 5 and 5 there.
Ideally, I think it's kind of cool if you could run it 3 times just so somebody wins or loses in a hand. I don't know, tying and chopping's kind of lame, but a lot of times there's not enough cards to run it 3 times, so you can only run it twice. But if you're playing like a home game or a unique situation, sometimes it'll be like run it 4 times. Yeah, a lot of times there's just not enough cards. It's a 52 card deck, and if you got 8, 9 players. Looks like we have some new entrants here to the game.
The closest seat usually sits.
Yeah, and then there's a restraddle now from seat 9 or 80.
Oh, no, he did 40.
No, he's not. When you buy your way in, there's the blind throw away for that turn.
Looks like we're playing 9-handed now, which is, man, I hate playing 9-handed PLO. It's like you got to play, if you're trying to be profitable, you really have to play fairly tight in a 9-handed game, especially the shallower the stacks are. You're going to get shoved on a lot by people, aces or ace, king, king. But yeah, we're going to see what happens here. It's going to be interesting to see as this game gets deeper. It's usually more fun when it's shorter-handed, but perhaps these players won't be adjusting to it being 9-handed, and they'll still play just as loose as they were 6-handed. We'll see.
Could I have a,
You got 200.
just give me a beer?
You want a pot.
Could I have like a Corona?
It looks like we have a newcomer here, Matt, who's actually I'm very familiar with. I've played quite a bit PLO with him at these Hustler games, actually. He's a really nice kid. He's a day trader, stock trader guy. He definitely has an analytical mind, but he definitely comes, he's here to splash around. He's definitely a tough opponent. He's going to be thinking and is going to put you to the test in some hands. But he's also here to have fun. He's going to splash around. He's not one of these young players that just wears headphones and doesn't interact with the table. So he's a good presence in the game. And first hand, he gets double suited kings, or I'm sorry, double paired kings and 7s, which is a very premium hand. If you have a double paired hand in pot limit Omaha, you're going to flop a set about 25% of the time. So about a quarter of the time here, if we see a flop, he's going to flop a set. So let's see if that happens. 75% happened. He did not flop a set. He didn't flop his suit either, but he's so short here, it looks like that he's probably just going to stuff it in. It looks like with 1 pot size bet left, which is a prudent play. And he ran into a big hand here, top 2 pair and a flush draw, and he's got backdoor clubs. That's a big hand. So yeah, Matt's in pretty bad shape here with his first hand, but just bad luck on his part to run into that hand. Yeah, he's going to run it once.
That guy.
Oh my god.
Figure out who's the one guy.
Got a flush.
It's gonna win.
Got 2 pair too.
So that's always an interesting feeling when you sit in the game and your very first hand you get stacked. It's just kind of like, oh, that's real neat.
I folded pre-flop.
Thankfully for this game, looks like the buy-in's pretty short at 1,500. A lot of times at 1020, you'd be buying in for 2, 3, 4, 5K. So
Gotta stop folding.
not a huge deal to get stacked for just 1,500 here in a 1020 game. But, he played it fine. Both parties played it fine. Everybody did what they're supposed to that hand, I would say. Recreational club band. So yeah,
I'll wait. I'll play short stack. See what happens.
you might do that as well.
Well, that's questionable.
But yeah, this ain't gonna affect Matt too much. I'm sure this will roll off his back, given everything I've known about him from playing with him over the years. He won't. I doubt he's gonna go on tilt from that. It is tilting getting stacked your first hand though. Man, that's rough.
Came here for a nice friendly game.
Yep.
How did he want to
Does it say seat 1 on the billboard?
Broke even maybe. I just like to tune in and out a little bit.
Okay.
Sorry, my ego's getting to me.
All right, straddle, restraddle.
Iman was.
I watched it for an hour and a half.
Can we put my name
I
in
think
seat
he
one,
lost a
please?
little bit, but.
Dennis wants his name in
Winning.
seat one.
Winning.
160.
Can we also change the billboards to seat one, please?
Put a big gummy bear.
Seat one, please. Huh?
160.
Huh?
160.
Get a double billboard for
All right, looks like we got Matt raising here. From the button, I think that's a pretty fine raise. King Jack 9-6 single suited. It got some connectivity and some playability post flop. Moreover, he's on the button, which is the main thing. And position in Omaha is paramount, even more so in No Limit. The nuts change every street. You're in these 3, 4, 5-handed hands. You really want to be in position. You don't want to be playing out of position against four hands in Omaha.
What's quads?
You want to have a pretty premium hand to be out of position, usually.
Got a monster. Ladies,
Wow, Tiger King with about as good as an unpaired hand as you're going to get. That's a phenomenal hand.
One time it is.
Wow, Matt's sending it in. Is he all in for table scraps here? I'm not sure what he's all in for. Looks like he's all in for just 230. Yeah.
Whoa.
Oh, river.
He said river.
Queen 6 is good, right?
Pair of queens.
King 6.
Where did you see a queen? It is hand.
So you're
Not so
saying
good on the
I
short
would've
stack
won.
either.
I'm not sure if he rebought short there or if when he lost his 1,500 buy-in, he was against somebody that was like had a $1,200 stack. I'm assuming he lost to a person that had like a $1,300 stack and the 260 were the crumbs he had left. All right, he's breaking out the cash, breaking out the bands.
We're practically flipping, huh?
Oh, we're not.
Definitely feel a little more comfortable breaking out those bands in the secluded part of the casino. I would not recommend breaking out that amount of cash in the middle of the casino floor.
15.
As a little tip from a gambler over the years who's seen a couple of his friends get robbed at gunpoint leaving casinos. Definitely want to have your head on a swivel when you're in a casino and not being too flashy with your money, with your chips. But obviously,
40 straddle.
that situation, nobody can really see. He's secluded. And
I thought this
he's
was
a sectioned off part of the casino.
No, I was doing a hand game. No, you're like every hand, by the way. Your first act, every hand.
How much do you have behind?
Yeah,
Ready to go.
Oh, yeah.
I'm curious to see what Matt buys back in for. He definitely looks like he's got a few shells. Looked like he had a 5K band or a 10K band, it looked like.
Kind of little lover's quarrel.
Big out, the nice hand. You prefer not to have 3 diamonds, obviously, but beggars can't be choosers. It's an action game. People don't typically go on streams to play real tight. They want to get asked back, so they might play a little looser than they would in a vacuum on a random Wednesday in a casino. So,
Probably just check yes.
if I was playing this game, I'm sure I would, be probably playing a lot looser than I would be normally, just because it's, you want to have fun on a stream. You want to make it a fun show. So,
Probably have the worst hand after you have aces, honestly.
Alright, I'm looking for
looks like we're limping around here.
very
Specific. Quietness. Starts.
Check.
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 All right.
Don't see any massive potential confrontations here, but there's some things to keep people interested. Look like we've got some pairs and gutters. So we got a pair of 9s, a gut shot for Big Al, backdoor diamonds.
I think one at a time.
Looks like Gummy Bear. I assume Gummy Bear's gonna check call here with his ace queen 10.
Just trying to mix up my.
It looks like he got it out of the way.
When you hit one, like, to the flush for the runner flush, it's just so annoying, right?
It's only $100. Can't be too bad, man.
I don't blame Gummy Bear for folding a hand like that out of position with a lot of players behind you. It's hard for his hand to improve. If his hand does improve, it might bring straights and other things. That's not a bad. That's a prudent fold. It looks like.
Possibilities of not a red.
It's a little hard to follow the action positions and all that, but
Check guard.
Red card.
Okay, he checked already.
all right. The looks like the King 10 came in, the Gutty came in, and it's going to be the nuts. There's no flushes out there, so let's see what Big Al does here. Looks like he checked. I think he's probably going to get a bet out of Alfie here with a set of jacks on the end. So he's definitely going to get raised here. And he promptly gets jammed on, as we suspect. Great check there by Big Al. if he let out here, he would probably just would have got called for a single bet. Now he's giving himself a chance to win a much larger pot, and he also, gave people the chance to bluff their hand. He wins additional money from that. Whereas if he bets, he's going to fold out, potential bluffs.
God, we didn't win a single hand, bro.
Fucking made me laugh.
Bad luck.
4K,
Fucking bad luck.
We didn't win a single fucking hand, bro.
375.
Ah, that would be already
Oh,
called.
well, blackjack. We went 2K, 2K. We didn't win
Can't
a
tell.
single
I guess Alfie bet called there, it looks
We
like.
gotta do that thing again tonight.
We're just good. Or
We
we're
gotta,
trying to get
we
it.
gotta get
Trapper.
I'm trying to try. I'm telling you, might raise or call.
I mean,
That's typically a hand I'd fold instead of jacks, with 10-8 being out there for a straight, king 10. But again, with the presence of blockers in PLO, you never know if a guy's checking a hand like pocket kings or pocket 10s, and then when somebody bets, he's turning his kings or 10s into a bluff, knowing you can't check or call with kings or 10s because that's going to lose. But with the straight blockers, you might be getting bluffed there, so that would be a reason you would call with a set of jacks on a board with straights. Typically would never see somebody raise a lower set there on a straight board for value. So you're typically going to be dealing with the straight there or the blockers to the straight when you're facing a raise like you were in his position at the set.
11 on each side. So it's oh my god. Like 83
side.
83 side is like,
Right. Such a sweat.
fuck, you love seeing a 3 side on each side.
My favorite.
From reading the chat, I guess some people are saying Big Al called. I don't know why you would. That seems pretty quizzical. I mean, I think he maybe had one player behind to try to drag in, but I'm not sure. That's definitely went a raise there. If he happened to call, obviously with the nuts.
200 to go.
Right now, yeah. And then if you
that
go,
game, it worked really well for me.
Pretty nice hands here. Victor with the double suited rundown. Ace high suited. Ace jack 10 7. Tiger king with queens, which is typically a hand you maybe kind of want to set mine with, so to speak, kind of like a no limit with like a pocket sixes type hand, I guess, to kind of make an analogy. You're not one to like, 3-bet and 4-bet a hand like queens or even kings in Omaha, especially without the ace with it. If you have an ace with it, it's more acceptable to put in a 3-bet with like ace king king or ace queen queen, but typically you want to just see a flop of queens. And he flops a boat with his what they call danglers, which are the two kind of unconsequential cards in your hand, which would be the 8 and the 2. So his danglers of 8-2 came in pretty big here with the boat. It doesn't seem like there's much else for people to call with here. Gummy bear releasing yet. I mean, that's the thing with Omaha. These guys get these beautiful pre-flop hands, and it just takes one crummy flop to just totally invalidate your hand. So that's why Omaha's a great game.
And that thing won.
There's a lot of randomness to it, a lot of opportunities to gamble and outrun somebody that's playing, solid high cards. So
I'm gonna pay the first round.
Yeah.
it's always nice when your danglers come in. That's pretty sick.
There's no way we do it.
I don't fault him for betting there. Some people might be tempted to check with the boat, but you don't want to really be checking there against a lot of people in the flop. People have pocket pair, they can hit a boat with their pocket 10s or pocket jacks or whatever. You want to get value from an 8x that's not full yet. You want to charge an 8x hand, so definitely want to bet there. If you have a full house with like ace king and it's like ace king, then obviously you might want to check because then you want to give somebody with pocket 9s a chance to hit a 9 and hit a boat. But that's with like a top infallible boat, obviously. A lower vulnerable boat like that, you want to bet.
Should we do double board bomb
Yeah,
pass?
we do time flop, right?
Yeah, this is for her though.
You can't do double board, right? How much? No double board.
Can't do double board? Thanks, Sam.
how about no rake?
Bomb?
No rake.
I'll do bomb.
No rake. I think it's fair. We're giving you our talents.
Yeah.
We can't play process, right?
You get an
My
exchange for
presence
doing
is worth at least
Yeah,
$14 every
Your next coming in good. I'm playing big. But I can't do it like that. It's too far away. I'm playing
red or
big.
black.
Looks like Paul Malibu, great name. Looks like he's getting in there. That's obviously you want to have a suit. You want to be suited here at the King Jack 9-9. Definitely don't be playing these kind of hands.
He's like smushing Bronco.
Rainbow hand. Lower paired hand. It's going to be a trouble hand. It's going to be a tough hand to play post flop, but I guess peeling a flop to a single raise. I guess it's defensible. The better a player you are, obviously, the more you can get away with certain things. So all this advice is kind of just on a scale of how good or experienced you are in the game, how tough the players you are against. All these things kind of affect you know, how many hands you should play, to be honest, as well as your position. Position in Omaha is so huge. Looks like we got not a lot going on in this hand, but looks like we got Malibu with the King Heart blocker, which is a great opportunity to bluff here. Although sometimes the issue with the blocker is sometimes the pot is so small where you don't really have a lot of equity to bluff.
You guys are playing great.
And smaller medium pots because people are just going to call you with their queen high flush or jack high flush if it's a small pot. So typically you want to try to use your blockers in situations where you have more leverage with them, like if the pot's bigger. Typically speaking.
Very phallic.
40, you can see eight.
It looks like a dick.
Oh.
There's one big ball and one
Well,
small ball.
it's a sculpture of Denis. Yeah, see, he has uneven balls, and then he has a really weird,
There's the sculpture of Dennis. You're a little. How much?
No, it's
How much? 180?
As much as you
160?
want.
Cheers.
160.
Looks like we got a lot of, I mean, it says 10-20 is the game, but looks like it's, you know, 10-20, looks like we got a 40. I think it looks like Gummy Bear made it a 160 blind raise or a straddle. I mean,
You got a little top and everything.
I see some people in here, you know, on the chat, no limit players saying, "Oh, it's PLO, forget it." That's how I used to think too. I used to always avoid playing Omaha, and I finally jumped over about 5 years ago, and I could be more happy with the transition. The games are really fun. They're really good. It's way more casual, kind of gambling environment than no limit games where people are freaking staring you down trying to get a neck pulse read or something stupid. I don't know. It's a lot less intense of a game, more of a gambling game, which I tend to like.
This is a very loose call.
As he says, loose call. But yeah, Omahas are fun. It's a fun game. Looks like Gummy Bears get in there with, wow. See, this is very interesting. He's got 3 aces, which is obviously worse than having 2 aces because he's cannibalizing one of his outs. He has one less ace to hit, but he's still going to be ahead technically. Just definitely hurts your hand. But being able to get it in pre-flop is nice. You want to get his equity advantage. Post-flop, that's going to be hard to play. So.
Hit fucking the set. I just set a queen.
You folded queens?
Wow, looks like we got 2 pair here, 10s and 4s. I mean, that's the thing in Omaha. Four unpaired cards are doing pretty well against aces, especially against 3 aces. So
How did he scoop you like that?
not as in a bad a shape as you'd think with a random King 10 6-4 crappy hand. I mean,
You got trips up top.
but it's definitely good for Gummy Bear to get this in pre-flop. I mean, when you see a flop with 3 aces, it's just you're going to have hardly any playability post-flop. Like you're going to be seeing the flop with basically nothing, no chance to improve your hand. It's going to be a check fold in a lot of instances. Just a pair of aces on the flop, especially the more multi-way it is. So that was good for him to get it in pre-flop and realize his equity.
It's a fold. 3 of a kind. And now, I had a 1 suit, so I was like, fuck yeah.
Yeah, March is much. It's a fold, bro.
It's nice. Yeah, this is a good game. People are unsure of the strategy.
Oh, that's so much
I
potential.
had too many straight draws.
Put the 40 on, don't look.
Oh, hell yeah, hell yeah.
40 on. Oh, I'm talking to him.
Oh, Trenta.
You're good, Alfie. I know you're here for
160,
action.
160.
9, straddle.
We're here for Sammy tonight, guys. Yeah.
I've actually played with the Derisher guy. I'm forgetting his name now. I can't think of what games I've played with him. I might be No Limit. I've definitely seen him around the way.
Dude, I'm the best.
Damn, Dennis.
You do probably the same thing.
See, this is funny. This shirt this guy has, no gamble, no future. That's actually like a Los Angeles poker phrase. Man, I'm not sure if, I think an Asian gentleman at a neighboring casino named Obama, it's like an older Asian guy, would always say that. So it's kind of became like a battle cry amongst the Los Angeles casinos. No gamble, no future. If you say that in Vegas or Oklahoma, it might not track. But around here, that phrase is known.
Like, make sure you didn't accidentally glue to because, like, I want to just hang with you if you're doing that.
Looks like we got some, yeah, we're going to, wow. We got kings for Gummy Bear. He's a shorter stack with 800. He's going to get that in.
Let's go.
Looks like Alfie's calling him with an ace king. Decentish hand.
Watch it later.
He's got ace high suit.
It's like a small penis.
I assume Dennis is going to get out of the way.
I feel like if we
Tiger
both
King
win
is
it,
like,
it's for sure
fuck
gonna win.
yeah,
fuck you guys.
triple up.
You guys had all big cards.
I wish I had an actual good fucking
Obviously, if Gummy Bear was a lot deeper, you wouldn't want to be making a habit of getting in King, King, Jack 2 all-in pre-flop. But, I mean, these blinds are all over the place for a 10 to 30 big blind stack. That's going to be pretty good, especially in a game as loose as this.
It has the best hand for sure.
But if you're in Vegas playing a tougher game, you don't want to be making a habit of getting in King, King, Jack 2
Alright, Alfie's pick.
at the Bellagio or the Aria in a tougher game. That's going to be a hand you just want to see a flop with a lot of times.
Yeah, too shallow.
Oh boy.
Oh my God, Dennis.
Wow.
Wow, he hit spiked his ace.
10. Flush.
Oh my God, I knew it. 3 of the spades.
I would have fucking. I had ace
King
queen.
is good.
Wow, Dennis was in there. That's a lot of gamble there from Dennis. Getting in there.
How do I not hit another pair?
All the kings are out. No set of kings. Wow, he hit his ace.
Queen, jack,
800.
3 suits.
Does he cover me?
He had Gummy Bear's hearts covered. Gummy Bear had King Jack of hearts. Alfie had the ace high hearts. But wow.
Did you see what I just did?
Yeah, this game's gonna get really good in about I think 30 minutes to an hour as all these stacks get deeper and people get more and more stuck.
Look at this.
No, you get all
There
that.
is no cycle. You guys ran it once, right?
Oh. That's how you play the short stack, huh?
I cannot believe
You
I
had
would have literally
one
won
nut
that hand.
possibility.
I know.
With the back because that popped out. So
It's
you were
my hand, right?
looking
Yeah,
good.
Can I have 15?
That
please?
goes
Thank you, I
there.
appreciate it.
1500? Or, yeah, the cap 15, right?
Boom. Unlimited now.
Imagine that, Dennis. Oh, can I get a
Or you can buy him for 500 and shove it blind first hand.
9 is rebuying in.
Looks like we got Gummy Bear rebuying. I think he was wanting to buy in for more. I think there's some.
I learned from your
Boring.
I think somebody said 2K. I thought you could buy it unlimited after you got stacked, but maybe there's still some kind of cap on the second buy.
Let's play one round of 5-10.
I put a whole stack
Why are
on.
you trying to play good on the stream?
It's not bad. It's that.
Are you restraddling?
Oh, you must really have a backer
Yeah.
for real.
What you put? 40? I put 80.
I'm straddling all in.
That's why.
80, and Dennis is going all in.
Looks like we got Gummy Bear putting in an 80 straddle.
I have a beer.
Oh, so the $500 special. Okay. I see now.
Sorry, I think I lost my bet. Wow.
Dennis, can you So 40
You just put it right
straddle
now.
from seed.
It looks like we have like an all-in blind here from I think Dennis,
80 straddle from seed.
or I guess that was
9, and
that was
Dennis
talked
all in
about. Oh yeah, it's happening. Looks like well, who knows? Be careful at other casinos moving your chips forward and backwards like that. This is kind of a private game, so to speak, so the kind of rules are a little fast and loose. But yeah, it looks like he's committing to it. It looks like an all-in. I think he's all-in blind. It looks like for about 600.
I looked before I went.
Oh, he said he looked. Okay.
200? No, 2000.
Although you may have thought he didn't look from seeing what he got in there with, but
Takes it down.
looks like a Jack 8-6. Let's see if they show that
One
again.
chance of a call there.
I don't want to call.
Ah, there you go.
Whatever you want.
Son of a bitch.
One.
He said. Son of a bitch.
Let me sweat these.
Yeah, Dennis all in with a hand that it would look like he was blind with, but he got in there.
Yeah. Well, he's already looking.
I'm just looking at 2.
Just play a whole.
Those are really good.
He's got to be really good.
Yeah, I mean, this is just, games are good. For those watching the stream that are like wanting to learn PLO, thinking about playing PLO, this is, the games don't
We got a piece of
typically play this wild. But they do play a lot wilder than no limit games usually, I will say that.
Oh, I have a flush draw.
Can I slow roll you?
You get a slow roll here. He's going to take his time to flop the flush.
How about that?
Wow.
Oh, I'm
Double
dead.
suited.
I'm dead.
If they would have saw this flop, it would have been a very interesting hand because Alfie would have had the nut blocker and Dennis would have flopped the flush. So it would have been interesting to see the fireworks post-flop in this hand if they were deep. Definitely if you're against like a tougher player and you have like a flop jack high flush, that's
Played it perfect, bro.
you're definitely looking to like check back flops and trying to realize your equity with like lower flushes. In a lot of instances in pot limit Omaha.
That's why you buy it.
It's definitely one of those spots that's tricky as a no limit player when you transition over, learning how to play like the flush boards, learning how to play like the paired boards, learning how to play kings. There's definitely some differences between pot limit Omaha and no limit, but a lot of the things do carry over. You know, just a lot of your card sense and your soft skills. I got the hang of it a little faster than I thought. I kind of overthought it and I delayed transitioning over to PLO. I wish I would have did it sooner. But I switched over about 5 or 6 years ago. Now it's probably 80% of my hours are Omaha. I still play no limit a good bit.
Got so lucky, Dennis. I'll be thinking about it all night.
I was until
I'm gonna be thinking about you all night.
Is he thinking about me all night?
I can't even eat. See, you should have just fucking straddled. You have more time. Not easy getting monster hands over and over again.
Wow, we're playing a real hand here.
Wow. Alfie with an absolute monster. Denis, he's going to be getting in there with that hand. I mean, the way he's been playing, King, Queen, 10, 8 is like a huge hand.
Friendly game.
Wow. Tiger King with a nice rundown, relatively speaking, for the game. Obviously, you prefer to have 2 spades, not 3.
Because he went all in, Surf's like, oh no, I folded because Dennis went all in. But
Well, Tiger King flopped. This is going to be an interesting hand. See, this is the problem with playing kind of lower ranked cards in PLO. You're going to be over flushed a lot. Like, his flush is going to be good here at all, given Dennis has king high spades. Man, and Alfie has the ace of spades. If we can like see an ace, if we can see a spade peel here, it's going to be very interesting to see what happens.
No, I know. I've seen that.
Yeah.
I watched that.
Oh, big bet.
speaking of Iman, he ordered 2 orders of that black and salmon. I gotta get 2 orders.
125, gentlemen.
That's a sick fold for 2K blind. That kind of rundown?
Tiger King's hand looks pretty good, but it's actually in practice it's really not. And a lot because in a multi-way pot, your spades are going to be beat a lot. His straight draw is not going to bring the nut straight. And if he catches an 8 for a straight, you know, Queen 10 is going to be a higher straight, which is, you know, the open-ended to Jack 9. Yeah, it's a treacherous hand to play. If you're heads up with a hand like that against one opponent, your outs are going to be live a lot more often. But 4 or 5 ways to the flop, that's just going to be a tough spot. Come on, let's see a spade. Let's see a spade peel off. I mean, everybody's got spades, so it's going to be tough. Come on, spade. There we go. All right. Ask and you shall receive. Let's see what happens here. Alfie's going to have a great bluffing opportunity. That's not going to work. Denis is going to call. Especially with 3 spades. When you have a king high flush and you have 3 spades, it's less likely you're going to be up against another flush.
Ah, boy.
Fold.
Really easy fold for Malibu there. That's a good job by him.
I'm not.
Nuts.
I'm not
Dude,
that
look
good.
at this shit, bro. Look at this flop, yo. Look at all these spades.
Look at my
What's
hand.
going on?
Bro.
Look at this shit. Look at that flop.
Look at my hand, though. I had a
Look
good
at that
flop.
flop. The
I like
biggest
your
wrap
flop
you've
the
ever
most.
seen in your life.
I do
with the
like your
flush
flop
draw.
the most.
And he still hits the fucking
I don't have it.
Oh, you did?
I don't have it.
Yeah, you said you had the nuts.
I know, I'm kidding.
No, you
You're a
win.
piece of shit, dude.
You're a piece of shit.
You said nuts.
Nuts.
What kind of nuts did you mean? I thought you had it. I was like, everybody hit a fucking flush. He has 3 spades. I have 3 spades. There's 3 spades. What is that, 9? And you had an ace of spades? That's 10 spades.
Dude, what? How do you guys call?
All spades.
The board's bluffing history.
I was thinking I should raise.
And Al didn't re-raise the king 10.
If he re-raises there, yeah.
They all know. They're just gonna make you show.
If you re-raise that,
I was like, I thought someone was probably playing the straight. I thought he was bluffing because he looked like he was fucking full of shit.
Whoa. He looks like he's full of shit.
I thought you could call with the nut straight or with like a shitty flush. And
He's
maybe
full
I
of
was
gluten. That's the problem right now. We gotta be careful. He's bluffing.
well, you were wrong.
We got a 40 straddle on this one.
good analysis, but
How
does everybody hit a flush the one time you have the
also I
blocker?
had 3. I
He had 3 spades.
Pebble
and
don't count,
I had
right?
3 spades.
Pebble don't count, right? Not Pebble right? Okay.
What else is new?
We could. I guess we could.
What else is new?
trying to win the series or what?
I mean, yeah, it's
40 straddle.
No, I don't want to do it. Some games do some though.
3, 4, 5,
I'll save me.
Yeah, that's a pretty tough call there by Malibu. We just want to fold that pre-flop. There's no prospects for that hand. I mean, you're in the cutoff, but what are you trying to make with King 9, 6, 3 rainbow? That's just it's gonna be a fold. Tiger King with a monster double suited aces hand. Wow, this is what you drive to the casino to get right there. And he's got Gummy Bear's diamonds covered, so it's gonna be interesting to see a flop of diamonds here. It's gonna be very bad news for Gummy Bear.
Heads up. Check.
But looks like Gummy Bear hit the flush you wanted to hit. Oh, it looks like he got out pre-flop. Ah, he's kicking himself. Sure. Pretty bad flop for aces, obviously.
You taught me how to play pie out.
You're just trying to check down and realize your equity here.
Yeah.
What you want is drink, order a bunch of drinks.
I was setting it wrong half the time.
Don't hold my arms up. I'm sure it's up for my gosh. Trust me, I know. Take a piss and then you guys disappeared.
Lines, please.
Yeah, I'm going to guess one.
You were driving, right?
Is anyone straddled?
You had to pick
straddle?
every fucking hand waiting for you. I'm hitting
I'm the last person to straddle.
Oh, the winner? Oh, I see. I try to help you out by making you put that 40 on.
Lines, please.
Watch the stream 3 times.
I was playing UTH. I'm like, damn, you don't want to leave.
3. I know, that's what I'm most scared about.
straddle? 3 fucking times.
I can hear that. Who's commentating today? I don't know. They don't make this game easy. You know who's commentating today?
Here we go.
People are probably like,
why can't you just call them?
Can you ask them? I'm curious.
Your big one.
Yeah.
For you, maybe.
All right, let's see if Matt can get unstuck here from his fateful first hand.
Bi-curious. Dennis is bi-curious.
Looks like people are...
His name is Adam Johnson.
It's a great name. It's a great name for someone who's bi-curious.
It's the most boring name ever, I feel it.
Call 80, call 80.
Oldest name in the book.
That's a good point name. Adam Johnson.
Wait, my grandfather's name actually was Dick Johnson, so they're on the money on that. Richard Dick Johnson. Shout out to Dick Johnson. Presbyterian minister. He's probably not too happy his grandson became a pro gambler, but more on that later.
check.
Check. Check.
250. Tiger King.
Wow.
How much?
Malibu going nuts. This is with the set of 5s here. It's really nice to have the queen in his shoes because obviously you're always afraid of being up against a higher set in Omaha. So having the queen is actually helpful to block somebody having a set of queens.
What the fuck did I
But obviously the way this game's playing, even if you didn't have a queen, I mean you're just full sending in each set. So. I'm kind of torn on trying to give advice for how like games typically play, and then like this game is kind of like a unique kind of gambling fest. But
Discipline laydown.
A lot of those in this game. It doesn't make for good TV.
I know.
Nice call on the flush.
But yeah, nobody had much to call with there. Somebody had a king jack open ender. I'm not sure what happened there. But
Well, I got there. I had a straight.
Disgusting.
Typically, you want to be careful playing low pocket pairs in Omaha, just because a lot of times you're going to get oversetted where your equity is just so terrible.
Just for you, bro.
That's an aggressive pot.
Now I'm the
That is
blood
an
table.
aggressive pot.
Obviously, like the less people in the hand, the less it's a concern. If it's a heads-up pot and you flop bottom set, it's not a big. Obviously, you're not going to be too tripping. But if you see 4 or 5 people in the pot, and you're really deep stacked, you want to have some finesse with bottom set. A lot of cases.
The bomb pot?
We're gonna double down right now, so we're gonna do collection. It's been 40 minutes.
I left the game earlier.
How are you guys gonna do it?
What's the collection?
Bomb
Bomb pot. They wanna do a bomb pot.
What do we do?
100?
100.
Looks like they're doing a bomb pot, and for those unfamiliar, basically what that means is the first hand of a new dealer, everybody will just put in a set amount of money,
50 from everyone.
and then they'll see the flop, so there's no action pre-flop, and there's already a lot of money in the flop. So looks like everybody's gonna put in $100 or $50, and then there's no action pre-flop, then the hand starts on the flop. So it's gonna be, so yeah, definitely you need to be a little tighter on those flops, because obviously every single hand is seeing the flop, so it's, this has kind of been a trend in live poker, these bomb pots. You've been seeing these a lot more in the last 3 or 4 years at casinos. A lot of times it determines who pays the rake.
That would be
Instead of the pots being raked individually, a lot of times each player pays a certain amount per half hour. And sometimes a bomb pot, the person will pay everybody's rake, if that makes sense, as opposed to raking every hand.
That's generally how it goes.
Uh-oh, don't do it.
Go away, you It's true.
So a lot of times these bomb pots, you'll see people with like double suited aces and stuff, which they would always raise pre-flop, but in a bomb pot you can't raise. So you see a lot of interesting hands. definitely takes some finesse playing these bomb pots post flop. Just given the nature, how many people are seeing the flop.
Tiger King does not give up.
12-250.
I have potential. Looks like he wants to do something fun. There we go.
How does everyone have a piece? Right.
Even Jack
Well,
10's
all the
a
flush
piece.
draws out
Even
there.
Jack 10's.
3 flush draws.
Matt, instead of threes, obviously, like I said, having the 4 is really helpful, especially in this spot where everybody's seeing the flop. I'm assuming he's probably gonna try to get this in. It looks like a check through, or
Check.
1,000.
1,000.
I'll bet you say like I'll bet.
I assume Matt's gonna shove it here. He's probably trying to check raise the flop, I think.
God damn it, man. Vic, you're killing me. Call.
Call 1,000.
All in.
Yeah, that's what I think he missed a slow play on the flop. I got.
Sorry about that. Which one?
Waiting.
Yes, 7, 10.
And he's gonna be in great shape here.
9.
Obviously, he's just hoping not to get snapped off by a set of, by a set of 9s or jacks.
No, dead.
How are you guys even friends? I don't understand.
And he's not even facing that live of a draw. Nobody has diamonds. He's gonna be in great shape here if he's just going against jacks and 9s. Yeah, 10-8-7 is gonna have a lot of equity against him, but.
Shut the fuck up.
Started this shit.
You're hurting Sandy's hourly. Oh my god. Wow, he makes a big lay down. Set of threes?
Wait, can he do that? That's not a raise though. It's not a
Yeah, you can only call 11.
You can only call 11.
You can call 11.
Can he call 11? I can't call.
Oh, he's put it.
He's allowed to call.
Actually, I'm missing my hand.
Okay, so there's 500.
Check the flop. If someone bet, then you reshove. You had a better chance.
I know 100%.
I thought about that too. And I bet it out.
I'm hitting the
You
nuts.
know some aggressive fucks do.
And I bet it out like an idiot.
All right.
I'll check blind. Tiger King. I'll check blind.
You check.
Take
So,
that. Right now.
I'll check.
I'll make the noise.
And now we pray.
All right, the big bomb pot here.
Make it rain
See
down
what
upon
happens.
me.
Wow.
That's not me.
Matt's thinking his hand's dead, I'm sure. Seeing that card. And he straight got there, and he flush got there. Actually, I didn't even see that Matt had diamonds to go with his set. Didn't realize he turned back to diamonds there.
Let's go.
Wow.
The 3384 special.
That's so sick.
I just love that you waited like 20 minutes to play a hand.
Exactly. That's my thing.
I'm adding on 500.
I'm assuming he still would have shoved there without the diamonds in his spot, just the way the game's playing, but definitely helpful to have diamonds there in case somebody turned a set of jacks. You know, it's nice to have some additional backup, which is why it's always important to play double-suited hands that are connected. You always want every bit of additional equity you can get. It's really helpful.
500. So now he's got 7.
It can be the difference between you winning or losing a big hand in many cases.
Escalated like a motherfucker.
I would not want to be keeping track of this game.
200.
I take this back now.
Straddle from C4.
Typically, you know, if you want to play well, you want to be playing bigger cards, you want to be playing connected cards, you want to be playing, suited cards, double suited cards, you want to avoid the lower pocket pairs, you want to avoid the rainbow hands. Those are kind of just the hands you really want to avoid pre-flop. You can just kind of avoid those kind of main basic mistakes that'll make your kind of transition to PLO a lot easier. Just kind of learning the pitfalls. And obviously just playing solid, playing tight is going to be the easier style to replicate as far as, winning. You might not be the biggest winner playing the tightest, but you're going to have an easier way to kind of realize your equity and kind of be a winner in the game just by playing solid. And then as you learn the game, you can expand your range and open more hands. But
Armenian fans.
Where's Armenian?
Armenian. Boycott the Sunday game. He's making fun of
That's what I
Armenians.
call it. Like when someone tries to tell you to like straddle or tell you your name, like it's Armenian.
Armenian.
There you go. It's not a word, but I made it up.
Come on. Armenian's a real thing.
I got pretty numb from
I think
that.
Dennis has experience in that, right, Dennis?
I'll take my 50 bucks.
And
I've
Armenian.
never met an Armenian in my life.
Right?
I don't even know where that is.
Wait,
Is that
you
West
gave him
Coast,
money?
East Coast?
But I heard they.
Midwest.
I don't want
Chicago.
80.
Chicago area.
Bro, put the 80.
You let me do it naturally. I swear naturally I'll get it.
Yeah, this is a really weird game because people are not allowed to buy in for more than 1,500, but yet it's like 80 pre-flop straddles, 100. I mean, it's like people are basically starting hands with like 10 to 30 big blinds. It's almost playing like a tournament, no limit tournament late where people are like super short.
Are you serious? Where are we playing at? He tried to do it.
Let's go back to the. No, I like that rule. No straddles in the button.
Which is partly why the game's playing so different than a typical
It's unfair when you're
Omaha game would play at the Hustler or a Vegas casino or wherever.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. 80 straddle. 80
Oh, they allowed it. See, the comment worked. Yeah.
Good.
They're like, no, please don't go back to the.
I like how I'm the one that said no straddle.
I play a simple game. No set, no bet.
No bet, no bet.
That's nice that Matt was able to win that hand after getting totally dusted on his very first hand.
I will allow
Although obviously the table hopes you just keep losing because that's how it is in poker, man. When you play poker for a living, you walk in the casino, everybody hopes you lose all your money. It's a very unique occupation in that sense, so you definitely got to have your head on the swivel and look out for yourself because nobody else is. They're going to try to take your money.
Between me and this guy.
Whether they're a player or a sports book or a blackjack table, you kind of got to avoid all those pitfalls.
For any amount.
Which is why it's hard for a lot of people to gamble for a living. You're always around it, but you gotta kind of avoid it in a way.
Dennis, a little bit different than backers.
Wow, that's a big hand here. We got double suited ace queen for Matt, and we got kings from Alfie here.
One of the biggest companies. Never heard of it.
Victor is just doing a pure YOLO, it looks like, with Queen 866 Rainbow. I don't know if he went all in blind.
And then
whatever the fuck that is.
What's the stock ticker? Maybe we have like some Apple, Microsoft, Dennis' TikTok. Dennis'
What else do they do? The biggest company in the world.
Like,
Everything.
it's like, you know.
Security, cybersecurity. Then if you recruit 3 people that recruit 3 people.
my street.
No 3.
What about me? You know he's a mush. Come on.
It's a bad hand, trust me.
It's a bad hand? I mean, if you put the money in, it's probably a bad hand.
I'm gonna be curious to see if they go once or twice here. If they get all in, let's see what Matt and Alfie does here.
Let's be responsible.
All right, now you can get stacked. Nice hand, guys.
We gotta play a little poker.
What are you talking about?
So
You don't even play games here.
Ooh, Bubba. Oh, that's all.
All right, I'm gonna check to you.
This looks like Alfie's got like such a small amount compared to the pot. He's got 460 into a 3K pot. He's got 2 pair. He's gonna shove it here, obviously. I mean, that's as good as pretty good flop. King, king, jack 5, especially for a fifth in the pot.
Let's go.
Oh boy, hey, 5 more.
And Matt totally whiffed this, so I mean, he's getting sick odds, but I don't think he's gonna continue.
Oh, that's not good. 4.
Pocket
Wow.
pairs.
Ace queen.
Oh boy.
No.
Oh.
Kings. Runner.
3 full houses favor, 1 hand. How do you do that?
Choices, Vic.
Oh, wow. Right. I needed the 1-7, then the ace. Victor.
I'll help you out.
Thank you.
Looks like Alfie's gonna be taking down this pot here.
Just pot pre-flop and hit 2 pair and a flop.
Put 500 in and go blind.
Yep, there it is. The dangler's coming through again. The jack 5 dangler coming in with a flopping 2 pair. Although obviously, I think he was going to shove in anything with an overpair on that flop with such a small amount left.
He makes it look so effortless.
I actually had the same hand as this.
Side short stack.
Suited in blind.
Can I straddle or no?
Yeah.
500.
You guys are playing awful.
Wow, I think he said a 500 straddle,
C4,
which, I mean, I think that's like a third of his money if he buys in for 1,500. I'm not sure what he's buying in for here.
Got it?
Oh, maybe that's his whole buy-in. I think he's just doing I guess they call this a smoke bet back where I'm from in Missouri. Just like an all-in. I'm stacked. I want to try to run it up. It's kind of like a blackjack mentality, so to speak. games are good. Hustler Casino. If y'all are looking for some good games, I would mosey on down to the Hustler. They're gambling over here, so that's for sure. I believe they have a PLO game here. I think it's 2 or 3 days a week. It's a really fun group of players, Carolyn and Peter and Neil and Matt. Sometimes they play Big O with it or 5-card PLO. But you can definitely call the Hustler and get the information about when those Omaha games are going. It's usually a couple days a week that they play them. And they might be playing them a lot more now with the success of this stream. And now that a lot more people are watching these streams. So yeah, if you're looking to play some PLO, check out the Hustler for sure.
Are we not here to go? Oh, never mind. He fucked it up.
No more fun.
Yeah, he's all in.
Gummy Bear ruined it.
Oh, Gummy Bear with a sick hand, double suited ace king.
He is 16. Ah, why am I not playing?
Way more than that.
All in.
Oh, never mind. I don't know.
Don't matter now.
1600?
15.
Big Al with a pretty hand.
All in.
I told you he had that
Not against any higher pocket pairs, which is what he wants to see with queens. No aces or kings yet.
I mean, sweat it, right?
When you have like kings or queens, you really don't want to be up against aces in Omaha. It just kills your equity having kings or queens when somebody has aces.
If he doesn't want to go twice?
One time, go for it.
One time, go ahead.
Oh my god.
I think they're going to run it once.
Oh my god. Oh wow.
Yeah, aces?
If you have quads, you're good. If not, you're dead.
Good.
That's no good.
Nobody has a 4.
That's no good.
Yeah, looks like it's going to hold.
4?
That's a big flop for Gummy Bear. Even if you saw that flop, I mean, flopping open-ended with the 4, 5, 6, 7, having backdoor spades.
Gross. Bought the streak. He's back.
Gummy Bear!
It's a big hand for Gummy Bear. Shout out to Gummy Bear.
Let's go. We're back in the fucking game.
Yeah, Gummy Bear's a fun player, man. I got to play with him for the first time last weekend. It was a 5-10, 1,500 game. And he was a lot of fun. I'm not sure how I hadn't seen him at any other casinos in LA or Vegas since. I'm not sure if he's a home game player, or a lot of people play on these phone apps now. So some of these players might be really, experienced, but I just don't recognize them because they're playing on apps or home games. I pretty much play all my hours at the casino games in Vegas and LA, so
I think if the club gets there,
I don't really play in the closed games. I pretty much play in the open competitive games.
I know. How do we order food? Who do we order from?
There's a girl that should be right.
Where you tend to see like the same faces over and over again, especially the higher stakes you go.
That doesn't help me, Paul. No. Except this one.
There's that freshwater fish. It's called really good.
Spades and diamonds?
It has like herb.
No queen?
I can't if I tell you anything else is on that.
How are there so many $5?
I had double. What did I have?
I know, it's
I think I had the dime. I had the clubs.
You gotta make the mountains look more impressive this way.
45.
Yeah. Hell yeah. Money back. Stacked out. Money back, money back, money back.
I like what I'm seeing over here, boys.
Leave it in the middle.
This side of the table is really raking it in.
Dennis has. Oh yeah.
We might bust the screen. Where's that 5? You guys cool playing heads up?
I'd play heads up.
Yeah, this is a pretty phenomenal game. I'm not gonna lie, I'm like pretty jealous watching this action. I'm like, obviously, this is really a great opportunity to get into broadcast this game, and that's actually what I got my college degree in. I got a journalism broadcasting major, just like Feldman. Actually, I feel like me and Ryan and Feldman kind of have similar stories, and that we both went to esteemed journalism broadcasting schools, and then after we graduated, we kind of realized, yeah, maybe sports media is not a great path to go down. It's pretty tough unless you're like a former athlete or a hot chick.
I like it.
It's hard to get the opportunities in sports media.
Because I got ammo, so there's no fear no more.
Let's go.
All right, Al. No fucking fear, Al.
But yeah, this is an amazing game. I'm like chomping at the bit to get a game like this at some point. Like these games are so good.
Put the 80 on. Hell yeah.
And as I mentioned earlier, now you're seeing all these people with 4 or 5K stacks.
I've never had this much money in front of me.
It's gonna be we're gonna see some big pots now. It's not gonna be everybody in for 20 big blinds anymore.
7 to 10,000. I don't know. I would run bad, right, Matt?
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Well, I'm one of the luckiest.
Yeah, Matt would always get there. Some shit, some way, somehow.
Free chance.
And if he didn't get there, he would leave and come back and get there.
Okay, no, he's not. He's raising to 310.
Wow, all of a sudden Gummy Bear got all talkative and shit.
They let you straddle after you look at your card.
Somebody in my ear.
That's good. Alfred?
Chirping chips are great though.
Hell yeah.
320. Raise.
And what's the game without a little needling either, you know?
There'll be
I haven't
plenty of
had a
that
chance.
tonight.
Chirping chips, the phenomena of getting more talkative as you win more money. I think we're all familiar with that. Myself included.
Dennis raised to 310.
Dennis, this would be a really great hand if it were at least single suited. But he is in position. It's got some high card orientations connected. It's, you know, he's on, like you said, we're all playing the stream here for fun. Nobody's breaking out the monk or solver for this one, so you know, keep it loose, keep it fun. Everybody's getting in there gambling.
Are you gonna cheer like Gummy Bear did?
How big was the Hold'em game? Like the big high stakes whatever. I think so.
I'm curious to see if at some point they ask to play a hand of 5-card Omaha or Big O. A lot of times these Omaha games, especially at the Hustler, it'll be a 2-game format where it'll be Omaha High and then also 5-card Omaha or Big O. But hopefully that doesn't happen. I just think straight PLO is the better action game than those other two. But we'll see what happens. I can't believe there's a no gamble, no future shirt. I did not know that existed. That cracks me up. The battle cry from LA casinos. No gamble, no future. I've heard that many times before somebody spiked a flush on my ass. It didn't feel good. That's okay. All right. Dennis with a pretty big hand here. Suited Broadway. Tiger King's probably going to want to get in there with the suited A's, trying to flop a set of 8s.
730.
Not a hand I'd want to be putting a lot of big blinds in pre-flop. You know, a set of 8s is likely going to be middle or bottom set, even if you make it multi-way pot. There's not a lot of connectivity to that hand. But
I did this for you, buddy.
we'll see what he does. Looks like he pitched it.
You have a big hand?
He has one suited.
I think I do have one suited ace.
Sammy looks like went pretty hard with the Ace King 9-6 single suited.
I thought we go too.
Thankfully he's got Dennis's clubs covered, but he's a pretty decent. He's a little bit of a dog here.
I won one time in the big pot right now.
King.
6.
Black card. Yes. Chop it up.
I hit a fucking shot.
You guys want to run it again?
Yeah, let's see what the second one would have been. What is it? 5. I was just kidding.
Obviously in Omaha, you must play 2 cards out of your hand. That's obviously one of the main differences between no limit hold'em is in no limit you can just play 1 card out of your hand. In Omaha, you must play 2 cards to make your 5-card hand. So that is one key difference, but that's probably stuff everybody knows here on this stream. But for those that are truly uninitiated to Omaha.
I thought I had a shitty hand. How do you guys both chop winning it twice? It's so hard to do. You both chop. Because we're Armenian bros.
40?
Okay. Dennis is straddling for 40.
No, that's it.
40. He's asking.
Yeah.
40? Gummy Bear?
Put the 40 on.
He is not straddling.
There you go.
To watch me.
Gummy's in the 40.
Dennis, okay, so then
We're gonna be famous. We're gonna go viral.
Gummy's restraddling to 1.
Records of most straddles in the game.
Fine.
Yeah, right.
I'm just kidding. You know Dennis is going to go all in anyway.
You know what?
Maybe.
Yeah.
We limit this to 1 straddle. I think for 5-10 only.
Exactly.
This is not fair. Call Ryan.
Big Al first. Call 80.
Smoke weed every day.
Call 80.
Yeah, looks like we got a couple people taking a smoke break, it looks like.
Pot?
Probably a vape break being Los Angeles. We'll see.
Yes, 450.
Over 5.
Owl fold from seat 6. Fold from 7.
Oh, yeah.
Pretty aggressive re-raise here by Dennis.
Dennis called.
69. Wow, I'm going to win this hand. There's no way I lose this hand.
Thankfully, he's not going to be up against a 4-bet, it looks like. He's not going to be up against aces or an ace king king or an ace high rundown Broadway hand. Looks like he got jammed on by just a little double-suited rundown from Big Al.
I'll take Dennis 2-1.
That's not high
Take
card.
it. No.
Yeah, this game's just playing like pure madness.
Dude, I was just playing blackjack. I lost 5K in blackjack right now.
Yeah, it's more like this is playing more like blackjack than Omaha. This is pure gambling.
No one's surprising me.
Wow.
Al took it down. Saving up for the big hand.
That's not a bad hand to gamble with. A double-suited connected-ish hand is, you know, it's going to be in decent shape even against a hand like aces. So he's probably going to have like 40% equity even if you happen to run up against an aces hand. But obviously nobody gets aces in this game. Everybody's playing too many hands. It's like everybody's getting kind of random hands and full max pressuring it. So. Which, I mean, when you have like 10 to 30 big blinds like this is, I mean, this is just a very unique format to see.
Hey, Dennis, you're like free rolling on Dennis. You're basically like free rolling because you've been up.
PLO blackjack.
Like, you've been up like 30K off the past sessions right here, right? Like what? Off the live streams?
Okay.
Like you're just like you've been crushing it.
First live stream.
Oh.
I'm probably even on the live stream because it's my first one.
Yeah.
But I'm stuck $1 million in this month. A literal million.
Damn it! I think we're off.
I'm seeing in the chat here that the No Gamble No Future is a shirt from my buddy Billy, or DGAF, who was announcing last week. He did a great job. Yeah, I've definitely I've played untold hours with Billy. At other casinos, and he definitely was around when that phrase was being popularized. Good for him for monetizing it with some merch. So shout out to Billy.
Did he get his phone in or no? Did they grab his phone?
Oh, there's 3.
He did it? Oh, he's not. He's still here. Oh, he forgot. He might forgot.
He's driving home pissed right now.
Huh? Oh, he's on mic too. Yeah, he's on mic too. So. No.
He's like, fuck that shit, like off the freeway.
It's funny, I'm surprised Billy doesn't play Pot Limit Omaha or the previous announcer, DGAF, if you guys are familiar with who I'm talking about. He's a really fun guy to have at the table. He's great presence. Definitely gets in there and mixes it up a lot, which I feel like would lend itself so well to Omaha. But I see this a lot with people who you would think they play that kind of a loose, creative kind of style at No Limit, and you think, man, this would be like perfect. You would love Omaha, but some people just don't want to make the switch over, which was me for so long, so I can relate to that. But yeah, Billy just seems to have all the like makings of an Omaha player, but doesn't seem to play Omaha. But maybe that'll change. Maybe we can talk him into getting in there.
You're gonna lose no matter what. It doesn't matter.
We should get Billy on the stream. Let's get Billy on the PLO stream as a player. That's what I want to see. Let's see that.
For a bit, all right? Sam?
All right, you're off on drinks.
I guess every casino just does it now.
They just said Gummy Bear was playing, but I gotta come.
A lot of whales are just terrible.
Oh my God.
Matt was like,
so we can make this
oh, Superman's not playing? Okay, I'll be there.
Yeah, exactly. Right?
Mr. Luckbox.
Okay.
100.
He is.
What's up to Superman?
He really is the luckiest.
Oh, 100.
How do I get a monster when there's no straddle?
He gets around the back doors and the front doors.
Okay, 8, 6 is 7 away from the table. Yes, it's 4 players. Yeah.
Have you talked to Caroline? Any, like,
Oh, I play every Monday with her.
at HBC?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, usually.
Just tell them they're aces.
I thought it was Fridays. It's not Friday?
Oh, they do it too. I just go Mondays.
Wow, Sammy with the huge hand here.
The ROE, right?
260.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess, was this a bomb
5
pot or
cards,
something?
fine.
I'm trying to figure out how this action happened to get to this flop. But aces went down the drain pretty quick on that flop. A big Al flopping the nuts, but a very vulnerable nuts here. Let's see if the board pairs or a heart comes. Although he does have a king heart blocker, which is helpful in reducing somebody's chances of having a flush. Although in this instance, it's out there. Let's see what Matt does here. Yeah, it looks like Big Al's just going to fold. I thought he might have was going to maybe get creative and try to turn the king of hearts into a bluff, but typically do that with the ace of hearts with the king of hearts. But
Yes. Oh,
but
that's not fun. Don't show that.
yeah,
That's that, Matt.
nice,
Let me come
nice
in
board
late.
there
That's
from
the
Matt.
least I could do.
Appreciate it.
So actually now it looks like we only have 5 or 6-handed now. So It should be more appropriate to play more hands pre-flop with 6-handed versus 8 or 9. Although again, I don't think anybody's strategy is really changing much with the dynamics. I'm sure Matt's probably making adjustments. I think for the most part, everybody's here just to gamble and have a good time.
We gotta get them in, huh?
Yeah.
As they should.
Yeah. If we pass that up.
5K today.
Gerry, what's up, man?
I'll see you. All right.
Fuck the fights.
Me too. I know I can go bad. I want to get up, and then I'll leave.
Falls up 500.
Want to go together?
Yeah. He's on fucking.
You know the answer.
He's sitting down in the toilet, just watching the hands. You
There's
know?
only one solo. Like, do you share stalls?
Oh man.
We both go inside. We just
I queen.
cross swords. See which one goes the fastest, longest.
Swords?
Oh.
Very ambitious by calling those swords.
Yeah,
I mean, there's not enough.
Gotta
Soda
hope.
cans.
Billy, I want one of those shirts. Addy Gav, hook me up with a no gamble, no future medium.
PLO.
I'm in. I like it.
Actually, I'll stay with this.
Preferably long sleeve shirt. Casinos are cold. If you guys have long sleeve, I'll take it.
Let's do a round of 5-5 hold'em.
That's so cool, Billy. Congrats on that merch, man. I can't wait to see what the next line is. The next shirt. There's got to be a lot of things you can think up with.
Chop it between these two. Yeah, exactly. Oh, bad feet, you guys.
Maybe like a shirt with Young Man or something. I don't know. Young Man's a classic LA poker figure that Billy's pretty fond of, I'm sure. Maybe we can make a Youngest Man shirt. Shout out to Young Man.
I got you a little present for you.
Oh, nice.
High stakes poker
Michael Pittman,
legend on the West Coast.
Rookie auto patch, okay?
Really?
Yeah, like it's signatured and like there's like a game worn little piece
sweet,
of jersey
man.
on there.
Thanks, dude. I gotta buy some of his stuff and some Taylor stuff. How much is it? One what?
200 straight.
Straight or gay? I thought it was 200 gay.
It was straight over there, but it became gay over
Yeah. Bisexual. I'm gonna bet a bisexual.
So we got Alfie pumping it up with his double suited connector.
You got pot, right?
200, 200.
I don't know. 160.
40.
Looks like he's in the cutoff.
Ow, stop arguing. Oh, he's in.
Borderline $40 hand over here.
That's like 9975 double suited hand, for example. It'd be a pretty tough, it'd be a pretty big ask to try to play that from the big blind, from the blinds in the race pot, but in position it's more feasible.
No, it's 105, not 100, and fucking slows it down for 10 minutes.
Can we round the pot up to 2,000?
Yeah, round up as much as you want.
Check.
Check.
I gotta check.
Check around.
Pot.
800. Oh man, I just realized I forgot the tipper on that pot we shot. You
It's
guys
like
rotate back.
Dennis is kind of doing a interesting play here. Kind of a bit of a merge with like a medium strength hand with some drawing possibilities, but
May or may not have a pair here.
I think it's gonna work.
I have a single pair.
It's gonna work.
What's your retro?
Flush draw, straight draws, pair draws.
Wait, are we doing we're doing a bump pot?
No,
Can
we
get
just
back?
said left card.
We already did it. Pay it up.
Definitely a good hand to be aggressive with, but if he faced a raise, obviously that'd be
We're
a pretty untenable spot that he'd probably have to just
when they both
fold.
get back, but that's not for the time.
But not a bad hand to take the initiative with, and just kind of hope nobody has anything and take it down like he did. So
Yeah, we would have
aggression paid off there.
Oh, so we're not doing a pump pot for collection.
Not this time because they weren't here.
I thought we were doing a pump for collection. That's what I thought.
Yeah, collection is basically the rake, another word for rake for the unfamiliar. Instead of raking out money on every single hand, they basically just you pay the money up front for the rake. And you can either pay it per player, or sometimes all the players will pull their money together. It'll be like one big gamble where one person, if it comes up their number, they pay the rake for everybody, basically.
What the fuck is going on right now?
But I'm not sure how they're doing it.
Shut the fuck up, dude.
Who's starting you, bro? Can't you tell?
Oh my god, I
I don't know what's going on, dude. I don't know what's going on.
You knew the deuce was coming.
I don't even know what's going on right now.
I'm not sure if there's a fight over how the rake or time's going to be collected, but that would not be the first time that's happened.
He wants to make them in.
I'm trapping. I believe I'm
Hippopotamus.
setting a trap here.
How much is it?
40. Crap.
No, pot.
200.
Oh, spot.
I want to bet Chinese so bad.
Fully.
Let's do it.
Let's go, Alfred. I mean, one Alfred, one Alfie.
We got Matt in there with the kind of clunky double suited hand. He's got an ace high clubs though.
He can't beat the field.
I for sure the best.
I'm scared now.
I'm always scared.
Sammy pumping it up with an ace-king double-suited hand. Great hand to pump it up with.
That's not a bad flop.
And Big Al with the big flop here, flopping a pair of threes and a king high flush, which will be the best flush. He's not up against the ace high diamonds, thankfully. Let's see how aggressive Big Al plays it with the pair and draw.
That makes my diamond's gonna come to win.
It's not much more, right?
No.
And Matt's in a tricky spot if you're deep with top and bottom and only a backdoor club draw, but in shallower stack situations, he's probably just gonna call it off with this two pair and hope to fade diamonds and hope he's not up against a set, which he's not. So he's seeing the kind of hand he wants to see.
Nice hand.
Was that a tilt call?
I was in the head when you came.
I know.
Yeah. Big Al's three dangler came through to make two pairs, so the top and bottom pair is so easily run down in Omaha. It's a real tough hand to play. But given the stack depths and stuff, it's probably an acceptable stack off there, I'm sure.
Al, this could have been your Steve.
I know, right? Could have been.
Should have been.
Could have been. Could have, would have, should have.
Dust. Okay, I'll
All
leave
right.
it with 80.
All right, you're 160, so.
I'll leave it with 80. You can do the 80.
Where's those black and salmon? Take shots. Who's taking shots? Is this yours?
They gotta be
Yeah.
You want the 80.
No, he doesn't.
Oh, okay, my bad.
Yeah,
Oh, well, okay. I thought you got sorry. So it's not okay. My bad.
Yes, me too. You would be convinced.
I was just like, okay, you can have it.
We'll pot again.
Wow.
340. Race to 340.
Looks like Malibu's feeling it with the 10-10-7-6 rainbow. Okay, all right. I was gonna say that would be. I guess I should probably just wait and let all the cards play out here before I comment.
No choice. Calling for the chop.
All right, good deal. You want to just chop it now?
Lose the 80.
You can chop
Louis,
the straddle.
Louis.
Again?
Louis.
I've been scanning these things. I think that's you, Dennis. Hold on, wait, let me look at this again. I might have a 5. All right, I check. I don't have a 5.
Wait, why is it 160 if the rig's 112?
I might have a 5.
Why do you have 160?
Check.
It's going to be an opportunity for Dennis to take away the pot here from him with aces on a board like this, but looks like he's not going to apply any pressure, which would be a good spot with the eights. He blocks straights. Nobody's showing any interest in the hand, but.
2,000.
2,000. You buying it for 2K?
So blackjack went well? All right. All right, he's back.
Victor, you weigh one here?
Straddle 100.
I told him if you lost, you're going to be punting that microphone.
This is where I get felted.
Yeah, for some of the people in the chat saying this is like bingo or blackjack, it definitely is a lot more of a gamble. But like I said, it's just with the 1,500 cap buy-in, and then with people straddling the blinds up so much, it's just making it basically like the late stage of a tournament or something. It's definitely playing a little peculiar, but we'll see. We'll see if people start adding on more.
He's got 2,000 behind him.
As he is right here. Nobody's really doing like the 5K add-on or the I guess buying in for 2K, which is 500 more than the 1,500 cap start buy-in, but
250.
I thought people could buy in for more than that, but maybe they're just buying in for 2. We'll see.
Why did I stick around? It's not 2. Go to the bathroom. I'm like, wait. Somebody said 100 straddle. I'm like, I'll sit back down.
The pro, like I don't know, like the only
I was like, I'll sit back down.
Because pros only do pot
You're a pro, Matt?
I mean,
at what though?
if you didn't pot it, like you did 250, that's a sign of possible.
Looks like Matt's being questioned if he's a pro or not, because he does kind of look like central casting for a poker professional. The demographic, Matt definitely looks like a pro poker player. I'd say more than some other players. Just,
Yeah.
but,
I'm just kidding.
You guys reduced 245 right now.
Aces. You have aces too?
Hey guys, scan your cards.
Oh yeah, once.
But he also has a real job. He has a real job. He's a responsible fellow.
Bathroom and you're like, 100 shot. I'm like, I want to catch this hand.
Yeah, once for the pro.
Wow, 2 aces here. Alfie's not in bad shape here with queen 10-9 rundown.
He says 5.
Especially when both people have aces, you're in a great spot with the queen 10-9 8 double suited.
Why did I go pee?
Oh my god.
Why did I just go pee?
How bad did I get
I think Alfie's maybe even a favorite there, actually.
Why did I just go pee?
He's got his clubs covered from Matt, but yeah, he's doing great there.
It's easy. Just get double suited
That's a
aces
huge
and
hand.
get the three-way.
That's a huge hand. You love seeing 2 people have aces when you're in there with a rundown. That's like the dream scenario.
I was gonna go to the
It says 5. It comes 5.
22, 24.
I didn't even press the pot button. He just 250 it. With double suited aces.
Is that the pro move?
Like a
You guys
pro.
got it in so good.
Like a pro. And he just gets everyone to get it all in, and it's just free rolls somebody on the flop like that. Just who's the pro?
Wow.
5.
Why did I just go pee?
Sometimes you gotta wish it into existence.
What? Onions and peppers and whatever.
Only a fucking fajita, not a quesadilla.
Right. I did not want to see it.
They give you a quesadilla, give you a fajita.
No? Well, hey, I win one, you win one. You know, we'll trade off.
Give you a fajita quesadilla.
Yeah, fajita quesadilla. We gotta rename it. Now short stack ninja again.
Thank you.
I don't know how to play deep stack. I'm only a tournament pro.
You're just the regular cash game pro.
It looks like we have another like kind of all-in bingo bet here for 500.
Let me get rid of these yellow chips because these are cumbersome. Like, I'm gonna sell them to you.
Definitely makes it a weird dynamic when you know somebody has all their money in blind. It obviously changes all the hand values. You know, you look down at a hand like queens or kings,
200.
a hand that you might play with some finesse in a deeper stack, normal situation. Obviously, it becomes pretty attractive when somebody's just throwing in 500 without looking at their cards. Yeah, Alfie, with exactly what you want to see here. Ace, king, king.
It doesn't matter.
You know I'm a donkey. I love fucking gambling, but
You
like.
want to leave an option once in a while, someone wants to go crazy.
I see. The baby is down there somewhere.
Somebody's going 500. I got a pair.
I haven't looked. I have not looked.
Dennis has a flush.
Yeah, it does have a flush. Did you go blind? Oh, no.
Wow, Al, what's the suck out?
Al always shows the doogie first.
Can you tell me
Wow.
Michael?
Sure.
The ace queen runs down the ace king king. Nice stroke of luck there from Big Al.
He's gonna go hot box the Rolls Royce.
Apparently, suited ace. That's called a ham hand. Never fold suited ace, right hand? Never fold suited ace.
For the record, I was a big fish in the home game. For the record.
This game
Take a second.
here.
What fucking
I know, right?
So I see some people in the chat asking how can you go all in for 500 pre-flop in a pot limit Omaha game. That's a good question to ask. That is true. It's technically against the rules. That's definitely over pot, but obviously this is a kind of like a novelty type game, so to speak, where kind of the rules are kind of made up by the players in the game, kind of like it would be in a home game or a different environment. But yeah, in a typical casino poker game, you wouldn't be able to just go on for 500 in a 5-10 or 10-20 Omaha pot game. You'd only be able to come in for like $80. But obviously this is a unique scenario with the stream game, and people are wanting to jack around and have fun. So.
Is Al the only one taking this seriously? Yeah, Al is playing premiums only. He's playing boards above us. Is that legal?
Looks like we got Big Al with a huge hand, ace, king, king, double high suited. I mean, that's about as good as it gets.
I'm trying to break even and go home.
Let's punish him.
Sammy's got a good hand to crack his hand though with the 7-6-5-3, although his spades are covered, but that's a good rundown hand. It's a good hand to run down aces or kings with. Sucks the spades are covered, but we can't have it all.
Right? Wait, do you have your watch on the time or no? or you just wear it just to wear it?
What kind of stupid fucking question is that?
A fake Rolex won't have time on it, bro.
Gets away with it, you
Vic,
know?
verify,
He's too
bro.
charming.
Listen to
How
it.
can we say no to him?
Ticket, bro. Definitely ticket. That's a ticket, bro.
But yeah, that's what I love as a PLO player, like switching over from no limit to PLO. You just see a lot more things like this where people going all in blind, wanting to gamble. Whereas no limit, everybody's, fighting tooth and nail over small edges and staring each other down, and it's a totally different vibe. Obviously not all Omaha games are like that. Tournaments are though, especially, but yeah, it's just a way more loose, fun vibe in Omaha. So you'll see people that might do things that are not typically seen in like a normal no limit game or a limit hold'em game. It's a lot more gambling. You see a lot of flipping, a lot of prop bets, going in all in for 500 pre-flop. Like you see these things a lot more in an Omaha game than a no limit table. Top set for Matt. Although, man, he just happens to be up against the Jack 9 nut straight, which is pretty bad luck. I mean, let's see if he can fill up here.
You win.
Very clutch flop there for Malibu with the Jack 9. That's a tough spot there for Matt. People are stacking off all kinds of silly hands, and he's in there at top set, and somebody actually's got some.
Like you, just don't teach me anything. The last thing I want to learn is
tough hand for Matt.
Oh, I have to pay him too?
Don't worry, you just keep cheering for whoever you want on the table. See how that goes for you all night. Definitely cheer. I like it. I gotta have one guy that I want to stack.
Yeah.
But it's not you. It's not.
Who's it?
I have to stack Al once. I have to. It's like Al's the guy that like everybody like knows is the hardest person to stack at the table. So like.
Only in this game. Only on TV.
Did I give you something?
I stacked like only earlier.
Yeah, you got me.
What?
You did. You stacked me earlier.
Reebok?
I know. I think the odds were like plus 900 that I would stack you.
What hand did you have?
Not this hand. I was first 20 to call.
I still think you're the pro at the table. Don't get me
Matt? Hell yeah. He even looks like one.
No matter what happens.
I'll stand up for Matt here. He's not a strict professional poker player. He's a very good player. And I think he definitely probably could be if he wanted to, but he's got a job. He's got a life outside of poker. He's not a 50-hour-a-week poker player kind of guy.
You're just
good, but they just try to keep it clean probably.
You dirty that ship trying to keep it clean?
No, like keep it.
But I don't blame. I totally can see why the other people at the table are pegging him as like a poker pro.
Sam. So you didn't tell me what time it was.
Bro. I thought you were bad luck when it comes to blackjack. That motherfucker,
I'm telling
bro.
you, he's the worst.
We were 4,000. We didn't win a single fucking hand.
It's actually nice to see Matt in this game because he plays Omaha at this casino. He's played at this casino a lot over the years, so it's nice to see kind of native casino players in this casino get on the stream.
And then
it's so hard.
On the bus there,
and the only time you won is when I came over there.
To not win one hand.
Fucking 16 with 4 cards, and we needed a bust and no bust.
Yeah, on the 4 cards, 16.
Twice.
17.
What the fuck?
And then the dealer opens ace. The dealer opens ace, and we have 20, and she hits a 9.
Top set here for Matt, which is obviously you're a little fearful of Jack 10, but obviously against one player, he's feeling pretty good about his hand. Not having to fade any flushes, pretty clutch as well.
Yeah.
You guys don't play UTH? Just play blackjack?
It's also not a bad spot to check and trap if you're Matt with aces here. I mean, you're not afraid of the board pairing. You're not afraid of any flush coming.
He makes up his chips to go to blackjack, huh?
Yeah, exactly.
Perhaps if he checked here, a guy with King Jack might maybe bet it thinking it's good, or like a quasi semi bluff because he blocks the straight. He's got a straight outs. Whereas when you lead out with a set of aces here, you kind of make it easy for Tiger King to do the right thing. But can't win a big pot in Omaha unless you start betting though. So I don't blame Matt for betting as well. Pros and cons to either option there.
Yeah, bicycle and hustler.
Not have some highlight hand for the stream.
It's kind of hard to get called there unless somebody happens to have a set or a straight though when you're betting.
That's a good chunk of there. It's a triple up and you're up.
But they do have double black right here. That's why they got money right now.
So a check seems decent. It's a decent chance to slow play there out of position with that kind of board and that kind of hand.
If you go with Gunny Bear, just don't play none no more.
Honestly, bro.
Don't play any more.
Double paired hand for Victor. I love these double paired hands in Omaha.
I should have thought about that.
Who doesn't like flopping a set 25% of the time? That's pretty sweet. Obviously, prefer not to have a lower pocket pair for obvious reasons, but YOLO.
That's a spirit.
Did I put 10 already, or did I? No.
You guys got Matt in the game now.
Play the rush.
Let's go.
He's definitely got the biggest wad on him. What was that?
I'm half Armenian. I'm good for the game, bro.
You know I'm half Armenian
Oh.
too. Perfect. That works out. Man, that guy, some Armenian guy got me unstuck last night. Like I was in for 5 and just like.
That's why I'm here for you.
Unstuck.
Fucking PLO.
I got one more double up in it for you.
Last night. Yeah.
Here?
No, me and Sin.
Oh.
Yeah.
What, 11?
I'm surprised you didn't
All right, Victor's set came through. It was 25%. Flopping the set came in. We got a set of 4s here for Victor.
For 2 reasons.
Top 2 pair for Tiger King. This is going to be fireworks probably. There is a straight on the board, but I'm not sure how much that'll be considered, to be honest.
I'll be like Marina and cancel on the day before the show.
At least you got a set to run it down.
What happened to Marina?
She's fucking DJ until like 10 in
Let's
the
see
morning.
what happens here.
Good for her.
Yeah.
That's the Brazilian model, right?
Yeah.
Kind of prudent fold there from. I wasn't expecting to see top 2 pair folded in this game the way it's played, but good fold. Good fold at the 8-6.
But you know, take Marina.
Fucking, that's why Sam,
this? Come on now.
Fucking, that's why Sam brought the Rolex and everything.
Yeah, with the 8-6 there, you can be, you can be beat to a set, you can be beat to a straight, even if you're ahead. There's all kind of future straight cards in the turn, higher 2 pairs. It's a tough hand to play.
She's really good, actually. She crushed it at.
That's a bad luck hat, bro. You should have had throw
Nah, bro, hey. This hat put me in
Where's
here.
your breakfast dishes at? I'm making side orders.
A lot better having like, top 2 pair with like an ace-queen 4 flop with ace-queen than obviously 8-6-4 where, the turn's going to bring, it's going to be bad for your hand a lot more than it's going to be good.
It just.
Oh, tell me, right?
Yeah. What is that? 30?
40.
Ah, look at this.
That's 20
Look
right
at
here.
this thing.
20 of this right here. 20 something. 40. Fucking dangler. Right? Oh, shit. Fucking hate danglers.
Lost my 1K chip, though. How do I do it?
Oh, this big blind lost to 1K. Oh, this big
I
blind.
think Dennis took this paid on black, right?
I don't think
You're
so.
adding
Big
big
blind.
blind.
Can we waste some time and run the tape back to check it?
What was your blind last time?
1 1/4. So what? You like me saying?
So did you buy the money?
All right,
You
let's
bought
check
it,
to
right?
see if this was a misdeal.
You bought it, right? 'Cause you missed.
why you're a big blind.
He missed the blind. He missed the blind, so he bought it.
No, misdeal.
Looks like we're having some debate over if the button's right or not. Looks like there's some action though, so I don't think there's going to be anything they're going to do about
It's on
it.
you, 125.
Oh,
Right.
125.
Make him put that 20 in there.
Deal me a next hand.
Pretty nice hands here for Malibu and Tiger King.
They mute me or whatever. They mute me now or whatever. However it works.
Oh, like you sweat, buddy.
Sammy with a pretty terrible hand. But it looks like he's wanting to see a flop. You lose 100% of the hands you fold, so he's going to get in there. And there you go. He's rewarded with the flop and trip twos. He had a good deck read, it looks like. Good old deck read from Sammy.
Instant apology. I knew that's his range.
Oh, yeah, I said I got a really shitty hand. What do you expect?
Unfortunately for Sammy, I don't think anybody's going to have anything to continue with. It's a pretty orphan flop.
Let's go.
Not many draws or flush draws, straight draws.
This one was shit.
Yeah, everybody's just going to
I knew
fold.
that was you.
Tempting to slow play in Omaha, but it's always risky. Don't blame him for betting his trips there.
He just falls for it like.
Let's get him. 500 more.
I have no chance.
5,000?
I have 5,000.
Lion King, not Tiger King.
Correct. Let me get really tilted, then we'll get there.
Who got the guacamole?
I know you're better than that. I mean, you know that. That's his range.
He's a pretty tight player.
Yeah. What do you need? Yeah, what is it?
He's a
I
tight
just thought
player.
that was his range for when he said that comment.
I was just like,
All right.
Just allow the word range at the table.
Yeah.
I'm gonna come here for
high cards.
fucking
I
strategy.
know that even if you think I'm bullshitted, you're gonna fold to a pocket if you don't have it.
100%.
Straddles, man?
I know how you play too.
We're off, right?
Oh, that's not bad. Sorry, but 20 out of
Looks like at the conclusion of this hand, I'm going to duck out for a few minutes. I got to use the restroom.
Figure it out.
So there's going to be a few minutes of table talk with no commentary.
What's the max?
And I'll be back shortly after this hand.
I actually want to get
That is all your range, right there, buddy.
Wow, Denis with a big hand. And he's going to get some action.
outside of.
It's a good thing about playing a lot of hands and being an action player. When you get these big hands, you're definitely going to get played with.
We never left.
Never left. We never left.
He's going to earn all the action. He's going to get this hand. Let's see what happens here. I assume Matt's... well, it's going to be interesting to see what Matt does here. Since Dennis is such an action player, he's probably going to be inclined to call, even though he probably would prefer to have a little better holding than this, but...
Thank you. Something 9-7 deuce, Badoogie.
It's about as good a flop as Matt's going to hope to get with the flop and a nut flush draw. His 2 sevens would probably be good for a boat. He's got some outs here. But yeah, 60-40. Pretty classic confrontation in Omaha with the big draw versus a made hand.
Yeah, so Dennis is all in for 1,060.
Obviously, if he had 2 hearts, he'd be about like 44%, which would be better, obviously. But
always one time. Ready? Yeah. Right, Matt? Always.
All right, the 40% came in. Aces get cracked a lot in Omaha. That's definitely something you got to get used to. Switching over from no limit to PLO is the aces go down in flames quite a bit.
All right, 500 straddle for you.
And I will be back shortly.
Restraddle.
This is fun. Lost every hand.
Those are bad luck chips, bro.
I have in my bag. I'm in there. Yeah.
Oh, you're putting the 5? Okay, did I put mine first?
Yep.
Straddle in 500, all in.
I'm just kidding, I don't know why.
40. I should have known. I should have known better. You're adding 500 on this?
No. I mean, he bought it.
For the record, anytime it's 500, it's all in. Over here on this side.
Yeah, correct.
You're 500 total, then?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all in. If you win, he plays. If he loses, he goes to back right.
Al, you're first. 500 to go. All in.
That's a call?
No, you have an oop hand, huh?
Cross the line.
Yeah, he's eyeballing it. He's eyeballing it.
Alright, Alfie. Clear.
Oh. Alfie made the
2,000.
noise. He made the noise.
You want to go 3 times, Dennis?
1 time. Asshole.
Yeah, flip over 2. Flip over 2. Let's flip them all. Here.
No. 2 cards. It's fun.
Send it.
Oh, I had the nuts on that.
Alright,
I have your outs.
one time. Run it.
He's waiting. He's waiting for the.
Oh, for who?
They need to commentate on how beautiful they played these hands.
Like these 2 idiots.
Everyone's learning a lot.
They're in again.
Oh boy.
It's a
Call for
goddamn
the
bingo
2?
game, and
You have a pair. I have a pair of 7s, right?
Here's a pair of 4s. And a Dewey.
Wow, what a suck up.
There we go. All in blind.
oh, out. Class.
With the box chips?
I would have done the same thing if I saw it.
I have a 7. Wow, it's so sick.
Oh, Ace of Diamonds, 7 of Hearts, Jack of Clubs,
We should have gone 3 times, Dennis.
Ace of Diamonds, 9 Hearts, Jack of Clubs, 7 of Hearts.
So lucky I didn't have more behind.
Double game with no ready. Yeah, but I'm saying like.
Are you guys winning this?
Prefer to play fucking home games and shit. Such a big race.
No, I know. That's why I like it.
I don't really play casinos, but casinos I'm always over there.
You can see him fall asleep sometimes. But your short stack is your game.
I know. I don't know why I popped more.
10, 20, 40? No.
You can straddle the button. They said it's okay.
I prefer it to be over there so I can double.
I know.
Take it. Okay. No, they said you can't. Oh, wait.
You can't straddle the button.
You could.
Yeah, you could.
You couldn't, and you could, and then it changed it.
Well,
Now we can do it again.
They don't want you to do it. I don't know.
That's suspect. You guys fucked everything up.
It's just so much less action. Whatever.
There's a straddle on the button. 40 to
This
call.
game's gonna get ruined.
Big first. $40 blind straddle. C3.
Okay, fair point. Call.
Raise the
Alright.
call.
I'm gonna try and play good for about 7
Yeah, round 2 tickets.
Start the clock. Let's take shots.
One orbit.
Who wants shots?
Yeah, shot time.
Vic, let's give Vic some shots.
No.
He doesn't drink.
Because you don't care, right?
He plays worse sober, though.
I'm our best.
We get another round at least?
I'm doing for making money. I don't have anything to do with the games. It's all VFE, so yeah.
You sell it every year?
Yeah.
Who next week?
I have all the Rams games, all inclusive. Huh?
Oh, next Monday I heard about the 25.
No, I'm talking about
No, the Rams tickets. Rams team tickets.
Oh yeah.
I'll buy something the cheapest ones. I don't care for who buys one to go see. Take my.
He's on me.
All right, back in the action.
I don't care. I just want to go watch the game. I don't give a fuck about either team.
So yeah, it's all inclusive.
Hey, how much are the boxes? Like the.
Dennis, are you almost at 10K?
For a bad team. Find that out for me.
Yeah, I don't anticipate too many fireworks on this flop. Looks like There's not a lot of intersection between the hands here. Whoever's most aggressive is going to take this pot down.
That'd be cool.
Yeah, let me find out.
And the aggression from Tiger King's paying off.
My boyfriend won't let me go.
Don't you go with Sammy? He jumps with Sammy?
My boyfriend gets very jealous.
I understand.
I actually never saw Tiger King on Netflix. I think I'm the only person who never got to see Tiger King.
Big blind, Ruben. Big blind, Ruben. Big blind, Ruben.
Tiger King, bro.
Tiger King.
Ruben.
Simba.
my name.
Simba.
Simba. I was waiting for somebody to call him Tiger Queen or Simba or something. You usually see a lot of ribbing at the poker table, so I'm not surprised to see him getting roasted a little bit.
All right, I set you guys all up.
Yeah, now you're a tight player.
Yeah. I folded one in a row.
All right, I'll be tight too.
You spent a long time developing a loose image, and then
boom.
Make it.
Sammy's the king of raising. And
I don't know. This much.
Raise. Pretty good skill.
I don't play that hand, you piece of shit.
What did your hat say, best friend? 240?
Right, really nice hand here for Sammy. The double suited rundown. He's got the gap at the bottom, which you'd prefer for the gap at the bottom and not the top. And actually, since he does have a gap, actually, in Omaha, if you have a gap in your hand, you can make the biggest straight combination, like a 16-20 card wrap, which you can if they're consecutive. You'd rather have your cards be consecutive 4 in a row, but one side benefit of having a gap in it is if you do flop a big straight draw, sometimes you can flop the biggest of draws, which is like a 16-20 card wrap, if you have a one gapper. But you would prefer to have the smoother equity distribution of a 10-9-8-7. But when he does flop big here, he's going to flop a like, I mean, wow. What a flop. Speak of the devil.
My magic. This is my magic. This is my big hand, though.
Ace of clubs on the turn, please.
No diamond.
Wait, what? How did
The winger now?
I'm not sure how that hand folded. I guess it was folded pre-flop. A big wrap hand.
It always comes. It always comes.
Obviously, ace high flush draw, and the straight draw is obviously top hand.
I'm like looking at it. I'm like, did I lose?
But wow, that's nice luck there from Dennis, fading the diamonds.
Now I'm just gonna make sure I see the river. No, I would have got the turn. You see ace 3? No, 6-8.
Tough beat there for the ace 10 of diamonds, ace 10 of diamonds.
Another Curran. Stop for me. I'll just call. I want to take pop.
I can't call her.
Somebody said they just tuned in and learning. All right.
Flush draw and an overpair?
That's nice. It's kind of hard to teach strategy. Some of these games are playing so weird. It's like
the guy who's losing everything.
It's kind of not really applicable to what you would experience at a neighboring casino in LA or in Vegas. It's kind of a unique format with the straddles and the blinds. But obviously, that's as a PLO player. I mean, that's why you like playing PLO.
Yeah.
You like these kind of environments. So. Getting some cutout here.
Get your ass back over here, fish.
Oh, you back?
Yeah.
Got him.
Too late, buddy.
Do I smell?
Yeah.
Were they watching the intros where we're talking shit about everybody?
All right, I think we're back. I think we have the issues fixed. I guess in the chat, if you guys want to say if my audio is coming in good or not, but I think we're back to square one here. But thanks for bearing with us through the difficulties. As you know, we're kind of new to the stream. We've only a few weeks in. There's going to be some kinks to work out, but looks like we got it back going. Appreciate it. Appreciate you guys' patience. Thankfully, I don't think there was a hand of consequence that happened during that 3 or 4 minutes of bad audio. Thankfully, you guys were able to watch it at least. But looks like we're good. For those that just tuned in, I am Adam Johnson, Comedic Gamble on Instagram, Brawsworld84 with an H, Brawsworld84 with an H on Twitter. I've been playing poker full time for like 17 years. About 5 or 6 years ago, I switched over to Pot Limit Omaha as my main game. I still play quite a bit of No Limit, but when I drive to the casino, I'm looking to play Omaha first. So definitely looking forward to passing on my experience playing a lot of live Omaha over the years, especially a lot of live Omaha in Los Angeles and Vegas.
No, I'm just raising.
And yeah, you know, per PLO game, you got a lot of straddles going. So
Let me get these in.
I'm not full.
a lot of poop being thrown around, so to speak. So we'll see what happens here.
All right, 320, so it's 510 straddle, re-straddle, and there's another straddle.
Who made it 160?
I raised.
Oh, you raised no.
Yeah, this is just sheer shenanigans.
How do I do this stuff with the cards like this?
So you pop
Spread it out. Spread it in a circle.
I mean, that was blind.
Yeah, so it's
blind pot.
So like,
no option.
I'm just raising. So, like, I should just go with anything.
Have you looked?
The camera doesn't lie. I have looked.
These are some weird
But I don't have any suits. I'm just gonna fold.
That's a good.
I don't have any suits.
You just played that hand perfectly.
Yeah, they're all blank cards.
Prudent fold there with the rainbow hand, folding the rainbow.
Oh, man. I'm trying to get a read on you.
I'm trying to get his 5K back from last stream.
Oh my god.
Wow, I'm proud of you, bro.
Yeah. Unlucky sweat.
All right.
You got a swim naked hat, a no gamble, no future shirt. You got a lot of you got the old throwback Dare shirt. I was enrolled in the Dare program as a youth.
It's a raise.
Put the 25 back.
It's a raise.
Flop on
Put the 25 back.
That's the only reason why I called.
I mean, well, it's considered a straddle, right?
Yeah,
That was because you had a good hand.
3 ways.
I said it was a raise.
Did it work though?
Oh, I should have never folded.
Who knows?
Oh boy.
All right.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, nothing.
Hot. Oh my god.
Pot odd. Mr. Pot odd.
Tiger King full sending it here with the top pair, pocket pair kicker, I guess. Thankfully, he's not up against much. Looks like we're fast forwarding to catch up. All right, we just time traveled. That was fun. A little time traveling.
Can I get a coffee?
Do it again.
Al's back.
One thing I'm surprised at so far, given the level of action, I don't see anybody drinking any alcohol. I guess it is a little early. It's 7 p.m. here on the West Coast, but as much action as the game's been, I kind of figured people would be throwing back a few pops, but I don't see anybody tipping back pops. Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah, and yep, sorry for the technical difficulties again, guys. It's
Hey everyone, Garrett Adelstein here. Make sure you check out Hustler Casino Live this Friday on YouTube. I'll be hopping in the mix, and I'm pretty confident it's going to be wild.
Shout out to Garrett, an old No Limit foe of mine back in the day when I used to play No Limit. Maybe Garrett made me switch to PLO. He's so tough to play against. Garrett Adelstein, phenomenal player. What a fun watch. Looking forward to seeing. I haven't seen Garrett in a few years since the pandemic. But we'll have to go out and see a Sebastian Maniscalco comedy show or something sometime. Garrett's a big comedy fan, so we'll have to have him come out to one of my comedy shows. I'm 5 years into doing stand-up comedy myself in Los Angeles. If you go to Comedic Gamble IG, you'll see future shows and whatnot. And I got a lot of gambling and poker jokes I tell on stage, obviously. But Garrett's been to a few of them.
When you buy your way out, you do not get the hand. You want to come in for another 30?
No, he put 50.
Garrett, we got to go to the comedy store. We got to see a Bill Burr or Sebastian set. Let's do it. It's like the best part about living in LA is you got like the best comedians performing every single night at the store or the Improv. It's pretty cool about living in LA to see that. Any given night, you can see just like an unbelievable performer.
It's on camera. They can't scam you on the street.
What's 100 minus 50? You want to take your game? You can do it.
He only knows how to game now, Lauren. He knows how to 3x plus the trail.
Fine, she won't get tipped.
Yeah, I kind of want to see Garrett play PLO. Actually, that would be very interesting to see Garrett play Omaha.
No tips.
That'd be fascinating.
No tips or no.
I always am curious about the great No Limit players in LA like Garrett and Shane Rose. I always was curious what their games would be like if they switched over to PLO. Obviously, don't blame them for sticking to no limit. They're great players, making a lot of money in those games, for sure.
450 plus.
What do I do here?
Whatever you want. I don't care.
We're gonna bluff.
Oh!
The knit wars.
Wow,
Wow, huge hand here. Some big hands. I thought he had nut flush draw. I guess he's got jack high diamonds. Not as sick as I thought at first glance. But.
Oh, dagger him again with the 3.
Looks like we're gonna have top 2 versus the draw. Diamonds in the open ender. Let's see what happens here.
One time.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Rigged.
Instantly pinches it off. Instantly.
18. Over to Dahl. Let me cover.
A bear top 2 and PLO is a bit of a treacherous play. He did have an open ender to the low side, but on a diamond board, I mean, stack depths, it's absurd to probably think anything's a fold, but kind of speaking more generally in a deeper format, just like a top 2 hand would be a hand you might want to play with a little finesse if you're deeper stacked, out of position on like a dynamic board.
Roll the heads up down.
He's thinking about it right now.
But most of these hands are so short, it's kind of see a flop and do a full send punt, so not a lot of complexity, multi-street thinking in this game so far.
I think you should buy 1,500.
But that may evolve as stacks get deeper. We shall see. I'm seeing some people in the chat ask about some references to learn. Yeah, there's a lot of good content to learn. My buddy Ryan Fee has a website called Upswing Poker that's actually really good. There's a really good Omaha program in there. I remember learning from Jeff Wang's books. Jeff Wang's books, they can get like at Barnes & Noble if those exist. Jeff Wang has some really good basic kind of level Omaha instruction. And I actually liked stuff from this guy named Casino Crime. He's got some PLO stuff out there that's really good. Casino Crime with a K. I'm blanking on his name right now, but he puts out good content as well. But yeah, there's a lot of great content out there. If you just seek it out, you'll definitely learn from it. The online games do play a lot different than live PLO games, so you're going to have to kind of ferret out what applies and what doesn't. But generally speaking, it's a good way to learn. As is watching these games, watching these live streams is a really great kind of capsule into seeing how live PLO is played. Although, like I said, I don't want you to give the impression that this is how it is at a normal casino. This is a pretty special game as far as the action goes.
Come on, Kyrie. Make it happen.
But yeah, there's a lot of good stuff out
Bryan's
there.
playing a hand right now? Get the fuck out of here. He's playing a fucking hand?
Yes, sir.
What the hell? Vic, did you talk to him, Vic, or what?
Yeah, we'll check out Run It Once, Upswing Poker, and then PLO Quick Pro is the program that Casino Crime does. John Beauprez is his name. John Beauprez, but he puts out some good stuff. I definitely learned from some of those books and programs, as well as Upswing stuff's good too.
You guys got that?
Yeah.
But there is no substitution for live fire, as they say. So you can do all the learning in the lab you want. It's being able to apply it when the bullets are flying is kind of what matters. But obviously, you want to put your best foot forward, and any learning you can do off the table is highly recommended.
14. Take it off the tab.
Leave it. Give it back.
All right, guys.
Probably going up.
It's going to be a collection. I haven't taken it.
What?
I thought we just did it. He should be paying it.
Yeah, I was supposed to pay it.
So, Al, you pay it.
It's 175. Thank you.
175.
What?
Yeah.
You're supposed to pay it.
We just did the bomb pop of the collection.
You're
You
supposed to pay
won the
it.
bomb pop.
Yeah, you won the bomb pop.
Oh, I won the bomb pop?
Remember that?
Oh, never mind.
I
Let's
don't
do
know what
another
bomb
hand.
But yeah, for those that are in the chat wanting to learn, yeah, I would just start out playing solid and tight, and just as you get more experience, you can kind of open up your game a little bit. But in live Omaha, you could really just get away with playing aces pre-flop and like big Broadway cards, and you might not be the favorite person in the game playing like that, but you'll win some money. It'll be an easier strategy to execute early on when you're learning, so you get your visibility up.
I'm preserving that stock. You're doing a good job.
I'm waiting for you.
Quota. He's like, I gotta make 1,500.
Yeah, I see somebody mention Jay Nandez as well. That's great as well. Although that's kind of specifically online oriented. I mean, there's definitely things you can take away from it. But But yeah, it's kind of tricky. Most of the content is kind of suited to live poker, but some of those programs have live sections that you can find.
Check, check. See 15 with your cards around when you get the chance? That's 103.
I've definitely played a lot with Jay Nando's in the World Series, like quarter 50, quarter games.
So who's playing very nitty?
Who's got the lowest bid?
Some people that instruct kind of don't actually play. He's a very experienced player, so you're definitely getting advice from. You want to get advice from people that are currently playing and experienced.
Sam, I think you have the lowest one.
Straddles, but like that's different. Isn't it different? Well, straddle is like 50. But like,
Ask the pro.
like
Bro, how do you define VPIP?
yeah, like
Paul, you're the one with the
I think
lowest
straddle
bid.
should count, right?
I mean, yeah, generally when I straddle, I see a flop too.
I think when they're talking about VPIP, this game's going downhill. Kind of talking about strategy. Sometimes that's like off-putting. Some say to talk like strategy at the table.
I don't even know what
But
VPP is.
I think they're
if
acting
you're
like
the
they don't know.
VIP is what they're trying to say.
Wow.
Everyone knows what VPIP is once Poker Bro came out.
VPIP is voluntary
right.
put and pot, basically measuring how often you're putting money in pre-flop and seeing flops. A higher VPIP is going to be a looser player. A lower VPIP will be a tighter player.
Game good.
Okay, this is
Do I have to?
But these people ain't playing like they're that into
I stacked someone in this table.
the super strat for sure. They're all playing for fun for sure, which is good. Makes it a fun stream.
All right.
Sammy is a
You know what?
he is a media expert.
I'll do it when I want to do it. Okay. So
Yeah, that's a trick.
work done while I was gone, or you?
I mean, if you
Well,
say
it's
like
like
I'm
no
gonna stack
straddle.
somebody,
No,
then
you went 2 hands.
make it bigger. See,
Down to 8.
I doubled them up right before you came.
Why
Dude, let me get a walk, please.
How much?
40 straddle?
Just for you off here.
140.
Matt has different plans for you.
Looks like we got Matt juicing it up here a little bit.
Better with the white chip in there.
He's definitely gambling. An ace 8-8-5 single suited would not be a quote unquote pro raise, so to speak.
Teamwork. Yeah, I put this
So he's
forward.
definitely getting in there, being a little laggy, giving
Squeeze
some
them
action.
between us. That's great.
That side of the table's drawing dead.
I don't know. It's a good flop, but I check.
Check.
I think we're playing too fast.
Got Malibu with the flop in the boat, man. 10-6.
1 second,
Looks like there's no other 6 out there. It's going to be tough.
Bad read. Bad read.
1300.
It's going to be tough to get action here.
I think he folded. I think he folded.
Yeah, he did.
Maybe Sammy peels with the spades. Nope. Good fold.
I love when people show the 2 cards and you know what the other
You
2
show
are.
one, you're like, yeah, I got
I bluffed you. All right, just for that.
You're my favorite table.
Yeah, that's a great observation by him at the table. People always love showing a card, and they don't show the other card. Always is like the key card that matches the board. It's so silly when people do that, showing half their hand like they're doing something special. Don't bite the hook. Don't take the bait, y'all. They had it. Otherwise, they'd just show the bluff. They're trying to show a bluff. Just show both.
2 comps, you know, like
50
my
straddle.
guy's at the 1 comp already. Alfie gets 5 comps because he lost so much money in my house. Like,
Full girlfriend experience, Paul. How much?
Alfie's got you guys all beat. First of all, he gets the full.
So that means Alfie has like a 5-night stay at your house?
Oh, you're good, okay?
I mean, I got an extra bedroom.
Alfie doesn't have to use protection.
Oh.
Alright guys, 50 straddle.
Alfie.
Alfie's seen some of my
$50 straddle.
side rooms.
Straddle.
Oh boy.
Got a straddle here.
I'm playing for real now, boys.
Entendido.
Were we playing for figs before?
We're playing for fun on the first 15 minutes.
take it,
I
bro.
can't believe I doubled this fucking guy.
First 7,000 fun.
Oh, yeah.
See, we got some stacks now. We got. Looks like we got about half the table.
I
With,
can't get caught
you know,
angling on
5K.
camera, you know. I gotta save that for the 5 game.
hopefully, we can see like a 10, 15K pot here soon enough.
Honestly, we don't have any anglers at the table tonight. It's so refreshing compared to that guy Raj. It's just so sick.
What was he even doing on stream? Like everyone gets to see
steal
you.
people's side pots, even like grabbing it. Remember that?
Dude, I'm so sleepy. I don't even know what's happening.
Check. 250.
Gummy Bear's got an interesting hand here. They kind of wrap and a kind of baby flush draw. Of course, that's a problem with these small flush draws, and you're seeing 6, 7 ways of the flop. Your 5-high flush is just they're basically flush blockers. Like your 5-high flush is like basically never going to be good in a 7-way flop. But almost got to look at it more as like reducing somebody else's bigger flush draw in a way. But he still had the straight draw to go with it. But unfortunately, he had his flush, which he didn't want to hit.
It's like we're playing so fast, the commentary's like,
I don't think the commentary is on. They're listening to all this bullshit right now.
Yeah.
I feel like I haven't shut up this entire time.
You went for the home run.
I was going for a straight flush.
Oh, yeah.
And that's Tiger King taking it down.
High flush.
Although Gummy Bear got out of there pretty clean. He didn't lose too much on that. You could have definitely played that real aggressive and like maybe check raise that with a
You might be like,
with the double draw there.
Yeah, you're encouraging that.
It was a good time for him not to be aggressive. He would have ran into that higher flush draw and got
Wait, did I just fold the king?
got hurt pretty good. So it's a good time to show some finesse there from Gummy Bear.
Can we wait for Al? What are you playing? Would you have called if I bet?
He's locked in.
Obviously, if he takes a really aggressive line with that 5-4 hearts, I mean, a lot of times you will fold out bigger flush draws, which is helpful. But obviously, you're not going to fold out the nut flush
I
draw.
hate it
So.
too because normally when he does it to your chips, he'll like fucking palm a couple hundred and take them off.
But if he took an aggressive line on that flop, he definitely is going to get like, you know, in normal situations, he'll get like jack high and queen high flush draws to fold.
The flush draw, straight draw is the
Dennis, what are you drinking? Straight flush on the turn.
Yeah.
Moscow Mule?
A Moscow Mule.
What?
Tito's and club soda. Shit, I'm good right now.
Grab a tequila neat.
I'm drinking some like heartburn
Hennessy
medicine.
Coke, let's do a round of shots.
I don't like shots right now.
What shots? Big shots.
All right, yeah, alcohol is getting involved. This I figured this would happen earlier. This is
Superman, right?
This is kind of what I was expecting.
Well, yeah.
Although this is LA, for all I know, half the people are on edibles or are high from smoking before. Who knows?
Oh yeah, can I get a Red Bull too?
Mark was so funny.
But usually an action game like this, there's always alcohol usually. People usually order.
That's right.
0 to 100 really quick. I mean, I smoked him out a few blunts outside. He had a few drinks, and like he hit a couple pots that he should have never won, and then he was at like 13,000 suddenly, and he was freaking living it. But he was good for the game. When someone like that hits the 13K number, it's good for the game. Somewhat. I mean, energy-wise, but you're not getting it for free. That's for sure. He locked it up. He wasn't like. He gave a little bit. He gave a little bit. He even questioned himself. He's like, should I have called here? I feel like I'm giving away money. Like he had like jacks on like a low board. He like.
Check.
So anyway, Dennis.
300.
After this baccarat.
Don't expect too much action on this board.
I'll go with you too.
You guys want to do that? Fuck.
I don't have money.
Let's do it. Let's do $50 each and we'll.
How much do the ATMs dispense here? How much do the ATMs dispense?
500.
500? Everyone give me 50
I think 800 max. I think.
$50. $50.
You could
One,
probably do it.
two.
I don't think I have that much.
$50. We're gonna give it to Dennis. We're gonna do a bet together on Dragon.
Somebody's asking about the buy-in. Yes, there was a $1,500 cap buy-in to start the game. So that's kind of why it's been a little squirrely with all the all-ins. You know, $1,500 buy-in doesn't go too far when people are going all in for 500 in the dark and straddling for 200. Unsure what they can rebuy in for. So far, I think 2K has been the biggest rebuy.
Dennis running off for $5,000.
Wait, Gummy Bear's money's in there?
Yeah. Hey,
Never mind.
Give him his 50 back. Give him his 50 back. There's no way we're hitting you. Yeah,
that's a good idea.
He's a fucking mush.
That's a good idea.
Gummy Bear's off. In the bathroom.
We'll let you free roll.
We gotta go lock him in this room right here.
I'll give you 100, bro. I'll give you 100, bro.
I'll throw 50.
No, he's worth.
For the Panda Dragon bet, we're gonna.
Uh-oh.
Did you look?
So we got a big stacked opponent here with aces. We got a 5,500 stack. Let's see if he can collide with another 5K stack. Let's see some blood. Let's see some blood being drawn here. Oh, here we go. Kings. Single suited. You might just play this as a call, which is the right thing. It's a good play.
No.
Mike's off.
Half.
I don't see any other kings out.
Banker.
This is good for Gummy Bears. Chances of flopping a set of kings.
Put 12K on banker.
Check.
Ooh, flops the top set of aces. And that kind of sucks for him that he also has the queen. When you have aces here, you're hoping somebody has a set of queens that you're going to stack, but obviously he blocks that with the queen, so he's definitely boned about having that queen. Kind of is going to kill his chances of getting any action. There's no flush draw on this board. It's going to be tough to get. I guess the kings has a little bit of an inside wrap here. Now he's got the blockers to king jack, so I guess it's going to be interesting to see if Gummy Bear goes nuts here.
No, I said fuck.
I said fuck.
I wasn't sure if you said the F word or if you said pot.
Check.
But
Check around.
A jack? A jack?
Alfie checking back, worried about the king jack. And also, it might be hard for him to get called twice. Betting the aces on the turn and the river.
Call.
Call 400.
Straight?
I'm curious if Gummy Bear would have called a turn bet. Maybe he would have called a turn bet and folded to the river bet. So it probably ended up being kind of coming out in the wash. I think Gummy Bear is only going to call one bet there. And he might have folded on the turn, potentially. Although I'm not sure. It's definitely a spot where you could try to bluff, too. But when there's a re-raise pre-flop and there's an ace out there, it's kind of not a great spot to bluff because it's hard to get somebody off a set of aces. So it's kind of better to have a blocker in like a different type of situation than that exact one, to be honest. Because it's going to be hard to get somebody off a set of aces. Although obviously if you got a lot of pressure and you're sitting there with aces, he's going to have to think somebody has a straight because he blocks a set of queens, he has a set of aces. I mean, if he raised in there, he definitely think he's up against king jack. But he'd probably just call to try to peel the river. And then if you're bluffing there, are you going to bet 2 shells? Are you going to fire off on the river? Are you going to have enough heart to do that? That's because that's going to be what you're going to need to do if you're going to try to get aces off your hand. You're going to have to max pressure the turn and barrel the river and just hope he gives you credit for king jack. It's tough. It'll take a lot of moxie.
Let's go with 2. That's fine.
2 is fine. Yeah, it's 200. That's 200 and 2 pulls.
What happened?
Natural 9 again.
We win or lose?
Unbelievable.
Are we rich?
Natural 9.
I see somebody in the chat asking about, is there a consistent PLO game at the Hustler? You know what? I wouldn't be surprised if that kind of starts to happen now that these streams are going. At the moment, I believe there's just a couple games a week. But you can definitely call the Hustler Casino and ask, and they will let you know what days of the week it runs on. I think it's a set schedule, like twice a week. It's a really fun group. Caroline and Peter and Matt plays and Neil. It's a real fun group of people that play the Omaha game here. So it'd be a great place to learn Omaha, to be honest, if you're wanting to get some live experience. It's usually like a 5-5-10 game. I think it's like a 2K max, perhaps. But yeah, definitely come up here and check out the games. It's a good spot to learn. It's not as many pros at the Hustler. It's kind of more of a gambling vibe. Definitely a good place to learn.
Pop.
Don't matter.
Got him. Kind of miracle. Look at this.
Nice bet.
Oh, what's the river card? This one here?
You want to see if you're running back?
Wow. All I gotta do is call.
I see somebody in the chat, Surf Snowboarder. I don't know if that's my friend Jared from Tahoe, perhaps. I mostly play pretty much all the casinos in LA. You'll find me playing most of my hours. I also play quite a bit in Vegas at the Aria and Bellagio. Mostly play 510 to 50, 100.
So many outs and I couldn't hit none of them.
Probably play the most hours, like quarter, 25, 50 maybe over the years. But
Hey, was that salmon good or no?
you can find me at a variety of stakes. When you play high stakes poker, it's a lot of times the bigger games don't run all the time. So if you just want to get hands in, a lot of times you're going to have to play 510. Because there's not always a quarter 50 PLO or a 50, 100 PLO or 20, 40 PLO. I'm actually trying to work on that right now. I'm trying to get like a 10, 20 or quarter PLO game going somewhere in the city. Hopefully Hustler, just because it's, I like to play bigger than 510, but that's kind of the only daily game here in LA is like a 510 PLO.
He's actually playing.
And you can find those at Commerce, Hustler, Hollywood Park. They all have PLO in some form. Bike maybe occasionally, but Hustler is one of the main PLO spots, for sure.
He just catches the ball. You just punt him and he catches it.
Hello.
I wish I was like this a year ago in Malibu when we played.
Yeah.
And sober.
Somebody's asked me if I play Suited Superman. Yes, although I just knew him as Key. I didn't know he was like had this other thing going on. But yeah, I play quite a bit with Key if I'm thinking of the right person. Yeah, he's a good player. He gets in there and seems like he's a good hand reader. Yeah, he can play.
Like fucking run around naked at the house.
For sure.
And hopefully you guys are cool with me kind of just letting the action play out. I think it's too much for me to try to do the action and commentary. Plus, I think the graphics do a good job of saying the blow-by-blow. So I'm just going to let you all follow the action with the visuals, and I'll just chime in when I feel it's appropriate.
I don't know why. Like,
Also, I want you guys to catch any table talk if it happens to be interesting. So.
That never talks to girls or cares about girls, just like one night.
I thought about it, but
just that night, they just suddenly like. Inhibition.
Oh, pre-thought. I thought one of them on a rage. That's why I was going to bring
pop. Wow, it's a interesting. So Matt's in a weird spot here. It's a lot of times you do have the best hand with aces, but it's kind of hard to know when you have it to pull the trigger.
He's enjoying it. For real, he's soaking it in right now.
Thankfully for Matt, he's gonna not be up against a big hand, so his kind of naked aggression with the single pair is gonna pay off here. Typically, if you make a play like this in Omaha with aces, you kind of hope to have a draw to go with it, which he does not. But good instincts on Matt here. He's picked a good time to kind of let his nuts hang, so to speak. So he's definitely going to deny the equity, or he's going to try to deny Tiger King's equity. It's not going to work, but obviously if Tiger King exposes his hand, Matt would do what he's doing. So kudos to Matt in this instance for a good read. And that's poker. Matt made the correct decision, and he loses the maximum amount of money. So, very familiar with that. This is the life we've chosen, as I like to say at the table. If you don't want to handle turbulence and variance, playing poker is not the right thing for you, especially Omaha. It's you're going to have to go through a lot of swings, a lot of ups and downs, and you might as well just get used to it, man. Like if I see somebody at the table, when they lose a hand, they like throw the cards at the dealer or they cuss, I'm just like, you're off my list. Like, I'm not going to draft you, you're not on my team. Like, I'm not going to bet on that person. Like, so much of poker is just being able to hang in there and be resilient when you're taking all the blows. So when I see somebody take a big beat like Matt has or whatever, you know, that's a good sign when you see somebody lose. And that's like the best compliment to a poker player is if somebody says, I had no idea you were losing a lot of money. Like, that's a tremendous compliment to poker. Not being able to kind of convey your emotions and being able just to make the best decisions in a vacuum devoid of the emotion is very tough. We're all hardwired to respond negatively to losing money. So, you know, when you're playing poker, you're making the right decision, you're getting your nuts kicked in. It's it's not easy to hang in there and be on the level. So hats off to Matt for being well composed here. He's had some tough hands. He's had some coolers go against him.
I was eyeing a seat 2 and 3 and 4 and 5. I put the 40 on right there, but he pulled it back.
Thank you. Raise 125, button shuttle for 40, 3-4 raise for 125.
Swear to God, if you squeeze me.
Friendly game. You want friendly?
Squeeze.
For you? Hey!
Oh, man.
If you had folded, I would have come 100. They know. We gotta save them. We gotta save them. Saving them from themselves.
Oh, he's a vicar?
See somebody in the chat saying if they're a winner on like $50 buy-in PLO 6 max, how does that transition? I mean, I don't think it transitions that much, to be honest, to live PLO, but if you're able to win online at pretty much any stake, it's pretty impressive nowadays. And I'd imagine if you sat in the casino for a certain amount of hours, you would kind of figure it out, so to speak. It's definitely a lot harder to win online than live, especially nowadays. So, but they do play different. You're just going to have to jump in the games and kind of notice the differences. Obviously, online's way more aggressive pre-flop than live, usually, generally speaking. A lot more variance online. You know, you can run it twice live, which cuts down your variance, which maybe some apps or sites you can't do, perhaps. I'm not sure how often people are running it twice nowadays online. But way more variance online. You're just against way tougher players in general.
You see the show.
Could I have a Corona, but could I also have a cup of espresso?
That's why I'll put this lineup together so he looks good.
No, I tequila neat.
That's actually how I ended up in LA. I'm from Kansas City. I was playing big live poker in Kansas City. I was playing online poker, multi-tabling like 2-4 no limit to 5-10 no limit on full tilt. And Black Friday happened, and I lost my job. All my money got froze, and I decided to come out to Los Angeles and Vegas instead of going to Europe like a lot of my friends did. It was an interesting period to be a gambler back in, I think it was it 08? The UIEGA Black Friday? I can't remember now. But hopefully it all gets open soon enough, and we have full tilt and poker stars like the old days, where the whole global pool is all playing at once. That'd be fantastic. But I like live poker way more. It's way more fun. You get to talk and joke around. I definitely have the soul of a live player more than an online player for sure. I like mixing it up at the table, joking around with people, connecting with people. It's just way more fun than. It's kind of a. Convenience is nice though online, obviously. But
I'm gonna bet. We'll go with pot.
I got a sippy cup.
Somebody is stacking.
And somebody's asking about running it twice. Yeah, running it twice I feel like it's probably more common in Omaha than No Limit because you're all in so much in Omaha that people kind of want to have it be a little less variance because it's already high variance as is. So, but it's up to the person. Last weekend, a guy was going on tilt at the table where I was playing. He moved all in for $3,500 pre-flop, but Queen Jack 8-7 double suited. I had aces. He put up that one finger run it once. He didn't want to run it twice. He had a good deck read. He had his 2 pair, and instead of me being up 10K for the day, I was up 3K. So it's a 7K swing his way. But yeah, it all depends on who you're playing against.
I just learned how to play like this last week.
It's got to be mutual for it to be twice.
This was a new thing. I just started.
Nit on nit violence is not okay.
It's different when you're at the casino because
you guys are supposed to be friends.
It's not. I had to play different. Like,
well, it's cash. No, it's not paper.
Exactly. Like people don't. You know, it's not like a 20K marker or anything. I just like frivolously just throw away. And eventually, you know, just pay it.
For those asking if you should run it twice, I think you definitely should. I mean, I assume most players are going to be on a shorter roll. You're learning the game. I don't see any reason why you would not run it twice. It's just going to smooth out your variance. You're not giving up an edge, so why not make your life? Why not make it easier on yourself? Obviously, there's exceptions. Like if there's a huge whale that's first up on the list, and I'm all in versus a short stack, I'm going to run it once because I want that short stack to get the heck out of here, and I want the whale to take the seat. So. You know, there's obviously little exclusions on why you might want to run it once. But generally speaking, I think if you're professional or you want to put in hours, I don't see any reason why you want to make a more variance for yourself. Unless there's a reason to do so, like I mentioned, to get a short stack out of the game or to get somebody on the list in the game.
Just watching Paul play.
I'm just, staying gluten-free and my mind is just clear.
Nice squeeze play.
That's the way to go.
You call it out here? Oh, my hand versus your hand.
Wow. Got some crazy action here. Victor going hard with the Jack 8 2-2 double suited. Really want to avoid low pairs in Omaha if you like money. And Dennis just with the soul read, sending it with the ace queen 10-6. Of course, it's a flip here, but 2 pretty clunky hands playing swords with each other. Let's see who gets dinged here.
Someone's gonna scoop, so let it go.
Flush. Bink. Or straight.
He said bink with
or a pair.
This is the Victor I know.
Victor with a good deck read. Victor with the deck read. Newest coming.
Play big cards, they say.
65.
2-2 Jack 8.
Thank you.
2-2 Jack 8. He had the 8-2.
Double suited, bro.
I'm kind of surprised nobody's brought up the World Series of Poker in a couple months.
And I get called. That's fucked up.
7-8.
I make one squeeze all night.
500 straddle.
Now he's gonna play good.
Yes, now I tighten up.
500.
Not running hot tonight. Yeah, that's for sure. But yeah, the World Series of Poker starting in October, which is coming up. I'm curious to see if it's going to hold. I think it's going to be a sick World Series with the 1 year layoff and
I texted Ryan. I was like,
the crypto market's mooning, stock market's mooning. Everybody that's got money's got a lot more money. I think the games will be playing big in this World Series with the layoff and the pent up demand and the markets, assuming the markets hold by then. But I don't know. We'll see if Delta ruins our World Series experience this year. But I'm hoping we get it. There's a lot of good PLO tournaments this World Series that I'm looking forward to playing. So. And definitely a lot of PLO games to play cash game wise at the World Series. So a lot of opportunities of all stakes.
Aces 1-2.
I wouldn't call it.
Aces just fold.
I wouldn't. Unless it's like ace king, ace king queen or ace jack 10. I call it. Not just with naked aces. Not worth it.
Painful. 1,000.
1,000.
This is the Armenian ball.
Damn, big. That's not gonna do it.
Does it?
What is it?
Maybe 1,000.
500.
Shukra.
Not bad out of random.
510.
Put the 10 in there. Come on.
He has better than
Victor raised, but there's no call.
Pairs are hard to make.
Not one.
One time.
Don't let this fucking guy troll you.
Looks like we got a blackjack YOLO hand here, all in 500.
That's everybody's drinking for sure.
Dennis got there.
I was sick.
Yikes.
I was sick. Oh shit.
He just pukes out the 6.
Looks like
I have 6. So
the Queen 8's gonna hold.
Yeah, like, that's how you gotta.
Yeah, hard to learn from some of these hands, chat gang, but this is why you want to play PLO. You want to get in environments like this where people are just sending in 500 just with random cards.
Right?
Like,
Big dog
that's what you want.
Caffeine over here.
I just changed them out, so the chip tag never changed.
You ordering for Paul or what?
We'll give him a little bit more time.
Took out along.
Need a little jolt of energy.
Paulino.
I see somebody asking about, do I know Uncle Ron from Kansas City? I definitely know Uncle Ron, aka Mason Hinkle. I'm good friends with the Hinkle crew, all the 3 brothers that are all great poker players, and Uncle Ron's the kind of class clown of the crew. But yeah, I love those guys. I'm from Kansas City. I got much love for all my KC poker people out there. I see Mike Jensen, Ed K. Shout out to all those in the chat. Fireman Kevin. Thanks for tuning in, Jeffo, everybody. Back home. I made it. I made it out the hood. I made it out of KC. But yeah, it's nice to be able to commentate.
I never want to call because it's gonna.
Friendly raises, you know.
Hang in the squeeze bag.
I just try and keep Al in.
It's Z-Pro.
Alright.
And the drinks right there.
Surrender.
Half back. 40 back.
This game could be in a completely different place.
Yeah, if I just called 1,500.
And thankfully, PLO is starting to get popular. You see the PLO games are at a lot of casinos all over the country, which is really great. That you don't have to like travel and book a trip somewhere to like play Omaha. It's definitely they used to say Omaha's the game of the future like 10 years ago. I kind of feel like it's like the game of the now, to be honest. I don't know, when you go to the World Series of Poker, I'd say there's definitely more games of like 10-20 and up PLO cash versus no limit cash, as far as like 10-20 and higher. It's definitely a growing game, especially at big stakes. But yeah, I learned to play some in Kansas City. Actually, I played a lot of Omaha and Kansas City. You know, there's a lot of action players in Kansas City, so I definitely kind of cut my teeth from some of those people.
Oh, that's a heartbreaker. Not really.
Looks like we got the straight here.
Looks
like he checked. Looks like he. Not sure if he checked it there.
What are you checking for?
I don't know why did he check the nuts in position?
Never be too careful.
Yeah.
Better hand out there.
Huh?
What?
What are you checking?
Yeah, I don't know what that's about.
What are you checking for?
He misread his hand.
No, because I mean, you could easily have a better straight there.
You're the nut straight. You're the nut.
You're the nut straight.
Tiger, how many hours are you
Tiger King.
He's got to take a lap. Oh my God.
Games are good. Games are good. If y'all want to keep playing no limit, go ahead. Play 2 cards. Knock yourself out.
He's trying to pull it out. He's going to look at it and be like, fuck.
Or now I'm gonna look like an idiot on this stream, but it's okay.
Nobody ever misreads their hand in no limit.
You wouldn't have called a big bet anyway.
But it's all good, Tiger King. You're learning. You're playing a new game. You're getting in there, man. That's how you grow. That's how you learn.
You want to pot it. You would bet it. I don't think you would pot it there. Why would you pot it there in the nuts?
He had 2 pairs.
I know personally.
He had top 2.
I've definitely folded the best hand in Omaha, misreading my hand. It's
you can just bet.
You're just gonna make some mistakes when you transition to new games. It's part of the game. That's all good, Tiger King. You didn't lose any money. There was no bet to call him. He wouldn't have called him. You got to bet. You got to bet the nuts in position though.
That's why they needed idiots on the show, right?
And this is how you're not supposed to do it.
Now she's being nice to me.
But do you want to be more important? You're off the next bump putt also.
No. All right.
Remind us when he doesn't tip you.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's right.
Come on, Gummy Bear. Put a 5 in there for the nip.
I'm gonna tip Tiger King.
Let's go.
Thank you guys.
Oh, fuck you for that, Alfie.
You tip her, I tip her.
How did you fucking
Thank you.
Where? How much?
150.
Big Al with the 3-bet.
150. Thank
Aces.
you. Really appreciate it.
Definitely gonna get. I think Victor's gonna see a flop here for sure. Try to set mine as queens.
I'll give you all of his tips. Only make fun of
Gummy Bear's got a great hand here. He's got a you go high, we go low hand. Let's see if Gummy Bear gets in there with the low cards.
All of my tips times 3.
Boom.
One fat joke is all it takes. You make a lot of money tonight.
Assuming the graphics are right, big flop for Gummy Bear. Obviously, prefer there not to be a flush draw out there, but having a pair and a wrap's a pretty nifty hand. And of course, you're up against a flush draw. Like you're going to be up against a flush draw a lot. If you see, you see 5 people to the flop, just somebody's going to have clubs. It's just going to happen. So obviously, you need to be a little more of a counter puncher with your straight draws in situations like this. You really got to be mindful.
One more 100.
You got less outs than you think, because obviously this, if you make a straight that is a club, then it's obviously not as ideal. Having the pair is nice though. He can hit trip threes, which would be well disguised. You could even hit a 2-pair hand that might come in. It's any additional equity you can have is pretty helpful. But tough spot for Gummy Bear. It's a big bet to call. Now, obviously, Tiger King's got a huge hand with top pair and the Raptor too. So definitely a showdown here. And aces might just get rid of his hand probably if there's like a bet and a call or a shove here from Gummy Bear. I mean, if you're just sitting here with 2 aces, no draw, it's you can't really improve your hand. I mean, if you hit an ace of clubs for a set of aces, that's a flush. It's a good fold there from Big Al. Good job on you, Big Al.
do you want to make a deal? Tiger?
What?
Do you want to make a deal?
No deals.
Hold on. Let's make a deal?
You want to run it twice out from here?
Do you want to do
You guys
that?
can't do that. You can't run it out twice from here.
Okay, let's just play it then. Play it.
Looks like they were trying to run it twice with money left behind, which is a little not technically what's supposed to happen. It's a little unfair for the other players in the hand. Obviously, they might have called 800 if they would have known they were going to get to run it out. So it's unfair to do that. So that's a good rule there by the floor.
Who wants the most disgusting card ever?
4 of clubs.
Oh, that's not a good.
And there we go. There's that 3 dangler. Like I said, that 3 is coming in.
Check.
It came in.
Now's your opportunity.
I don't know what he's not betting, but
2-pair.
Jackson threes.
yeah, I mean, you got to bet that.
3 ball.
No way. Oh, yeah, it's a straight draw.
I think we had the same hand, right?
Good check, right?
I think I lost the action. I'm not sure if they. I can't remember what happened on the turn there, but they might have just checked it down. Maybe that's why he didn't bet his 3. He's like, I'm not sure if they had some agreement there, or if he was just kind of playing scared and checking back his 3.
Right?
Yeah, he got it. He got it. He got there.
I should have potted. The turn. Probably folds.
Oh, I saw that.
All right, looks like there's a $1,000 bet on the turn and a call.
2,700 left.
And kind of surprised it went check when he hits trip 3s, but sometimes people just want to secure the pot because they remember that time where they were thinking and they bet and they get jammed on. They're thinking, oh dang, I wish I would have just checked this back. I could have won the pot potentially. Now I'm not sure if I'm getting bluffed or whatever. But yeah, you need to bet the river there, especially in games like this where there's a lot of loose players.
Oh my God, you suck.
I'm just worried.
You got both of them?
Yeah.
You got both of them. One was in and out.
$50.
Hey, so he. What? If he.
I don't know. I think the 3 is such an innocuous card. I really think.
That's right. Once he said
I think he might have got looked up by like an overpair, like aces or kings if they had that, or even a jack X or something. Especially if there's like a flush draw in the flop or like draws in the flop.
Like if you would have potted, I would have been like, fuck that.
I think it was a good time to value bet your trips. in a heads-up pot like that.
I will check it out.
But you see, he didn't have a flush, right? Draw?
No, I had the same hand.
I'm probably gonna bet.
I had the flush though.
Oh, you did have the
I
flush?
had a pair though. Oh, okay. I had a bottom pair.
Yeah, you got lucky on the river, obviously.
Yeah, so you had a big free.
No, because if you would have had the flush draw, you pop, you know?
How much?
250. I mean, 250. I didn't pot because I was like, if he has a set and.
Wait, I was like, hold on, I'm gonna check if I have a fucking right.
have a jack,
I was like, wait, what? You know, like.
For now.
What? What'd you say? Fucking Paulino?
This is so weird, just seeing these hands where it's like 7 people to the flop. It's like hilarious. It's like that's a huge difference between Omaha and No Limit. Is
just queen jack.
You don't see these 6-way flops in No Limit, really hardly ever. I mean, it's way more of a heads-up pots, 3-handed pots.
I'm gonna check again.
Which is why Omaha is kind of a skilled game, because you really gotta. It's not easy, you know, navigating these 4 or 5-way flops, being out of position. Definitely, you have to have some nuance to your game to kind of walk between raindrops, so to speak, with all the players in the hands and all the draws, and it's that's a lot to decode. It's a lot more than No Limit.
He doesn't believe me. He would have called. Yeah, he's folding for sure.
I'm not that good.
You're not that good a fold, Dorma?
I mean, no, I mean to call there.
Oh.
I wish.
It's
just such a bad call if I did.
But yeah, generally speaking, the more people in the pot, just the more tight you need to play post flop. Even more so if you're out of position. So it's just something you always got to be mindful of when you're playing Omaha. 'Cause you really want to focus on being in position, being last to act, and then you really got to be mindful of just the stack sizes and playing styles. Relative position is really important after the flop.
Did you guys finish yours already? Where we at? 3.
But a lot of the traits you have as a No Limit player transfer over to Omaha. You just have to learn some of the nuances. It just takes some time.
Because you have the jack already, or you already had a pair.
Yeah.
So you're saying you got lucky? Very, very lucky.
Yeah, but without luck, I mean, right?
I mean, you have
only because you saw the river.
Okay, homie, you don't run bad forever.
I've never seen that.
All right?
That's insane. 4,000. I want to see what happened. Double deck.
Yeah, save the run good for the stream. That's
No, I was sad up there in the fucking dining, and then he was like, "Come on, let's go to blackjack, man. Come on."
It cost me 4,000.
It cost me 4,000.
It's a little sweet taste.
Check.
Tiger King spiking the deuce.
200 from C6.
Probably going to be hard for anybody else to continue to much pressure on a dry pair flop like this. No draws really to be had, no flush draws. Not many people are in the hand. Somebody's going to have trips. It's pretty easy to do the right thing and just fold there. Somebody's got enough moxie to bet into 6 people. God bless them. You let them have it.
Yeah, you can.
Straddle from Dennis for $40. Yeah.
Billboard was one of my dreams.
80. Oh boy.
No, I'm serious. As a DJ.
Matt, did we hear one?
I worked with the Palms and finally got it maybe 5 years ago.
I like that hoodie on the 5-seat. I'm not sure what logo that is, but that black hoodie with like the eyeball or something. I don't know what that is.
My name Paul.
It's probably like a $500 designer sweater from something.
I seen Pauly D at the
180
at the Cosmo.
I'd love to get an over/under in chat on how much this Tiger King shirt cost. I couldn't tell you if it's $50 or $5,000.
And then I fucking turned around and I seen his fucking hair. I was like,
yeah, the famous hair.
Bro, I've been working with that guy for 15 years, dude. Like,
fucking it was him and his girl.
Wow, Big Al waking up with the monster.
He's actually the nicest guy.
Dennis all in, I guess. I don't know. I assume these are all in blinds when I see people go all in for $500-800
I was like,
pretty trash hands.
Come back.
I don't know if anyone.
All right, or it's a graphic misread. It looks like.
Gosh, it was strong on
80 times 4 plus 80.
Plus 30 in there.
Obviously, in Omaha,
620 plus 30.
You got to be a little careful with kings. The worst thing you want to be up against is aces. Obviously, that's where it's really helpful to have an ace with your king because it lowers the odds of somebody else having pocket aces. So it's called an ace blocker or whatever. But it's ace king is a way better hand than obviously king queen whatever. It's really helpful to have that ace blocker to reduce the chance of you being up against the one hand you don't want to be up against, which is aces, where you have terrible equity. But you have great equity against pretty much everything else, but not against aces.
I don't think I could fold it.
Did you get a quarter?
Oh, 650. Okay.
Think about it before you do it.
No.
12.
Is that allowed?
Sure damn hope so.
All in 170.
Wow, Big Al flopping the nuts. Top set of kings. And obviously, you might be more inclined to slow play no limit, but in PLO you're not fiddle fucking around. You're getting in there, betting your hand.
Matt, one time for the page.
All right.
For me.
Looks like he's just in there with the.
Like for Al, whatever.
Looks like he needs a 7 for a straight. Wow.
7.
Not even a set of 6s will save him here. He needs backdoor clubs. He's gonna need a club would be helpful. Backdoor clubs are about 2.5% equity to your hand.
7.
Wow.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my gosh, bingo!
You gotta be kidding me.
You said it was going to, right?
Looks like Matt was in there with the flush draw.
Every time a pro, I told you.
I didn't see that at first. Wow.
I hit a 7.
It's because, yeah, we haven't, like,
So good.
it's good. We'll pick on that side of the table.
I guess we're about to learn. We're about to learn something about Big Al here. We're gonna see how Big Al responds to flopping the nuts, getting all the money in, and losing.
Trapped him there, real good.
Matt with a good deck read on the flush draw.
15.
You know what, Matt? I think Matt deserved that break. He had some tough hands earlier. He was due for a market correction, so to speak.
You gave me good value.
Change that one.
But yeah, your mental game is really important in Omaha. Like, what happened was just right there to Dennis flopping top set, doing the right thing, losing, getting all your money in. It's just like you're all in so much more often in PLO than no limit. And you just have to be a lot more resilient, to be honest, because you have more swings, there's more all-ins, there's more times you're all in, getting screwed like in that hand. Not screwed, I mean, the guy had decent equity. A lot of times people have decent equity against you, but you just have to deal with losing and getting stacked a lot more often than PLO. So it's really important to be mentally tough as an Omaha player, because you gotta have thick skin to play Omaha. You're gonna take a lot of bad beats.
I knew you had a flush draw.
Oh, nice.
But that's what you want. That's why the amateurs like to play the game, because they got a shot. So it's in the end, it's a blessing.
That's how, Matt.
But doesn't feel like it when you're getting killed.
He's literally out there every other weekend. It's incredible.
Yeah, I mean, because he's doing good out there.
Yeah. Oh, well, that's probably why he keeps going back, huh?
Like fucking 5-digit scores like every trip, you know? Like,
damn.
I think his first loss was here on the live.
Like we got Victor with the aces, which aces in Omaha, I think it's like 2.9 or 3% of hands.
Oh yeah, I saw him call.
So
yeah, just trying
you deal out 8 or 9 hands. Gonna be a decent chance. Aces are gonna be out there, maybe 1 out of 3 hands or something in an 8-9-handed table. But
pro call.
You couldn't fold this stupid flush draw.
A 9 high.
Yeah, 9 high.
See, that's why you don't play with pros.
I told you guys.
looks like Matt's playing into being accused of being a professional.
Paul was right all along.
I knew it. I knew it was gonna happen. Like, I know I'm not going against top 7.
I was set. That's the river, don't I? It's not the nut, too.
Yeah, I didn't give you such a pair of 8.
Give me lessons after we leave.
So yeah, one thing about Omaha is something I'm gonna have to start learning. I'm seeing a chat question if I play Big O or the other ones. To be honest, I haven't really played much Big O. I'm not big on the split pot games. I kind of like one winner games, to be honest. I heard it's a great game to play though.
Discount code Big Hat.
Because I guess in PLO 8, you have people playing for half the pot, which is a big mistake. So you want to play like 2-way hands, but I'm not experienced in PLO 8.
Am I fucking like,
He's one of the coaches under you.
One of the coaches.
And then I'm gonna put Vic as a blackjack coach on there too.
I'll take that.
Legend. Vic is in every video how not to play PLO.
Not to play PLO.
Like, what I was just making a squeeze play.
I was double suited.
And then I'm gonna have Alfie doing dietary fucking lessons on there too.
What's Matt, the life coach? Yeah, I like it.
Are you gonna get this or?
Again, the pro with the beautiful.
They make more off that.
Right, it's the perfect number.
Poor Matt, he's getting it from the table. He didn't. I gotta give Matt didn't do himself any favors. He maybe could have dressed pretty loud or wild and maybe threw off the scent that he was a good thinking player, but it's pretty tough to fade. He was probably gonna get roasted no matter what. It's funny being a professional poker player. You kind of always feel like you're not welcomed at sometimes because sometimes people like don't want to play in games with pros because they think the pro's going to win every time, which doesn't happen, obviously. But then sometimes you get guys that want to play against pros. Like, you see that dynamic sometimes as well. But
that's the case money right there.
Getting locked up when I'm going to the bank later.
Get locked up when I go to the bank later. Oh, you're fucking $1 bills.
I can't go home without money.
The boyfriend won't allow it?
And all your quarters and all your
like pretty much if you see like a young kid at the casino with like a backpack, a hoodie, like he's a professional. Like that's like the central casting for a professional poker player. A young kid, backpack, headphones, like that's the dress code pretty much for a pro poker player. So maybe Matt was trying to look like a businessman or something with the collared shirt. Maybe that's what he was going for. Or maybe that's just how he dresses, for all I know. Classy fella, that Matt.
120.
You're up? No. Still stuck. No way. I have 4,000. How much? 4,000.
Friendly call.
Looks like we're going to see some action here with the ace, queen, queen, 10, and we got a double suited ace hand from Big Al. He's going to get in there. Matt will fold for sure.
Is it because he's really white, he doesn't want to black in? Is that what you thought?
No, it's the way a little bit.
Where'd they close the bathroom?
Oh, looks like he's in there. I guess maybe he was checked around or.
Salmon lives matter.
Let's see here.
All right, now let's play. You had your 7 minutes. You're ready?
Now.
What time is it? No idea. I never set it, right? Yeah.
I think everybody's wondering what time it is because nobody has their cell phones on. I'm pretty sure everybody's cell phones are locked in a cubby, as is my cell phone. So.
2 hours and 5 minutes.
Oh, we still got 2 hours. Okay.
Although a lot of people have watches on.
30 minutes. That's how much time?
I guess watches are still a thing.
Yeah, I feel like we said 2 hours like an hour ago, but hey, we'll keep playing.
Hey, Luis, how much more time?
Hey, Luis, how much more time?
Neighbor wants to lock up that W.
That's exactly what I was thinking. He's like, fuck, how long do I have to hold on to
run
this
away
shit?
with your chips already.
As long as Sammy's on the table.
I don't do that. I'll get back to you. I'll get back to you.
Hello? Looks like we got a big pot here. Set of queens with the ace. Second nut flush draw. That's a... The set holds, fades the draw. All right, yeah, it looks like the sound's a little different. I guess the game's muted. Thanks for the chat saying that. I wasn't sure if you guys could hear me or not, so thanks for letting me know on that. All by myself in like a broom closet, just kidding. So it's a little hard to know what's all going on, but thanks for letting me know. And I'll keep reading the chat and trying to answer your guys' questions as they come in. But oh yeah, it looks like yes. That's kind of the issue with a lot of these table talks. Sometimes the talk can verge on the inappropriate. So it looks like perhaps that's what's going on. So, not a shock. We got a bunch of dudes at the table having a few too many Zimas. I'm not sure what they were saying, but...
And I hit myself.
All right, looks like we're back. I don't know, maybe it's a technical difficulty. Who knows? We'll see.
They denied him his coffee, and now we know what it's man to do.
I know. Fuck. Are you gonna raise Alfie?
Probably. Fucking table full of nits.
Here, my friend. I know what he's doing.
Victor with as good a hand as you're gonna see.
Go.
Double suited aces with some connectivity to it.
You see, we all put in 40.
Double high suited aces.
What
What a life for Victor right now.
What? 250. All right.
Wow. And Alfie's got ace, king, queen, 10. That's crazy.
Oh.
They're going to get all in pre-flop, I think, here.
Last time he did that, 228.
And Alfie's not going to have terrible equity. I think Alfie's going to have about 35 to 40% equity versus aces. Actually had this situation come up at the Aria about a month ago for me when I had the ace, king, queen, 10 double suited.
Aces versus ace 7, 7, 8.
My bad.
I think it's going to be around 30% or something, I think. Although maybe it's less because he's got his hearts covered. But let's see what happens if king 9, 6, 5 folds. Yeah.
It's for sure going in here.
Yep.
Good job.
4,000.
Danny.
Can't call it. Never mind.
I assume Big Al's going to get out of the way pre-flop. I have to assume. And I think Alfie's going to have about 35, 40% equity versus Victor, I think, from memory. But we'll see here.
Room service.
I basically ran this hand matchup a couple weeks ago on the Pro Poker Tools Odds Oracle or whatever it's called. Although I think Al's going to be in there, so that'll mark it up.
Wow.
Your dealer's choice later.
You should just mark that now.
Entire thing.
Yep, Al's in there.
Twice.
He's in there.
Put 2 over for the sweat.
I need some low medium cards, some diamonds.
Let me put this 2. Put the 9-10 down.
Big, show 2, bro.
Sucks that Victor's got his 9 for Big Al.
Yeah, 2
But-
boards, guys?
Yeah, twice. Full house.
All right, I'll take that hand. You take his hand for 100.
Take this here. 50.
All right, deal.
Oh boy.
Oh.
Wait, we can chop still. We can chop.
Wow, diamonds
You can have that one.
to no avail. Wow.
You're almost right. He almost made it.
Oh,
he did make a full house.
Oh, it doesn't matter.
Oh my gosh, Big Al's dangler hit it. Is that right? I guess, was that the first run? All right. Fast flying action here. Hopefully they'll zoom in on both boards.
Man, that's actually a really fun hand.
I think the dealer's blocking the view, unfortunately.
Up against Connor's pretty much the worst possible thing.
3,500. What a window turn.
Looks like Aces Victor is going to hold that second run. And the first run, I think, is Big Al with kings and running 5s for a full house. So it looks like it's going to be split,
like this?
I think.
This isn't how we planned it, man.
The biggest fish gets all the money. It's crazy. You're playing good today, though.
We invited you.
I know.
The bills are
The good
gonna be
news is,
different
boys,
for
this
all
is forever in play. I promise you this will never be locked down.
Yeah, it's always nice when it sucks when you're at the table and somebody wins a big pot and they're like a tight player because you know that money's basically on ice and that money's locked up. But they're basically saying, despite this guy winning the big pot, he's going to get in there and fertilize some pots. So that's nice for the table to hear.
All right.
That it's not a nit winning the big pot. I mean, nobody's a nit in this game, so that's kind of a silly statement. But. And a nit is a very tight player for the very newcomers.
I don't have the phone. You should have your phone, dog.
Don't embarrass me.
Where's your phone?
I did fold aces.
It'd be cool to run it 3 times so somebody wins, but it makes it a lot harder to split the pot, and it takes a lot of time. So.
Shock value on stream.
Al's got 4K?
Yeah. They all start freaking out. Be like, what the heck?
We gotta extend the stream. We're gonna get some real play now.
I'll fold naked aces against like a
I could get unstuck.
I've got 4K behind.
Hell yeah.
It's one of us.
Al as well, please.
Looks like we have a $4,000 rebuy, I think, here.
I can with that. I'll fold.
So it looks like we have a pretty motivated player, so to speak, getting stacked and buying in big.
Yeah,
You know what?
sit him down.
We should have left that spot
There's a
empty,
seat in the
honestly.
5-5, no limit for him.
Yeah, I think he's done.
He was done after he was up the first 5.
The whole time.
He's a total.
Did you watch him on the? Oh, you
biggest
played on the
nit
first
ever,
one.
but I mean, it's smart. It's why he usually doesn't win that much. He doesn't
I
win.
know, but they usually don't get invited to the games.
Yeah, he told me to line up first initially, and I was like, Paul. I was like, did you watch? And then he took him off. Marino, and then now.
You know, that's where I'm at, but he gets invited to everything.
Very bad beat. Very, very bad.
At least, you know.
The seatbelt, they need them.
Right. I'd rather give her all my money.
You know what would be good action here?
I feel so bad.
Don't over 10,000 you.
Oh, I know. I keep trying to get her over on this, but she never. She doesn't want to play. She doesn't want to like be on TV or whatever. I was like, I understand her.
There's over 10 United.
She fucking chases your ass.
You talking about Carolyn?
I'm not working.
Yeah, crazy.
10K or more.
Yeah. She'll chase you. You know what I'm saying?
She'll like FaceTime me like, and I'm like, dude, like my mom, like, no, I've never met someone that I almost blocked her number.
Yeah, you played around.
I'm not a PLO player. Just learning.
Vic just called his 30.
It's going to be curious to see if these players that are jumping in these PLO streams start to jump in the PLO game at the Hustler, which would be great.
Wow, that's a scoop.
If the kind of PLO games kind of grow at Commerce as a result of these streams going.
I'm loose now, boy.
Before the stream started going, the PLO game would run here at Hustler a few times a week on certain days. I can't remember the exact days. Sometimes it switches around depending on people's schedules, but it's usually 2 days a week here. Last I checked, it's like a 5-10. I think it's like a 500 to 2K buy-in game.
He's telling somebody about how much money.
Sometimes it's just high Omaha, and sometimes it's like last time I played it a couple weeks ago. It was Omaha high, and it was 5-card Omaha.
This was a bad hand.
And Matt was in the game. It's pretty much like the same group of people. It's a fun group.
Somehow.
Somewhere. This is a good bluffing hand. I have like blockers.
4 players.
Igor is in there a lot. He's a good action, fun player. Igor, Caroline, good old Peter.
Check. 1 second.
There you go. I'm gonna give you some advice. You have a top set, just fold.
250.
God, that's so sick. Every time top set, I just lose it. Oh. God, that's fucking shit like that.
Third place.
Fucking big.
Yeah, both times.
You love bullying, huh?
So we got top pair for Sammy and an inside gut shot. Now he picks up an open ender to the low side. A 2 makes a straight for him with the 5-6.
6 parties are losing in both spots.
So now he's got a 7 or a 2 for a straight here. Still got the top pair of 9s.
Would have blank 7-2.
But Tiger King's got a really great hand to semi-bluff or play real aggressively because he knows he's got, you know, nut diamond outs. He's also got a wheel draw here, 2 for a straight, and and he's still got a pair of 8s. He can make trip 8s. You know, he's got a good hand to pressure somebody with here.
That'd be jackpot that pays out the whole table. Then I can hold my way to victory.
It's definitely a good way to play Omaha. Is definitely getting these big draws, kind of semi-bluffing a lot, and putting pressure on the weaker part of people's range. And winning without showdown is pretty important. So definitely there's spots to play these kind of double draws aggressively, knowing that you're going to at least have 20-30% equity if called, and then obviously people are going to fold to your raise a lot, and you're just going to win the hand immediately right there. So.
He checked. I bet he flatted. I don't know. What is this, 2,300? 2,300 behind.
2,300 more for.
Yep, this is going to be, I'm curious to see what happens this last, I'm not sure if they're going to call like a set time to end, but like if they say game ends in like an hour or something, for example, I could see the game really kind of racing to the finish line, so to speak. People wanting to get unstuck on the stream or whatnot, so it could be interesting here as people get stuck.
They're getting potted out. Yeah. Scan the card.
Now I got enough to make a set fold on the river.
What are you saying?
22. Now I have enough to make a set fold on the river.
Oh.
22? What are you, 23?
Good luck with that one.
Not you. You're never folding a set on the river.
Oh. I'll fold the set on the river.
Oh, I know you will. That's why I added on for you two. The Tiger King and the Gummy Bear.
Only in poker do you got names like Tiger King, Gummy Bear, Israeli Ron. Shout out to Greek Steve.
Oh boy. I'm gonna go 100.
An 80-year-old Asian guy, his name is Obama. Only in the Los Angeles poker world do you get these crazy nicknames at the poker table.
Okay, I
gotta love it.
You.
All right, Dennis, we're both all in.
Best seat in the house.
Yeah, not that way, this way. We're both,
we had
all on the table.
Exactly. And we have
Stayed. That was fun.
That was your chance for a gauger. Like I threw it up for you. And you talked about it.
I haven't eaten today. I think I should eat something.
Looks like we got Matt here taking a shot. Good aggression there by Matt. Good hand reading. Of course, it's good hand reading because he didn't run into a 5. Somebody had a 5 and looks bad. But, results-oriented commentating.
DoorDash? Is that an option for the show? Is that in the budget?
It's not like weed.
Don't get her in trouble. That's a lie.
I wish.
You know we drug tested this.
Oh boy. Now we can play.
You forfeit all.
Now we can play. Alfie, did you add on just for me?
There's definitely some.
Sammy has chips.
Some powder
so sweet.
So sweet.
We got some money on the table now. We got some meat on the bone here. We definitely got Gummy Bear. Looks like he's got about
Yeah, we got to trade some chips.
stack of 2. It's 2K, 4K. Looks like Gummy Bear's got about 7K.
13.
I think we got a few people with north of 5K.
So fucking Dennis could get off.
Yeah.
I think we're going to see some fireworks here as we lunge to the finish.
3K.
All right. Are we all buying into?
These fellas have definitely shown us that they're not afraid to play a big pot with less than a big hand. So I think it's only a matter of time until we see some pretty interesting here.
The pro coming in.
The pro.
Smooth 80.
Oh man, yeah, he's getting the business from the table.
Go with the whole 100, right? You just want 80.
Well, I gotta make sure I suck with you in.
Tempting.
I think Matt should have just fully committed to the business casual thing and shown up with like a briefcase and like a Bluetooth thing, acting like he's just fully commit to the businessman deal. Tell him you're like a entrepreneur or something.
You see me with the third eye.
Vagina, penis.
No vaginas. Come on, boys. That's nasty.
Pussy. Pussy little.
They track quarters.
Fine.
And sharks.
And sharks?
That's fun.
If you're swimming?
I wasn't swimming, sorry.
I don't swim.
Yeah, that's why I don't hang out with
you. Don't swim. He floats.
Oh, dude, I swim. I live in Malibu for a reason. Just like
you're a surfer?
Closest habitat as I can get.
You surf or boogie board?
Do you have stairs to walk down the beach? You have stairs?
Yeah. Okay. My last name's Ahi. I'm pretty sure I was destined.
You answer my question. You surf?
No.
Boogie board?
No. I try to stay away from activities besides mental ones.
You surf?
Obviously, bro. Look at me. I got the fucking body of a surfer for sure. I don't think they make gymnast body.
I'm not sure who the surfer is here in the group. They're talking about surfing. I'm more of a skier myself, but would like to learn how to surf at some point. That's the cool thing about LA is obviously you can surf and snow ski the same day, which is pretty absurd. But that's the perks of being in Los Angeles. I'm from Kansas, so I mean, my whole life I thought of California as palm trees and beach. When I learned there's big-ass mountains with snow on them, I was like, what? I did not know that growing up in the Midwest.
Oh, friendly 400.
Solid.
Oh boy.
I don't know what to do here. I mean, fuck.
What should I do?
What a spot for aces right here.
What should I do?
Wow, Victor with a huge hand here, double suited, ace queen high. Alfie's got a nice little connected ace high hand, ace king jack with a king high suit. Matt with a real nice, pretty smooth rundown hand.
Cut off Paul's mic.
Toss you with this 25 chip over here.
You'd rather have the gap at the bottom of your hand than the top.
That's me.
5 players.
Pepperoni pizza.
How much is in there?
How long does it take to get some?
Victor with the perilous bottom 2 pair, which is definitely a hand you want to play with caution in Omaha, especially seeing 5 people do a flop.
Gets his new chips and he immediately starts punting them, huh? Cero miedo.
Little table talk going on.
You put extra broccoli, less beef. That's how people love it. Have you guys ever seen that? Like a beef and broccoli where like they only put 2 pieces of beef?
Yeah, I'm seeing some chat about the snow and surf stuff. Yeah, you can. Big Bear is like an hour and 50-minute drive from downtown Los Angeles, so you can be skiing in a couple hours from Los Angeles, snow skiing. And then obviously Mammoth is 4 or 5 hours Tahoe's 6 or 7. A lot of great opportunities for outdoor people in California.
It's something that
If you don't feel like not seeing the sun for weeks on end because you're gambling till 5 in the morning like I used to. Back in the day when I was a youth in the game. Keep a little more sane hours now. Quit at 3 in the morning instead of 9 in the morning.
$1,000 in poker every month.
Yeah, seriously, right?
And cologne and cars.
Gold chains.
Yeah.
Do without them. It's like
Things that really appreciate
the
value.
ecosystem.
Things that
You need it.
Yeah. But then they won't tip.
That's going to be interesting here.
That's how we
This
say
bottom
it.
2 pair got counterfeited, which sometimes in Omaha you can turn the 7s and 5s into a bluff. Where, believe it or not, you can get some people to fold a king in this spot if you check raise your 7-5 here, because you block the full houses, you block boats with 5-7, and obviously your hand's worth nothing because it got counterfeited. But I don't think Victor's going to do that here. Is he calling? Wow. Not sure. I think you might have just kind of misread that one, or I mean, there's not even really a draw. I mean, I guess he could have put him on a 6-8 type of straight draw that bricked, where a 7 might be good, but you're better off check raising that with 7-5 over calling. I mean, folding is obviously inappropriate action, but calling there is just lighting money on fire. If you want to be frisky, just check raise it and try to get a king to fold, which I doubt would have happened in that instance, but if you're playing a professional or a thinking player, you can definitely get them to relinquish trips in that spot, or sometimes even a low boat. I mean, you're really repping a full house there when you check raise in a big pot on the river.
Telegraph the fold.
I think people don't usually think you're going to be doing that with the counterfeited 7-5, or a normal player wouldn't expect that. But yeah, just fold that there, or if you want to let your nuts hang, raise and be crazy with the boat blockers, but you don't want to call there.
You're a good guy, so we let you have that one. Thank you. 140. Raise 140, right? 140.
But yeah, folding's interesting there because you block the boats with the 7-5, so you make it a lot harder for him to have a full house there when you have 7s and 5s.
At the table.
It kind of makes it more likely your opponent's going to have trip kings versus a boat. So,
Highest and lowest.
but it's, you got to know your opponent. Some people aren't going to fold trip kings. So that's a very image-conscious dynamic there between you bluffing and the person that you're hoping is going to fold. So.
Heads up.
Alfie with the big flop. He's got the over pair of kings, king high flush draw, and he's got the set reducer with the 9. He's not as worried about running into a set, blocking the top set. Yeah, obviously Jenga turn for Alfie. He elected to lead here. And I'm not sure what's he calling with. Victor's calling with pair of 9s. All right. It looks like he's leading out in the river. I'm not sure what he's repping here. I mean, I guess he's repping a slow played ace high flush, but obviously in Omaha, people typically would raise an ace high flush on the flop or turn, trying to protect their hand against boats, potential boats. So yeah, that's a pretty easy call here with the king high flush if Victor let out. That's just an easy call. I'm not sure how I'd raise because it's hard to get called by worse, but I think it's probably just a call. Although this game's so loose, you could maybe raise a king high flush and get called by a 10 high flush in a game like this, or 8 high flush, whatever, smaller flush. But yeah, I admire the aggression and the moxie of Victor, but just got to apply it in a little better spots. But that naked aggression will pay off for him. He just got to apply it in a different scenario.
All right, Paul, ready to? Paul, you ready to go, Paul?
6-7 diamonds. How do I get there? How do I get so lucky?
Eight.
No.
Oh, Baba. Wow. Why are you making fun of Paul?
Paul's not even here most of the time.
Looks like we got Nick in the chat. Shout out to Nick for spearheading this stream. It's a really great opportunity just to be able to show players in LA playing poker. Being able to broadcast is such a great opportunity. I finally get to use my degree. So there you go, Mom and Dad. I'm using my journalism degree finally. 20 years later, better late than never. But there you go, Mom and Dad. I'm using my broadcast and journalism degree finally coming through. But thanks so much for the opportunity, Nick Vertucci and Ryan Feldman. Shout out to those cats for
being sarcastic. I'm pretty sure.
for being ambitious and creating this awesome opportunity.
All right, since I paid for it, I gotta pull it.
Definitely played with Nick a little bit back in the day at some other casinos in the area, like 10, 20, 20, 40 no limit. I still play a fair amount of no limit, probably 25% of my hours, but more of a PLO guy by and large now. But maybe we'll see Nick in the PLO streets one day, perhaps. That actually would be a funny game to see all the PLO players play a no limit stream game and see the no limit players just play a PLO stream. That'd be hilarious. That'd be good TV. Seeing all these no limit players that haven't played PLO all play PLO against each other. That'd be sweet. Let's see that. What a great opportunity to learn for the no limit players too. Only playing against other people that are similarly inexperienced. That'd be fun. Opposite world game. Let's do it. And it's funny, you never know, man. You might be a no-limit player. You might jump in PLO and kind of learn that, man, it's kind of more my thing than I thought. That was definitely my instinct. I hesitated playing PLO for so long. Shout out to my friend Bryan Cox from Kansas City. He's probably playing PLO in Florida somewhere, but he'd always try to get me in the PLO games, and I would always say, you know what, it's half as many hands an hour. It's twice the variance. I'll pass. That was my back of the envelope take on it, but thankfully, I wasn't too rigid in my thinking because I'd finally just jumped in the games at like 10-20 or 25-50 and kind of just figured it out on the fly. That was another problem is I didn't want to go way down in stakes to learn the game and have that opportunity cost of like playing small. But
hey, I'm Norman Chad, and due to a court order, I'll be joining my arch enemy, David Tuckman, on Hustler Casino Live coming up. One of us will not survive the live stream. Actually, I guess that would make it a dead stream. Please join us.
Shout out to Norman Chad with the poker dad jokes. Oh man, Norman Chad's such a legend. It's funny because I'm 5 years into doing stand-up comedy. I've been doing that for 5 years, aside from still playing poker some. And I wonder if Norman Chad did stand-up back in the day because he definitely has a comedy instinct to him. I'd definitely be curious if Norman Chad's done any open mics in Los Angeles at any point in time. Like I'm toiling away doing the open mics a few days a week here. And I got some shows coming up in a couple weeks that I'll promote on my Instagram if you guys are in the area and want to see me do some poker gambling jokes. That's a lot of my act is gambling stuff. But yeah, Norman Chad, funny guy, man. Funny dude.
You guys are gonna see my hand.
Great poker ambassador.
I feel like
Phenomenal poker
I
ambassador.
got like any hand that I have to play.
You ran so bad, bro.
Check. Like the ones you have to play have gone through.
That's good. Like it's like deja vu again. I don't like this hand. Check.
What?
Put an 8 out there for him.
8 for out. Let him win it.
Let him win it.
I check again.
I mean, this is just bananas seeing a graphic of like 8 people seeing a flop. I mean, this is incredible.
200.
Fucking ball calls? You're dead in the
It's
water.
unbelievable seeing this. Like, as like a poker player, you're just like salivating
Paul's got
seeing
2 pair with a 9-10.
all these players seeing a flop.
9-10 diamonds, 2 pair, top 2.
He's super IE.
Top 2, 9-10.
9-10, Jack 8.
You need to hit whatever you need on the river right now.
Call. Fold.
Look at that. Tough.
Thank you. All right, 4 ways.
Deuce.
Oh, it is.
Nice hand, Paul.
Norman Chad, the legend. Yeah, everybody in chat. Everybody in chat's respecting Norman Chad. He's the man.
Thinking of a number.
Well played. Well played.
If he checks, it's not the nuts.
Is it on me?
C4 has checked already.
Okay, that's it.
Check.
Only king high. Only king high.
Trapping.
All right, he's got the nut blocker here, Tiger King. Let's see if he can get away with the bluff here. I don't think it's gonna work. Alfie's just gonna call him with the third nut flush, I think. I mean, he could maybe make a hero full of players behind him, but the way this game's playing, I think he's just gonna close his eyes and call. If he was in like a tough game at the Aria or Bellagio or World Series, this might be a tough decision against like a thinking pro.
What is Tiger doing?
Who's probably going to have like the ace of diamonds or an ace high flush here. But in a game like this, people could be betting all kinds of nonsense. So, but his impulse to fold here is not an absurd one.
Okay. I'll let Tiger win one.
I thought he'd call. I thought he'd call the way the game was playing, but this is a great example of the leverage that nut flush blocker is. This is why it's a great game. See? When they show all their cards is when they're bluffing. When they don't show the other cards, we all know. Look at Tiger King doing his thing.
I don't know these. I got two assassins behind me. I don't know.
That's a good example of why PLO is a beautiful game. It's just the card removal, the opportunities to bluff. It's
that one was for the stream though. That was for the stream.
What is he doing?
That was a great bluff by Tiger King.
I said, man, if I call and he's
the presence of blockers and blocker bluffs really make PLO a fun game. It's
the nuts on the river.
Yeah.
That's why.
Redemption play.
But you got to be careful. If the pot's so small, it's not going to work. But since that was a bigger pot, you can get people to fold a decent flush and for a big bet. But if that's a $100 bet, $200 bet in a game like this, people are just going to call. So it's a bad spot to block or bluff. You really got to do it in a spot where you can really leverage it.
Oh.
Thank you for reminding me. Oops.
Oh,
big time.
Thank you.
Alfie with the aces.
Is it hot as hell?
And even if I did,
do you have ice?
Alfie with the aces. Who knows? I'd be curious to see what Gummy Bear's in there with. Hopefully he'll show us here.
Yeah. If I win, I'll give you the 3 man.
Good man, good man.
I don't think I'm winning.
I like. He's gonna fade a couple people.
4 and 9. Can you slide your cards around for me?
Literally everyone else is in.
9.
Yeah. This is so dumb.
Good price.
Such a marginal hand.
Wow. All right. Man, this could be a spot where Gummy Bear could get stacked. I think they might be deep enough pre-flop to where he's going to maybe show some finesse. Yeah, it looks like he did. He just called, which is that's an okay play. It's all right to call there with ace. I mean, you're more likely to 3-bet king with the ace with it, but as you see, just because you have an ace doesn't mean somebody doesn't have aces. So really good instincts there by Gummy Bear, or lucky, or luck, but either way.
You're in the pot.
Not so hard.
I'm sure if he was a lot shorter, he would have just punted it in. But playing deep in Omaha, you got to be a little more careful. And then a nice benefit of just calling with kings is obviously you can overset somebody. You're seeing 6 people to the flop, and can come king 7-4, and somebody's in there with pocket 7s, and you're going to win a huge pot with overwhelming equity. So that's a nice benefit of just calling kings pre-flop. And obviously you don't want to re-isolate yourself against the one hand that has you crushed, which is aces, which sometimes that's what 3-betting is going to do. You 3-bet, then you get 4-bet, and you're cussing yourself out. I've been there. We've all been there.
You got double suited aces, spades and hearts.
Yeah, why are you taking so long?
Well, last time I think I made a call solo. Okay.
How many aces time?
No, just regular. Regular. How much are you? Okay, well, here, thank you.
Good prudent fold there from Gummy Bear. Realizing that just a single pair and a multi-way pot on the turn is not going to be enough. Victor's got a nifty little, spicy little hand here with the double draw and crappy hearts. Thankfully his hearts are going to be live, which will often not be the case in a multi-way hand like this. Oh, and I'm a ding-dong. I didn't even realize that guy's full with pocket 5, so his hearts are dead on arrival.
So bad.
Oh yeah, over. Didn't see that 5's full there. My bad, gang.
All in, and Victor? All right, I fold.
Wow, what a huge...
Hey, Sammy.
Pocket 5s or 7s, right?
Oh, really? Wow. Hey, sorry about the 50.
Having the overfull is such a sweet spot.
I didn't look. I was like, I hope I didn't look.
Usually in the spot somebody has a 2x and they're drawing dead pretty much to 1 out. But
Ace of hearts or a deuce? You got 2 outs?
It's hard to
wow.
Pocket 7s are good.
No straight flush. No straight flush. Had a few outs there.
If he folds, I call him.
Yeah, having the overfull is amazing. Conversely, if you have the underfull, like let's say it's 5, 7, 7, and you got pocket 5s, you're only 40% against a 7 with 3 higher side cards. So if you have pocket 5s that come 7, 7, 5, you got 5s full. That's a good spot, but against the 7 and 3 overcards, you're not even that great a shape. That's what's kind of crazy about it in Omaha. But when you have the top full like that, it's more of a lock.
I mean, I would have enjoyed it pre-flop more, but
I really wanted
He was doing so well, he just gave his money away.
I wanted to donk off.
So well, he's stuck up so high.
Yeah, I thought he was gonna
Tried.
do well this time, but
I don't think back-to-back are the bluff.
I just burned like.
What do you have here? What do you have here?
He said Ace of Hearts would have got him there.
Going to a good
Only I was Ace of Hearts.
Well, give him a
Obviously,
50
he didn't have a deuce.
Oh, but a heart in the river.
Give Sammy a 50 bucks.
3, 4.
Oh, you had a full house.
Yeah. Or at least put it on the button. Yeah.
The second Paul called it was an easy call.
That was game over.
Paul's not calling with. Like, you don't make a move there. Especially against Vic.
Yeah.
I thought it's nice to have 2 people bet 500.
I mean, what did Vic have? I had him.
He had a 3-4 heart.
Vic
had a flush draw.
That's what he said?
Yeah, he needs Ace of Hearts or a fucking deuces.
No, he just had.
I had Ace of Hearts.
Oh, just a flush draw?
Yeah, he said he had deuces. I believe him.
This isn't about the Ace of Hearts. I think he might have had a royal draw or some kind of.
You might have had a royal draw.
Raise 70.
I had a fucking not
Let's pump it up a little bit.
Spade flush. Second, actually.
That is not.
I had the 10 of hearts.
Wow, this should be a big hand here. Aces versus Ace King, double high suited. Man, this will be. This will get messy.
What'd you have?
I think Sammy's gonna put in a re-raise here. They're gonna be all in here pre-flop almost assuredly.
Against Paul?
And Big Al's gonna have a puncher's chance, but he's up against the one hand he doesn't want to see, pocket aces. But that's the beauty of Omaha. Even when you have a connected hand like his, you're still still got 35% chance. You're just 2-to-1 dog against the worst possible hand. It's not so bad.
I've seen people in PLO folding nut flush against straight.
I want to go once against you so bad.
It's crazy because the hands have to play to the river for that.
I really like
Wow.
Say like if you have enough flush, right? Enough flush.
Ace is cracked. 35% comes through.
Did you really have deuces? I can see that later on.
It looks like they're running it twice here. So wow, it's got diamonds on this one. Double scoop here for the worst hand. One time. Okay.
No, I know. It's going to show.
That's the variance reduction of running it twice.
Yeah, I mean, I've some monster hands with quads, like top out.
But obviously, again, some people I notice at the casinos when they kind of feel like when they have the best hand and they run it twice, they feel like they're giving a break to the person with the worst hand. You're not really giving anybody a break. It doesn't change the odds. The percentages are the same. It just there's just 2 results instead of 1 result. You can flip a quarter for 10K, or you can flip 2 quarters for 5K and 5K. Tails are still 50%. It doesn't change anything. So it's. The only rare exception would be like a situation where you have like 1 out, and 1 out obviously can only come once or whatever. So some people in like a rare spot where they only have like 1 single out to like a straight flush, they might just run it once just so they can win the pot. But yeah, it doesn't matter once or twice. It doesn't change there's no advantage for either player. It's just a variance reducer.
It's not like to suck some
You're the one that gives
but
up,
I think Superman is the face of the PLO SoCal, huh?
Yeah, it's close to it, right?
50K.
I made some. Oh, dude, my 50K.
Fucking people in the comments right now. Stop sucking his dick.
For losing.
How much is it?
A week?
Tiger King?
I'm
in there.
Back when I was doing bigger games.
Put some respect on your name. I called you the Tiger King this time.
Wow, huge hands here. We got Ace, King, Queen, double high suited. And little suited kings for Tiger King.
Are you blowing my waters, bro? Yeah.
He's on the button. I assume he's going to jack it up. I'm not sure. Did Paul just call on the cutoff with that hand? I would definitely raise that for sure. But
I actually think
I mean, even back raise. If you, I would be limiting that to back raise if you're trying to. I don't know. That's it's a big hand.
Shut up, Paul.
Thank you.
If Gummy had a bigger fucking bank account, he would too. That's the truth. He would fucking crush it for.
I mean, if my dad gave me more money, but he just didn't certain amount of money.
You don't have to worry about it. You'll be fine.
I guess somebody's playing on their dad's money in the game, it sounds like. I'm not sure who that was, but parents' money, government stimmy, we all got our sources of funds somehow. Probably some crypto money in the game, I'm sure.
Come on. I mix the chips in there.
What? They all have to be in the box? I don't get it. I don't know. I moved them around a lot.
I'll get this phantom.
I moved them around a lot, like the entire
Host,
time.
can you help him, host?
Yes. Call forward. Alfie wants everything.
Alfie is good, yeah? It's really good.
What are you eating, Alfie?
Blackened salmon. Is it unblackened or you went with?
That's actually another perk, actually, man. Hearing them talk about the food, that's actually one great thing about being a poker professional is all the free comp food you get at the casinos, which is actually pretty good. The food's pretty good at the casinos usually. I think somebody's talking about getting salmon. But yeah, you get salmon steak. There's always like an Asian menu. It's like a Cheesecake Factory menu at all these casinos. It's like
does that mean that you don't eat?
You can get everything.
I was trying to pull a Victor right there.
Yeah.
But not get.
I gotta get educated on that. I just.
There's like a Mexican menu, there's an Asian menu, there's like a traditional steakhouse menu. You got it all.
Because you can eat like fish.
You get kebabs. All the casinos, plenty of options. They want you to stay and gamble, so they'll definitely give you some food you want.
Because he would never do that.
Too complicated to keep track of. I can't deal with it.
We need a barometer of skill on the table.
I'd stake you if you stay away from Bloon.
Wow. Put that in writing.
No.
I want that DJ money.
Can I get a steak?
Oh, it's almost back. Yeah, we're almost there again.
It's actually odd because I end up eating healthier when I eat at the casino, which is kind of might sound paradoxical, but
like, oh, refreshing.
Definitely can always get like a healthy breakfast, eggs and veggies.
We're going to DJ in Vegas, so we can all go.
It's nice to be able to get healthy food.
Yeah,
At one point, I think I had Garrett's order memorized. He would always get some dry chicken with like a bunch of vegetables. That's what Garrett would always get. I'm not sure if he's still on that or not, but shout out to Garrett and his disciplined food game.
Like in a private beach in Malibu or what?
You know what you're doing.
We're limited there. We can't get as crazy as
Curious if Garrett's still on the dry chicken
Find
tip.
a nice warehouse in downtown LA.
How many people you need?
Yeah, I do warehouse parties.
Are you in charge of that, Matt, or what? Yeah, sure. I'll plan it.
Okay. Do you DJ Quinceañeras?
Back in the days.
Do you know like Hispanic music or no like?
Absolutely,
Yeah?
Dioro. He's one of my favorite artists.
Sure.
He knows how to remix all the
Churro?
bomb shit. Yeah, Churro's cousin, Dioro.
Alfie with a huge hand here, double suited. Ace Queen high. He's got a couple clunky cards on the low side he'd prefer not to have. But.
I went through a Resort World.
Wow, what a flop.
The AU.
Yeah,
got a gutty, pair of fours, nut flush draw. He's even got backdoor hearts.
Shut up, bro.
That's Alfie's looking to check raise here, I would think.
Shit.
I was thinking about going tonight.
To Vegas?
Yeah, one of my best friends is DJing at Excess tonight.
Alfie's calling there.
My boy Fergie's playing with.
Have you heard of Piazza?
I think I'd be raising that. So many good turns to barrel. Hearts, clubs great, hearts straight for you. So many good turn cards. You got such a good playability with that hand. It's a good hand to check raise and barrel off, in my opinion. Get a king X to fold.
Really? You know what's funny is as soon as Superman goes and hangs out with Steve Aoki in the booth all the time.
And after that night, he had a broken hand. I've always asked him what happened.
He won't say?
No response.
Oh.
Probably fucking
Tiger King in there on a pure limb.
Him,
Tiger King out on a limb, big time here.
He likes to run it 7 times.
Wait, what?
If you allow it. Most people do it because he's like Aoki, but he wants.
Didn't expect Alfie to fold there. I almost wonder if the cards were imported right.
Yeah, and they let him do it. Some people.
I mean, it was a pot-sized bet, and he's got some players behind. I just kind of figured he'd continue there. But obviously, I guess he's afraid of calling, getting jammed on, I suppose, with like a 5-6 behind him. But
yeah, I seen
probably tons of money, I guess. Well, I don't know.
This game's playing so loose. It's just
honestly like Aoki has played with all the pros, huh? Like Chad.
Yeah, I mean he had a game, private game. A lot of them go to his game in Vegas. But it's private.
Wow, this is like a bizarre world hand. I'm confused. The guy with absolutely nothing got everybody to fold their 2 pairs and huge double draws. That's a weird hand. I'm almost wondering if that's bizarre.
Oh, I should have called it my flush.
Which jack? The one from the show?
That was a wild stab there with Jack 10-9 on King 7-4-3, but I'll be goddamned if it didn't work.
That guy Jack's really good.
That was
ran really good, or he's good.
That was wild.
You must have missed the 3-9 hit.
I did probably, but I just saw his result.
Wow. Somebody's wanting me to explain Garrett's dried chicken. Yeah, Garrett would basically just get grilled chicken, no sauce, like nothing on it, just as healthy as you could get it. couple sides of veggies. It's so funny. People at casinos always copy people's order. It's like, no, you're not gonna like play better if you order Garrett's meal. But I think maybe some people thought they did. I don't know. I think some people just see somebody order something like, I'll get that. You see that a lot of casinos. People don't want to think. They want to focus on gambling.
I was so proud of him. I was like,
not good to have trips in your hand in Omaha, obviously. Should definitely fold this. Obviously, if you get 3 aces and you can get it in pre-flop, then it's fine, but you want to fold trips.
I was thinking, I was like, Luis is not going to come back soon, so I'll just take it.
Yeah. All right, Chuck. Since Paul's in, I want to make sure I see a flop with him. We got to cooler him somehow.
1500. Sorry, 15.
For fun though.
Yo, what's your deal though? What's your VPIP?
He's coming in swinging.
One?
Oh, this guy's tight.
Okay, that's lower than me. Okay.
Underwear.
Wow, top boat for Malibu here.
That was a good one.
One-handed century.
Unfortunately, nobody else. Nobody else has a king X here, which would be very good for him at top full. But it's going to be tough to squeeze out any juice of this orange here. It's going to be tough. Maybe he gets a look. Maybe he gets a call from the ace.
I'll up a little bit.
God,
dirty.
Can I take it back? Yeah. Can we surrender right now?
Not right now.
You're telling me if I raise the fold?
I lost a bit, like $5,000.
You put $100 on the
Louis.
One card to come when he hit a flush on me. I was like,
Unless it's a 4.
Yeah.
Let's see.
But can play out the rest of the stream and see what happens.
Yeah, did the yellow too.
Yeah, I assume this is going to be.
Guaranteed.
We don't want much yellow. Yeah, we don't.
Maybe he gets looked up from ace jack, but I don't think so.
Whatever, we'll see.
We're playing 10, 20,
He's got the
20.
blockers to the straight here with jacks, but that's not that useful when you got a paired board blocking queen jack for the straight. So I don't think that's going to cause anything from Sammy. Yeah.
Guaranteed. Holy shit, that's hot.
It looks like fucking steaming still.
Could have been interesting if Sammy could have clipped a jack or a 4 there for a lesser full house. That might have saw some fireworks there, but he sometimes it's lucky not to get the card you think you want to get. So he was probably thinking he wanted a jack to peel off there, but
15.
I think that would have made him a lesser full house unless I'm mixing the ace and king around.
Out of 6.
Did you beat the nuts? I had the blocker. No, ace king. Yeah, I had the blocker.
I am gonna deal with
What was the block of ace king?
Ace king was the blocker. It is, right?
It's always funny when people leave your poker table to go play the pits and they come back all pumped up from winning like a big hand of blackjack or something. Definitely something you see a lot at the tables.
It's been very tight.
People want to get their money back quickly, so they go out to blackjack or something. They put a lot of money on a hand, try to get their money back quick.
I was able today.
No, my only chance was that speech, you know, like throwing the speech of like,
The speech almost worked.
that's what I'm saying.
Basically, it's like this side
about
playing, losing all, and then that side's crushing, basically.
I mean, Paul's in for $12.
Literally.
You know what
We let him deal one round and use this tips to jump in.
This new player here, I've definitely played with a few times. Not sure, can't remember what his name is, but I've definitely played with him a few
way more
times.
chips than fucking $6,000.
But look, Alfie got it.
I guess this is Jack, I think.
Alfie got it. Alfie got it. All right, we'll let him live, Chuck. Last time I raised,
You know what I bought it last week for? $14.20. And it worked out. In that game, $14.20. I don't know how.
C4, can you slide your cards around in the box?
He's not ready. You ready for the TV?
Where do you like to stay in Vegas?
We're on
Are you?
TV now.
Yeah, that's my favorite too.
Or when I go with my wife, I like to stay at
Bellagio. You just play
Keep it a little classier over there.
Yeah, she likes how the
When you
food
get a
there,
chance,
it's
go like
better.
this one time.
Like Aria just has the deep high fung and Javier.
I mean, there's.
Tiger King's got some prospects here. He's got a little bit of a, it's like an inside gut shot to the 8.
Yeah, it's definitely like the oldest.
He's got a second nut flush draw with the queen eye flush.
Yeah, that's how the pros do it.
He's got a 6. You can maybe hit trip 6s on potentially. A little additional piece of equity.
I'm thinking of going along tomorrow.
Although obviously he's up against the nut flush here. I just see that a Big Al's got the king eye clubs, so it's going to be tougher for Tiger King to get away from his queen eye flush too, because he has 3 clubs, which makes it less likely he's also up against a flush. You don't want to have, you'd rather have 2 clubs and 3 clubs in your hand, but when you make a flush, having that extra club is a little peace of mind that reduces the likelihood of somebody having a better flush, but not in this case. In this case, he's up against it.
Paul, how do you feel about that?
Well,
He's
So,
half a second away from never being invited.
Tiger King's in a lot of trouble right here.
We'll play good for another 2 sessions.
it's a weird fucking.
Fucking Ryan's like, put him on the list for the rest
I
of the
think
year.
Big Al's doing the shake his head in dismay as he's about to put chips in the pot. Be on the lookout for that, people, if you see that in the game. The guy in pure dismay with his hand, and then he puts in chips in the pot.
From Malibu, California.
Definitely want to look at the actions, not the words there. It's pretty much always like somebody's got a big hand when they're
You
doing
should take
that.
off Dennis off the billboard and put your ass on there.
Definitely.
You know?
Paul brings all the
No one playing though.
Then there's the reverse tells, but let's not get too in the weeds.
People tagging the billboard.
Exactly. Now I know I'm good. Now I know I'm good.
Wow.
690.
Yep. I mean, this is a tougher spot with the 3 clubs. Because he knows, if he just has a king of clubs, he could be getting bluffed.
I used to be a connoisseur.
Like if he just has the bear king of clubs. Tiger King's probably just going to call it off here.
Once I found out my girl was pregnant, I stopped that day.
Definitely better to call it off than to jam. I don't know if he's jamming or not. I mean,
Xanax and Zoloft for like.
at least if you check call it down, you're keeping bluffs in their range. You're letting somebody continue to bluff with just a bear king of clubs. So
It's hard to get off.
playing it as a check call is good in that event. But I think he's gonna lose his money here. I think.
I told myself
for
if
sure.
I can smoke weed, I'm gonna let them choose it for them.
Let's see how big Big Al goes for here.
Not because they see their dad smoking weed.
Yeah. 900.
I'm not saying it's bad because I
Wow,
did it, but
looks
I
like
just
Big
don't
Al's
wanna,
betting like a third of the pot or something. That's a break for Tiger King.
I mean, don't get me wrong. If
Betting 900 into
you know, and then match
looks
right
like
there with the
looks like he's betting 40% pot or something like that.
Unfortunately, in Vegas, it's like.
I think Tiger King probably would have called full pot.
Really?
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Dude,
Dude, Vegas, they have the strip smells like pot.
I'm talking about inside.
I wouldn't think this size would induce Tiger King to jam, thinking it's good, but we'll never know. If he makes like a read on the small sizing,
Nothing. Which is that?
perhaps he will raise, thinking it's like a weak bet with a weak flush. But
You get blacklisted.
typically you just want to call here. If somebody just has the bear club, you're not getting any more money out of them. It's hard to get called by lesser flushes when you raise. You should just call. It's the right play.
In Vegas, at the casinos.
Yeah.
If you bring it
Tough
out
luck.
at clubs, they fuck you up.
That's pretty brutal. But I'm pretty sure fucking Usher's fucking smoking a blind.
I mean, they get okay. So like, there's a few people that get away with smoking blunts.
Could have definitely made more money betting bigger on the river there, but obviously, if, betting that size, maybe gets looked up from 7-8, that would fold to a pot. So it's easy to look at these hands and kind of criticize with perfect information, but
everybody even knows. In the room, you can smoke,
but that smaller size might have got looked up from a straight or maybe a very curious call from a set or something. But
Smoking in my crew, you're fucking out.
Probably because they don't want to like promote like.
No, dude, I got 2 months. I got 2 weeks probation because one person in my cabana got caught with coke.
Yeah.
I got probation as the DJ just because I was in my cabana.
Like from the Metropolitan or from?
No, from Encore Beach Club when I was a resident DJ.
Encore's really
literally, they gave me 2 weeks off just because I don't even know the guy.
That's the one where you can play blackjack, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's my favorite one. Encore is the best security. They have counter-terrorist like military. They don't even have security. They have like military security, like
Find the straight flush. I was really hoping I hit the straight flush.
Fuck the straight flush.
Let's give it up for the hustler security guy.
Yeah.
All right. You guys are doing good over here.
Let's get it up for Luis. One time.
Yeah.
For Lauren.
With the hottest dealers. And Gerry.
Finally, I get a hand.
There we go.
Can you fold in turn? Sorry, it messes up the grab guy. Even might hear it.
Oh, there was a straddle.
Yeah. There's gonna be a lot of that.
Next time
He's new. You gotta go easy.
I didn't hear the straddle. I know. We're a little. It's like never on, so I understand. I appreciate it.
This is Tiger. This is the. Yeah, I knew it. I knew it. This is the best chance to do it. You know.
I got it. I get it.
320.
Tiger King with the nifty little
320 it is.
connected 10 high rundown.
320.
Drinking, not drinking.
Dennis with the pretty nifty double suited ace 10-10 with ace high clubs. I think we'll see some swords crossing here.
She got left.
325.
Simba.
He made it to your deep.
Not enough.
13 or 15.
Sorry, those have to be out in front for everyone to see your stack.
40, 325.
That's right, Lauren. Check his ass.
320.
That's correct.
320 is a pot.
Looks like Malibu Paul is the big stack at the table here, just south of $11,000.
Immediately just walk away.
I think there's a few 5, 6K stacks, but looks like he's a pretty good position for a chip leader here.
I would. That'd be a fitting end to the stream.
That's what I'm calling.
Big out.
I was like, where's my phone?
It's so funny. This game's so amazing, but I think people are so addicted to their cell phones now that I could see the stream ending short just because we're so addicted to our phones that people want to use their phone, which is so hilarious. I mean, I can relate. My phone's in like a cupboard locked up.
Yeah, it's just too easy for 3 people to be staring at their phone. It kind of kills the vibe.
Yeah, it is. I agree with that from Matt.
We got him.
The cell phones make the game so much worse. People just... When I see people playing a poker game on their phone while they're at a live poker game, it like annoys me so much.
I think I might have to stick to the binding 200.
It's yeah, it definitely makes the games worse when people are like distracted, not paying attention to the game, looking at their phone. But you know, it's tough. What are you gonna do? Tell people that they gotta lose their phone? But in a stream game like this, it's the least appropriate to ask for that. But yeah, the presence of cell phones have definitely made the games worse, I think, at the live poker tables.
Good, Al. Nice hand, nice hand.
Makes it easier for people to play tight when they can fiddle around on their phone. It's a double-edged sword, having the phones at the table.
If they suspect that you have COVID or gone, if you're vaccinated,
12:45 all in.
you need to show a card.
I'll show a card.
Can you get a card for me too?
Sorry, once again, the number is 12:45. 12:45 all in.
I'll have a card. I'll be fine. I'm Armenian.
It's not that kind of card.
Bro, I have everything.
I'm Armenian. You have a card.
13:45.
That's good.
Black card.
Tell us more about the swords. Well, you're going to have to go to the bathroom to find that out, brother. Whoever, some funny comments in the chat. They're playing off my verbiage.
Oh, look at me.
Sorry if I'm offending any vaccinated.
Set of 7s for Sammy and a gutter to the 5. That's a huge hand. Unfortunately, he's up against the hand he doesn't want to be up against with the 7, which is a double draw. Big straight draw with the flush draw. All of his outs are going to be live. That's, you know, when you have a set of 7s, you're obviously hoping to be up against a set of 6s or maybe just queen 7. But he's going to have to sweat out a lot of equity here with the set.
Max Payne?
I mean, he's a dog, as you're seeing.
I'm like pressing it, makes my voice better.
Only in Omaha, flop a set and you're an underdog. What a world.
Once or twice? They run twice. One time.
One time.
Are you playing the PLO 10K? No.
What a world.
That's you.
Bink! Instantly. I guess they ran it once, it looks like, which is nice for the game, speed of the game.
You win?
We'll see if Sammy tilts off on that. Although, of course, it'd be funny if he did. He's actually an underdog, but psychologically, you feel entitled to the hand when you have the made hand, you know?
I had a monster.
It feels like it should be yours, even if you're an equity underdog. It's like, I'm already there, you know? You got to get there. I'm already there.
I told you, stuff in there.
There's like 1,300.
I'll have a nice box.
I'm glad you didn't have hearts.
This game, yeah.
It's a website for poker that they're doing an app.
I'm gonna have a fake sponsor. I want a Pornhub shirt.
I love it.
2,000.
Who knows, bro? I might get sponsored.
Yeah, when I lost that big pot last week, and it's funny, the guy was running it twice, like all night, and then I don't know, for whatever reason, he just like wanted to go home. He had lost a big hand previous, and like somebody 3-bet, he 4-bet, I look down at ace, queen 9, and I jam. And he had like jack 8, 7, 6 or something. He had 2 pair. But yeah, he was like, I want to run it once. He wanted to either go home busted or he wanted to double a stack. He got a stack doubled from me, that's for sure. But that happened like 13 hours into my session. You know, you play 13 hours, you're having a good day, and then you think you're about to have a banner day, and then the poker gods can knock you down a peg. It's the beautiful part of the game. You got to handle the turbulence if you wanna get the gold in this game.
I don't see my hundreds. I have hundreds.
People are asking me in the chat, what's the ideal VPIP? I mean, it's kind of weird in these games because obviously if you just play super tight, part of the logic of playing in these games is to get invited back. So obviously you don't want to just be super net and play super tight. You want to get in there and mix it up. But if you're asking me what the appropriate VPIP would be in a casino game, like an 8-handed, 9-handed casino game, I mean, it depends on the table. Obviously, so many things are fluid in poker, but I mean, I can't see how you'd want to play more than like 25-30% of hands in a 8-9-handed game. I mean, that would be probably losing for sure. Obviously, the better skilled you are, the more you can get away with. That's why it's like most poker questions. The answer is it depends, but I would think anywhere from like, I don't know, depending on how tight you want to play, 7% to 15%, 20%, something like that. 5% to 20%, depending on style you want to play. But obviously, this is a unique. This stream game is a unique situation, obviously.
Any chance? You have to go to Colombia for that.
I mean, for reference, aces in Omaha, I think is like 2.96 a hand. So basically, just aces is 3% of hands in Omaha. So that's a decent number to work from as far as how many hands you should play pre-flop.
600.
But yeah, as a professional in games like this, it's kind of tough because you want to do the correct thing in a vacuum, but there's also this kind of high wire act of you wanting to get invited in the game, and you want to be action, you want it to be a fun environment. So it's kind of a delicate dance of being action but also just not YOLOing too hard, obviously, because it's it's your own money at stake. But
I just have my money in. That's all I can do.
I paid someone for 3 years to drive and roll my boat. It was cheaper back then for me.
All I can do is just get my money in.
2,085.
No, I had the thoughts at the raves for those. They call them thoughts.
Oh, okay.
Oh my God!
Here we go. Wow. It kind of sucks for Jack that he also has bottom set with the aces.
I have set. Yeah, I have 2 sets.
Which basically means he's going to be up against some kind of double draw, spade draw, or something. There's not many straight draws in this flop, thankfully, for his sake.
That's gummy.
You have flush?
But, wow.
That's Gummy Bear.
Oh,
Look at him.
Yeah, both?
Chop.
What? Oh, what a flop. That's a killer for you.
Okay, so we chop.
That's a cooler there for Dennis with top 2 and a flush draw. Or I'm sorry, top 3 and a flush draw.
I can't even get it. I can't pair the board again.
That's a great spot for Gummy Bear. Obviously, all the pair outs are cannibalizing each other in each other's hands. So
he should be folding.
More spades left.
Where is he?
No, I scoop if not, but
I'm not sure why.
You my hand?
He's like, I regret ever telling you.
I Armenianed him. I say he had a low beat.
because he had I just had aces.
I'm sorry, he has a flush.
And he had like flush draw and a set, and he was a river ace board, so he was like, keep going with your gut, bro. Keep going with your gut.
So how much is it?
Yo, boss, what's your name? Big Dog. Big Dog. Big Dog. What's your name?
Jack.
Yeah.
Can I get a side pot? No.
Flop 3 pair.
What's up, Texas? That's all I get.
Got 2 pair on the bottom.
Yeah, but then what do you the Dennis is
Dennis
is 1,000. 1,000.
Take it. You're good.
I love PLO. I like holding more, but I love PLO. It's fun.
You love anything, you can just talk to that.
That's true. That's exactly what it is.
Yeah, we were started. You got a little money, now you can talk. Now you can actually, they don't even know.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he could have caught running 6s for quads or something, but yeah, Dennis is basically drawn dead. But that's a cooler. I mean, top 2 pair and a flush draw. I mean, God love him.
I didn't expect less.
He's thinking, all right, I block aces. I got an ace, I got top 2, I got a spade draw. Tough hand. God love him.
You already moved it, guys? Thank you.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of whoever was trying to tell somebody they should be folding that or they should be just telling, talking strategy at the table is not very wise, especially telling somebody how to play hands and stuff. Just,
I still would have got you, but
I don't know what you're trying to accomplish. You want the table to play better, so it's a worse game? I mean, I don't know. I don't get it. I never understood people doing that.
I didn't even see that, actually.
7 high flush.
Oh, then yeah, we would have chopped. We would have chopped.
They call.
I'm sorry, I didn't see your flush. I just saw your top two. That's because I was selfishly looking at how I couldn't fucking boat up.
I knew my flush was good.
Yes.
I've never pulled
That's right, call it.
It's gut, dude.
50
It's gut, right?
No.
3 pair and flush.
Fucking some Mike Postal shit right now.
68, yeah.
There you go. Yay. What's under that bucket hat?
Oh, hold on.
Maria.
There's a bump right here. You see?
Yeah, I'm done. Yeah,
Malibu Paul with the double paired hand. Pretty crappy one though. I mean, if there was ever a double paired hand to fold pre-flop, it'd be this one. 4-4-2-2 rainbow. But obviously, it's a fun hand. Double paired hands are fun.
Like when you put the Coke in your mouth.
But that would be like the nut low of double paired hands, pretty much.
I love you, Paul.
That's how you got it.
It's quite the name. I like the snack.
The snack?
Yeah.
The with the min
like the herbals or which ones?
Can I fold?
You saw my hand, you wouldn't fold. Very
Yeah, one of these streams, I want it to be a no-limit advertised game, have all the no-limit players show up, and then say, you all got to play PLO. So nobody can do the advanced study, the advanced all that. That would just, I think it'd be so funny to see how that game would play out. I bet it'd be must-see TV.
675.
Obviously, it wouldn't be as cool for this because most people start out playing no limit, so I'm sure these guys have a working knowledge of no limit. But I'd love to see Garrett in there ramming and jamming with 4 cards. Come on, who doesn't want to see Garrett with 4 cards? Come on now.
Nice. That's not a knife.
You just straddle any position, any amount you can as well.
Wow, that's so friendly. That's so friendly. I love it.
Like turn your stack and then play some bingo and start to get it.
And I'm on the button, huh?
Home game rules here.
Wow.
Don't worry, you're gonna push it.
Armenian style.
You gotta put 100. You gotta bump 50.
Z, yes.
I think this guy is like on the straddles tournament. I gotta fucking get you. Have you kept track? Where's the tally on the straddles tournament?
I don't think they have that stat, but it's a good one.
You're pulling ahead.
Paul's gonna play this game on Monday? We're close. It's like we're tied for second and third.
You guys, there's 2 Pauls. Paul and
Got the clever text people back here in production with the pretty ragtag shirt there.
This is
almost makes me wonder if he was just at the casino and didn't realize he was going to be on the stream. He probably didn't think he was going to have a chance to get on TV here. I think you know you're a boomer when you call internet streaming TV, I guess.
That's some Armenians. Like,
we doing a hold up flip? What the hell's going on here?
Who here is Armenian?
Paul.
I do not own a sword, if that's what you guys are asking. I own some skis that are kind of shaped like a sword, but actually, a landscaper left like this long sword type of blade thing that I actually have. So I actually maybe do have a sword, actually. Technically, I think it's a landscaping shiver or something, but actually, if that counts, I have one. No samurai type sword, though. 100% is a samurai sword on the wall. That's funny.
I saw that. I was like, oh shit.
What?
Tiger?
I think I need to get a samurai sword now, actually. I got to be on brand with my sword jokes. My crossing sword restroom jokes here.
I mean, there's no drop. There's no jackpot.
You gotta fade 2 of the best.
Man, I did not think this sword thing would be taking off like this. This sword thing is going viral in the chat. Machete. Machete Adam.
They don't play double here.
Check.
The Tino's offer it.
Check.
Hey man, I lived in downtown LA. I was in downtown LA for many years. Having a machete would have came in handy.
I don't know.
I think it can.
You
I
should
mean, it's
convince
just
them
it's
to
just
try
face
to
up.
add that into the game.
No,
you mean that crossed the line?
Gummy Bear's hand kind of got diluted here a good bit. Although it's better to see the board double pair, it's less likely somebody has a full house. When you have a straight, obviously when you see the board pair, it sucks. But when it pairs again, it's less likely somebody has a boat. So it's actually a decent river for Gummy Bear in a sense. Makes it less likely he's up against a boat. Still tough calling with the straight though. But that river might have helped him out if he's on the same wavelength as I am.
That'd be a great episode. We all just play shirtless.
We can start it right now.
Straight up.
Starting with you, Tiger King.
I'm out.
Yeah, I mean, that's a tough call for Gummy Bear. That's
strip PLO.
Show.
As long
as I can keep some.
Wow.
Yeah. We got him.
So Matt had the straight blocker with the 9. Had a boat blocker with the 6. So decent spot to let your nuts hang.
I'm a sicko.
Huh? Oh, a little bit, yeah.
Nice you guys are a new
Well played there by Matt.
Living the good life.
Are you friends with Bryce Jockey?
Yeah, I went to college with him.
Did he teach you how to play?
I taught him.
No wonder you're the fucking pro.
He was the worst player.
And you know what, Gummy Bear,
game.
sometimes folding the best hand is just what's going to happen. So you never fold the best hand, you're making a lot of bad calls. So sometimes discretion's the better part of valor, as they say. So no shame in folding there, Gummy Bear, but I think that river could have made you call it.
We used to just come hang out at the Hustler back in the day.
Yeah.
Raise 75. It said 75. Okay, 75.
I used to play. Play for Bryce.
Yeah.
Can you tell him turn my mic off?
Enter a donkey.
What is it, 75?
I'm gonna go try.
I see somebody in my chat giving my Instagram flack. Yeah, that's true. Although I do a lot of stories. I've been doing more stories than posts. So yes, my last post has been a year and a half or so from a ski trip before the virus started. But I do a lot of live stories. Obviously those disappear with time. But I'll start posting some posts. I've been more of a story guy lately. On there.
4 good calls.
It's funny, I used to only do posts and never stories. Now I'm doing stories and no posts. It's weird.
Check.
Go ahead.
Got some good hands here pre-flop. Don't see many confrontation points in this hand other than we got a set of 5 for Tiger King, but not many other strong hands. Ace King doesn't really have any draws with it. We might give him a loose tug here for a single bet, but I don't see any under the table big tugs going on with the board here. I think he's just gonna fold.
That sounds like a yes.
You been to his new place yet, Al?
No, not yet.
I really had it.
I mean, post pictures on Instagram. I saw it.
They have out.
You know what? I think I am going to start doing live PLO vlogs. Actually, I'm seeing some people in the chat talking about vlogs and stuff.
That's like the worst thing to play in PLO.
Check my Instagram, Comedic Gamble. I'll probably be posting some Pot Limit Omaha vlogs, where there's not really many out there right now. It's mostly no limit vlogs. So stay tuned for that. I might be putting out some PLO vlogging content here soon enough.
40.
I might work in some sword play for the fans out there.
I'm such a pussy, dude. Honestly, that's the thing. I'm such a pussy. I knew you didn't have it. I really should have repotted you.
Maybe that'll be the channel name. Live by the sword, die by the sword. Oh, all right. Norman Chad rubbing off on me. Sorry about that, fellas.
Here comes the old pro.
It seems right.
The old Bryce method.
It's some talk of Bryce Yockey. He was a really good Los Angeles bass player here. He plays many games.
Funny though.
He I guess started out playing here at Hustler and has moved on to many different games. But looks like him and Matt were colleagues in college and played a lot of Hustler together.
I'll tell you at the end of the show, but
shout out to Bryce Yockey.
Fuck it. I mean, at the end of the day,
very fine gentleman and a hell of a player in his own right.
Basically, no, I mean, like, it's not. You guys aren't gonna change.
Maybe a better dude than a player, which is saying something. Real nice guy.
Because of what I say, because it's kind of logical what I'm gonna say. Basically, never call a hand unless you're willing to go all in with it.
We all know that. Bro.
But like, does that make sense?
He's like a philosopher.
I mean, like. Basically, if you're gonna call someone's raise, be ready to go all and never call a hand.
Yeah, I think somebody's trolling me in chat with the dearth of poker vlogs. True on that, but I don't think there's many PLO vlogs, man. Snow Monkey, from what I can tell.
They're all gonna sign up for Dr. Gummy Bear's quarter.
Tiger King here at the massive free roll opportunity with the clubs. Hopefully he can get into the spot here to re-raise and get Ace King in there on a free roll opportunity, but it looks like it just went bet call.
Yeah, we're not giving away the
Which kind of sucks now because Malibu Paul is gonna probably be able to get away from his hand with the flush coming, but Tiger King could have had that opportunity to get more money on the turn. If he just called, that's a pretty big mistake. If he was the first one to lead, then I guess that's one thing. But you got to be putting in a raise there and put somebody in a free roll situation where if no club comes, you guys chop, and if a club comes, obviously, then it's gonna be a good situation for you. But did not materialize the way the hand played out.
Top chop, right?
I'll do a run-up.
MG or something.
I think I might have bet a little smaller from Tiger King, just to try to get a call from Ace King.
Good.
I mean, backdoor clubs are a little more disguised than like a flush draw on the flop, but
it is chop, right?
Can I get six shots? Yeah, can we get
I think I'd probably be betting half pot or something here. I mean, unless if you've got a real bluffy image, then maybe full pot it, but barring any kind of dynamic, I think I'd probably be betting smaller.
If you give me, I'll show if you give me 500.
It looks like he potted it here though, which I think, I mean, it polarizes his range. Maybe he gets looked up here, but yeah, kind of make it easy. On Paul to do the right thing by potting there.
It's good for you. Don't show. Make him go to the restroom in 30 minutes.
Although what I do like about the play there from Tiger King is if you do have just the ace of clubs, you're probably more likely to pot bluff there than bet a third pot. So that is one consideration, but it's hard to know what these people are thinking exactly.
I'll tell you, I had ace king of clubs.
You fish.
So I had the nuts with the redraw.
the nuts.
All right, I'm signing up for the ball.
I knew I lost on the fucking on the turn river.
I might be optionally stakeable.
Yeah, I love joke. I mean, y'all, I do stand-up comedy for goodness sake. I definitely can take a joke, and I love all the ribbing and the roasting. It's all good, man. It's all fun. That's why I love playing live poker, man. You see me play live poker, I'm talking and jacking around more than anybody. That's what's awesome about live poker.
Like nothing less.
Nothing. It's 20K buying.
I mean, I can do the rest.
They were looking for someone.
I couldn't pot the turn because I knew someone had a sick free roll.
All right. Well, this is why we need those skills in the real game.
For the Banyo.
Make sure to lean the mic in close.
I know.
So sick. Damn,
I have a nice salt.
Stand them all together.
Hand I had, dude.
I mean, I had the straight.
Sammy with the big aces. Wow, Malibu Paul with the Queen Jack. Queen Jack. A little connected hand. I thought he was double suited for a second there, but he's not. Jack's got a pretty nifty, spicy hand here. Top two. Backdoor diamond draw that'll come in a couple percent of the time.
A re-push.
Thought about betting less and you thinking that I was weak, but that looks strong.
Me and you, bro. Well, we got action. Yeah, price is good. I just have to.
We're gonna go 2 times. Maybe you call 400.
Oh God.
Looks like something's going on with the chat. Maybe I'm not sure what's going on here.
I'm a potter, you know. And then everyone trolls if I bet less than pot because they think I'm betting for it.
I think maybe.
I think this is the only trick you show up. Jesus Christ.
Well, I really have to didn't pot the turn because I knew.
Oh my God.
Yeah, that
fucking got an all.
Fucks me too. Yeah.
That's like the worst spot to pot when you're like, you think you have a free roll and you don't even have a free roll. You have an anti-free roll.
I'm just saying I don't know if I
think you have a free roll.
If I can call through that. The ace. Yeah, that's
like one of those like fish kind of like super fishy. Yeah. You have to be really bad at this. Like you have to be like semi-fish.
Yeah.
I think you're a pro, but like still fishy.
Looks like we're getting some poker proverbs from Seed 5, the EDM DJ.
Behind you.
Yeah, he's king as well.
I fucking judge. Fuck it.
That's pretty cool that he was a resident DJ at Encore. That's freaking amazing. I wish I knew what his handle was or whatever. I used to be into that kind of music back in the day. When you're in Vegas all the time, especially during series, you're always at those Excess or all those clubs where they have all those DJs like Steve Aoki and David Guetta. Pretty good times. I did EDC 1 year back in the day. One time. I had my EDC experience before viruses were spreading around. But hopefully that doesn't happen. It's always an outdoor event, so I'm curious if EDC is actually going this year or not. I haven't checked to see what the music festivals are doing.
Good luck to me.
I think the last thing we want to hear about is the freaking virus on here, so I'm not going to mention that anymore. Let's rather talk about poker.
That's a pro move, actually. Not betting there at all. Pro move.
4 players.
So many
I'm
pros.
just enjoy my ice cream and forget about the hand.
Just too many.
Wow. Jack flopping the nut flush. Unfortunately for his sake, he also has the king of diamonds, which sucks. He'd prefer to have the ace high flush without any other high cards, because you obviously want somebody to have a king high flush and you got the ace high flush, which he blocks with the king of diamonds. But I'm sure he's still okay with his life at the moment. But yeah, thankfully Matt's in there with the flush, and he's got 3 diamonds, so it's going to be harder for Matt to give him credit. But prudent fold by Matt. In PLO, you definitely want to try to keep yourself from calling a lot of bets on future streets with a hand that's drawing dead, which a 10 high flush definitely can be. So sometimes discretion is the better part of valor, and you just got to fold these hands. And if somebody, block or bluff you with the ace of diamonds, and God bless them. It's going to happen sometimes.
40 minutes to get it in.
It's kind of more about the future streets and the future bets you're going to call, and just really kind of want to get out of the habit of putting in money to fold later on in hands. That's not ideal.
You were lost. I know, that's what I said.
No straddle?
Free roll.
Holy shit.
Looks like the chat, I'm not sure if the chat went away. I'm looking at the monitor here to my side. I'm not seeing the chat anymore. I'm not sure if something happened or if the chat's still active for you guys, but if the chat's not active, I guess you can tweet at somebody or whatever, and maybe they can work on it. Perhaps it's just my monitor
Best games are right here.
that I'm looking at. It's messed up.
Dude, you guys are the worst, bro. When I own a business, none of you
But if you guys are asking me any questions in chat at the moment, I'm unable to see it.
I don't think you want any of them. Maybe you got me, but you're still your.
I dart check, Jared. Dart check.
You guys are the worst.
All right, Gerry. I'm gonna look at the flop.
My mentality.
These guys are a lot of lost causes.
Oh boy.
I dart check as well.
All right, or I'm a boomer and somehow my mouse got like scrolled all the way down, which I didn't realize. So we're back. I'm back in chat. I'm just a 30-some-year-old boomer. I grew up watching Saved by the Bell, so bear with me.
We don't want to smell that IE smell.
Come on.
This is just crazy seeing these 6-7-way flops.
He's very proud.
Yeah, sure. I'll show you.
Results not typical, I will say that. Typically it's like, 3-4-handed with a flop in Omaha, which is a lot. Coming from no limit where it's like heads up or 3-handed a lot of times. But
Maybe a slightly better flop.
No phones make this pretty cool, because I feel like you focus more into the game goes by fast.
100% Gummy Bear. 100% Gummy Bear. I'm with you on that. People are more active, they're more social, they're not looking at their phones.
No phones, but
They should make that a rule a lot of other places too.
I agree.
Restaurants, lounges, whatever, just be like no phones.
Yeah. That would be cool in spirit.
The no phone experience.
Unless you're like...
You're going to have the libertarians coming out. Don't take away my phone or my gun.
He's focused. He's in the zone.
Yeah, it would be better for the games if people didn't have their phones out. But good luck telling people in 2021 not to have their phone at a casino. It's a tough ask. But yeah, for these stream games, obviously you can pull it off. It is a way better vibe. Totally agree.
All right.
Okay, your game. I don't know. Probably bad example.
Heads up.
Check.
Food service, right? Food service or cocktails? Cocktails, right? Anybody want anything?
That's a little bit of a tongue-in-cheek libertarian bash, Patrick. I'm libertarian inclined myself. I'm not a part of any team per se, but just saying, good luck telling somebody they don't have the right to have their cell phone on them in this day and age. I think that that might not go over well.
Ooh, the deuces.
You're gonna have to get that phone out of my cold-blooded hands.
I really thought you were playing the.
Don't put me on hands, buddy. Thank you. Half team from Tiger King. Wow.
There's hope.
There's hope. All right.
Alright, well, I'll take over your mantle.
Yeah, thank you. That was a lot of hard work, you know. I did it for about a good 2 hours. All those sleepy chips.
You want a double?
Everyone's like, I'm gonna play super loose the first 45 minutes and then just knit it up. You and I, we knit it up from the beginning.
40 to call.
And we didn't stop.
Big Al's first, 40 bucks.
I think that's like the.
We'll see who gets the V. I was trying to go for highest VPIP for the show, but you guys make it fucking hard.
No, Tiger King's going.
Yeah, I'm not sure who has the highest VPIP.
I just want to
on this. You know, I'm doing all this on my own. I'm trying to remember who's been in the hands most. Probably Tiger King, I would guess, but I bet Chat has a better idea on that. Chat, who y'all saying has the best highest VPIP in this game?
That's not 140. How much is it?
What is this?
Definitely seems like Alfie and Matt are on the more experienced side, from what I can tell.
Okay.
And Gummy Bear's, been action, but he's even made some prudent folds. So.
I mean, I could do this.
You guys have champagne? No, I meant like. I don't know if you're trying to give it to the wait.
No, I haven't ordered anything on it.
That's hot. All right, now let's drink.
I think we should have drank at the beginning.
Okay, how about this? How about we just split one shot?
I don't know.
Don't see much going on this hand. I think whoever breathes the hardest is going to win this hand. Looks like.
Oh, Boppy.
Any 42? We don't want that bullshit.
Tiger King's blind aggression wins. It's definitely good to be a lot better to be aggressive in a heads-up pot than a six-way pot. So definitely good on Tiger King to be aggressive there. Having a spade in his hand is pretty helpful as well. You'd definitely rather do that with a spade in your hand versus no spade in your hand. So I'm not sure if he's thinking that or not, but if so, good on him.
No, I mean, but
220.
There we go.
Have him sip that shit.
Oh, baby.
Don't take a shot.
You could fold that. You could fold that.
How much do I owe you guys?
$250. One half is one person color. 225 each?
No. I mean, I think even the tightest player in this game is probably still playing 25% of hands, 30% of hands, I think. So maybe the biggest VPIP in the game is, I don't know, maybe 80%? Maybe 80%, I would guess, possibly. I don't know. Chat might have a better idea on that. They're a little less distracted than me at the moment. I'd say 80% though, maybe 70, 80%.
220 straddle? Fucking, are you a psycho?
Oh, the shirt.
Sicko.
The hat.
Can I pay you in chips?
I mean, the Casio watch.
Oh my gosh.
Wow, his watch is definitely nicer than yours.
What?
I
You
know
just
it is.
call?
Wow.
He's styling me right now.
You look like a fucking nut.
There you go.
Good luck. Let's go.
Oh, it's still tilting.
You win right here. 3 players.
Wow, Dennis in there with the Jack, Trey, Deuce. That's a ambitious flop C, I would say, for sure.
Nice technique there.
I mean, I guess he's the VPIP king. If you're playing Jack 2-2-2 Rainbow, I mean, you're probably playing 80-90% of hands if you're playing that.
Tell you how many times I've had trips before.
All right.
If we were playing 4-card poker, I'd be a very rich man.
You should do props with Al.
Ridiculous.
So double up.
Oh yeah, I'd be crushed. With those fucking I've had trips so many times.
And you never hit quads once, huh? Fuck that.
Can't believe I didn't bet that. Bottom
We're gonna have action on this
for
game.
the little pussy.
The river. Okay, on Dodgers. 4,000 on the Dodgers.
I don't know. I just called to hit quads like him.
Man, it's so exciting that Hustler is
YouTube clip.
streaming these games, man. That's so awesome that everybody has an opportunity to have their family watch him play. And so that's kind of the one thing that sucks about playing poker is it's kind of hard for your friends and family to get involved and root for you, like, you know, if you played a sport or whatever. So this is really cool for people in the city to get to play and have their family and friends watch. And then it's a great way to improve your game, too. for the people watching and playing, it's definitely insightful to kind of see how the game's played when you can kind of lift back the curtain and see the cards.
I'll bring it on.
Perfect.
Can we get this? Try
Just like I planned.
Oh man. Well, if I get thirsty, I know where to go to.
Yeah, now we got Matt having a pop here, tipping some pops back. I thought there would be more drinking, to be honest, but I mean, the game didn't need it. It's there's been so much action, it might have been worse, to be honest.
Oh, man, baby.
If people were getting drunk and slowing the game down. So
I was gonna try and keep up. Oh snap!
110. I have no shot.
I think from seeing some other streams, I guess some people got a little too litty. Made it a little difficult at times. So.
Dennis has aces.
400 even.
Me too.
400
exactly.
Wow.
Gummy Bear with the double paired aces. What a hand. Dennis with a pretty nifty looking ace 9, 9, 8 double suited, but man,
Money behind.
Oh shit, my
he is not going to want to see aces. It's not what you want to be up against.
That's for the penis ball.
With an ace in your hand.
Extra for your cable bill?
Yeah.
What are you watching?
Okay, well, whatever. I'll take them both. Why not?
What is it, 400?
400. See my internet bill.
I heard Donut King is really good.
Repot. Repot.
Whoa!
Oh boy.
Repot.
See ya.
You call?
Oh yeah. Favorites too.
7.
Gummy Bear.
I was like $14.
Nice little 2-to-1 favorite for.
One time.
I can't tell how big this pot is. I guess he's up against. I guess Dennis is really short. It looks like. So that kind of sucks for Gummy Bear.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it looks like it's an effective $900 pot.
I get there too.
Bingo! Oh, where's the fun run out?
Wow, 8-9 for a straight.
Queen high straight. 8-9.
That's hilarious. The runner straight.
That's what you get.
When it comes Queen 2-2, you don't think there's many straight draws on it, do you? Until the old 10 Jack comes.
Back in the game. There you go. You can breathe.
Doubles up.
Wow.
You can breathe a little bit now.
That's pretty sick.
She's asking if you're done with it.
That's the kind of hand where if Dennis, shoved all in for like 2K or whatever, we might see Gummy Bear. Gummy Bear might go on a little tilt-a-whirl.
Ladies, who wants one?
He might go off like a Roman candle. You see, that's a pretty bad beat on that run out. That's pretty sinister. But thankfully, it's such a small pot. It's just a flesh wound for Gummy Bear. For a player like Gummy Bear, that ain't nothing, please.
Dennis needs one.
He wipes his butt, $800 pots. Ain't gonna fend off Gummy Bear too much.
I don't want to start crying.
So he'll be okay.
I get so emotional with tequila.
Just us?
That's ashtray money to Gummy Bear.
Wait, there's you guys Gummy Bear, you're up. You have to take a shot. All right, we have 6 of them, right?
Yeah.
So we're doing 2 each.
I'm gonna sip on this. I'll take it.
I see 7.
Anyway.
I'm not taking a shot.
What?
7?
It's on me.
Great. Have a few and then go drive. Why not?
That's what they made me do last time.
Yeah, what's going on?
You put 20 in.
That's
You're the big line.
I got home. I was like, holy shit, how the fuck did I get home?
To the Tiger King.
All I heard was I got home.
To the Tiger King.
Let me come over here.
To the V-Pip King. Hey.
I'm in there.
Now it looks like we got the shots going around. Yeah, this could be a very spicy last hour or so, I think.
Oh.
With all the, was that tequila or whiskey floating around, it looks like? I didn't hear what they got.
It's not Asian enough.
She's funny. Those videos are funny.
Massive flop for Jack with the top pair. A couple nut draws to the straight and to the flush.
You live in the same complex though?
Not sure there's gonna be anybody home for much. Let's see what happens here.
That's no fun.
How much you have behind, boss?
Oh, I had like 20.
Wow. Well, I mean, let's see what Tiger King's got, man. Let's see. Maybe Tiger King can. I mean, yeah, this is what I've kind of mentioned about the playing small pairs and playing small oriented cards.
You're in trouble?
Yeah. Thankfully for Tiger King, Jack's only got a $2,300 stack and not a, near 6K stack like he does. With the flush draw being on the flop, I think he might just be getting him in here, raising him to get him in. Or I guess it was a pretty stiff bet, so he just called him here. So they basically just have a pot-sized bet left on the turn, a little more than that. But on a blank, boy, it'll be a break if Tiger King catches a spade. But that's not gonna I mean, that even gives Tiger King a gutter. That improved his hand to a 5 for a straight, so I think this is going to be an all-in moment here. And definitely the perils of playing small pocket pairs. I mean, this is...
It's just so much easier.
This is why they're to be avoided.
It's just so much easier.
When you're bluffing, you want to bet the pot.
I mean, thankfully for his sake, he turned a gutter to give him, you know, some kind of equity, but
Most frowned upon.
You're exposing all the secrets.
Yeah.
But yeah, set of threes is in good shape. For a second, I spaced out and thought he had a set of aces. So sorry if I confused you all in the chat there for a second. But
It says the pot is only $2,000.
That's nowhere near the pot. The pot's $250.
I'm all in.
I'm all in.
No, you can't do that. No, it's only 200.
Okay, well, what is it? Because my hand is fucking.
Pot's 110.
yeah, it looks like we're gonna have a sword crossing game at some point. And everybody's loving the sword idea in the thread. So maybe Billy, ID Gaff, can we get a sword shirt going on?
Plus trying straight draw.
That'd be nice.
Oh wow.
Bottom set, just like you said.
Wow. Bottom set. Held.
The king is back!
Boom!
The king is back! So sick.
Tiger King snapping off the good tight range. We got the head shake from Jack there. I feel you, Jack. I've been there, brother. I was talking through the hand like he had a set of aces for a second. I got confused for a second.
You have Jack to quit aces. I'm dead. I'm all in. I re-raise. The aces are Jacks. I'm dead.
That's what's kind of interesting as a beginning player when you start to play Omaha, when you kind of get all in with these lower sets and you win, it can kind of give you a false sense of security. But then as you put in more hours at the PLO tables, you kind of learn the perils of bottom set. But thankfully for his sake, he wasn't up against a set. But that's the thing, even if you're not up against a higher set, he still had to fade a lot of outs. So that's why it's a tough spot with bottom set. You're either crushed and have like one out to a higher set if you have no backup, or you're up against somebody with a lot of equity with a double draw. So it's a tough spot usually in Omaha with bottom set, especially if you're deep, especially if you're seeing a lot of players to the flop.
I flopped it.
I turned to
nice friendly limp.
Way ahead percentage.
Yeah.
Make it.
See how tilted he is.
I mean, I had a gut. If I didn't have a gut shot, I don't call.
Easy come, easy go.
Yeah, see, that's what Tiger King's saying. If he didn't have the gutty to go with it, he would have folded. Which, I mean, a lot of times he's going to be in tough shape there. But he was up against the kind of hand he wanted to be against, insofar as somebody's going to pile in a bunch of money, which is, some kind of double draw hand. But a lot of times it's going to be a better set. But thankfully for him, it was the part of his range he was doing good against.
$30.
This is a really great hand for Sammy, man. This is a tremendous hand to just go nuts with. You got the nut flush draw.
The king is officially unstuck.
You block the straights with 2 9s, queen 9's a straight, nut straight, 7 9's also a straight. But this is a tremendous hand to just go nuts with and just max pressure. Looks like he's kind of playing it counter punchy and calling, unless he just led. Looks like it's checked to him. I mean, this is a great spot to barrel off of Sammy.
Okay, hand.
I might be ahead then.
I mean, perfect run out now. He gets the, I guess they wish there was non-paired. They're both going to be a little skittish with their flushes with the paired board, but.
125 is the bet.
Probably just going to be just a call here from Alfie, I assume. I mean, you might get away from it, paired board, but $125 bet. Or that's pretty small. But wow.
Sick fold.
That is a sick fold for the pot odds. That's a good discipline there by Alfie. I think that river pairing kind of helped him out as well. That's a non-pairing spade. He probably looks him up.
How much time do we have left in the stream?
30 minutes.
We need a timer on the table.
You gotta push it.
You get my money and you went out, huh?
Yeah.
Now I'm ready.
Now he's ready to play.
Yeah, everybody's ready to leave now that Jack's stuck.
Tiger King is at 98% deeper. Don't ever fucking
the highest we
think
could.
that stacks locked up.
Yeah, you're cool now, Tiger King. I thought you were playing really tight.
You got the highest.
No, I've been folding a lot because I get a lot of trips.
Oh yeah, that's right.
It's insane. You guys rewatch the stream.
Tougher to win with those.
Battle on the button. 40 to call.
Otherwise, I would have never.
110.
I'm surprised Al didn't play. You would have made so much.
Keep trying to keep it reasonable, We gotta keep suckering Paul in.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, Alfie's shown some good finesse this game. I think he's definitely played a little bit. And I have played with Alfie. I can't think of where, if it's no limit I play with him or PLO, but definitely have seen him around. So I'm not surprised to see him make some good plays.
We talked him out of it, man.
Let him do his thing.
Paul's counting down the minutes for the
Oh my God, that would have been a sick pot right there. Yeah.
Exactly.
I can go 5 hours in this game. As long as you got 1,000 straddle like last week, I'm alright.
Huge hand for Alfie here, flopping the nut flush. Nut flush draw. Also, 2 outs the top set is nice. If he makes a set of jacks, it doesn't bring in any other hands like a straight, so it's a clean set out, which is something you want to be on the lookout for when you're playing PLO. Are my outs clean? Are they to the nuts? Definitely things you need to be thinking about when you're playing Omaha.
Yeah, as much as you want.
Oh, really?
It's way more important to be drawn to the nuts. It's way important to have your outs not make other hands. But the jack could be a clean one here if he catches it. But obviously he's hoping to hit hearts. That's an interesting turn for Matt, giving him kind of an inside wrap to the 9-8-7 here. All the cards in his hand make him a straight. But that's going to be tough. Second nut flush versus nut flush. They both just have, man. It's a great check by Matt, because if Alfie pots it here, I'm sure Matt's probably just going to play it as a check call.
1,800 is really drink.
Yeah, it looks like I think he potted it here, it looks like. So you can tell Matt's experience. Even though he has the second nut flush, he's kind of shaking his head because he knows that in Omaha, ace-high flush is going to be out there a lot. So with this bet size, he's kind of repping a blocker, the ace-high blocker, or the flush pretty much, usually. So Matt's kind of thinking, is Alfie really going to pot it here with just the ace of hearts? I think Alfie also is pressuring throughout the hand, so that probably makes it more likely he does have 2 hearts. If he just had the ace of hearts, he might not be, betting all streets. But yeah, Matt's definitely, I definitely understand why he's thinking here. A lot of players at the table would probably be snap calling this with the king high flush. But it's kind of bad luck for Alfie in that instance. A lot of other players had this hand that they'd probably just quickly call and say bad luck, cooler. But he's been around the block a few times. He knows. So, and that's what you're seeing here.
Honestly, I just need like 300 to buy you something.
He's going through the pot odds. He's going through how likely is he to bluff this river. How likely is he to have other things. If he just had the ace-high hearts, what else does he have with it that, compelled him to bet throughout, assuming Alfie had the betting lead in the hand, which I think he did. Yeah, it's a tough hand. If Alfie bet half pot here, I'm sure Matt would just happily call, but
30 minutes left. I can't get bluffed in the last 30 minutes.
yeah, it's also tough too, knowing the show's almost done. Yeah, he's calling. He did the Negranu there. He knew better, but he still had to see it. He Negranu'd him. But I can't blame him. I can't blame either action there from Matt. If he calls, I get it. If he folds, I get it. That's I think given the way Alfie's played, I might probably skew to a fold there possibly, but I mean, easy to say seeing the cards. I think either action's pretty acceptable there.
Alfie, you're so good. Is it the beard?
I just haven't been down and looked at
right?
He's going.
Although UTH of this?
Mine doesn't keep time accurately though.
That's a cooler for sure.
I hear that ticking.
Only way you get unstuck.
That's loud, huh?
I was watching like a documentary on strippers on YouTube, and they say that strippers just watch watches first out of anything. Like,
yeah, because they don't give me shit. Exactly. What happened?
Me and Tiger You'll learn one day.
Jared.
The Tiger King.
That's a Tiger King.
80, yes sir.
Trying to keep this incognito.
Oh boy, he's on tilt.
Tilt.
He's opened up. Tilt it.
If you're a pause, I would have just.
No, it's always interesting whenever you lose a big hand like that. People think you're on tilt. It's so great when you wake up with a big hand right after you lose a big hand, because you're going to get a lot of action, because people are going to think you're just coming apart at the seams. They just see you lose a big hand. Now you're in the very next hand. You're in there pumping in money. You know, it looks like you're just steaming. Hopefully Matt actually has a good hand. He probably does.
I think this stream helped me.
Oh, I couldn't fold on stream. Never let me in the casino ever again.
I folded through. I folded through. Well, yeah, but that's a bomb pot. That's different. Anything's possible. I felt stupid for about an hour.
Oh, you're first, bro. You're first. I like that. Check. It's fun, huh?
Man, it stinks not to know what Matt has here because like it looks like he could be on a little tilt-a-whirl, but I don't think he is. I imagine he has some here. It'd be pretty suicidal to think you're going to be able to like tilt torque through a hand that's like 5-way. Like it's hard to torque through these hands with this many people. So that'd be pretty unadvisable if he's trying to tilt his way through a hand here with some just sheer torque. But I doubt he's doing it. I'm sure he's got something. I guess we shall never know. But I guess if we see Matt raise the next 4 hands, that might be a bit of a clue. But I reckon he had something decent.
If I repot him there, he actually calls because he has probably like ace high.
Okay, time for 20 minutes?
Flush draw. I only do 10.
Hey everyone, Garrett Adelstein here. Make sure you check out Hustler Casino Live this Friday on YouTube. I'll be hopping in the mix and I'm pretty confident it's going to be wild.
Shout out to GA, Garrett Adelstein with the promo. Definitely tune in anytime he's playing. Definitely, I'd say he's probably the toughest no limit player I've played against, to be honest. I've been out here,
I don't think.
shoot, 10 years in LA or something like that, playing a lot of poker, and he is definitely, you know, when you play Garrett, every single chip that you have in front of you is at stake, and that's what's very unique about the way Garrett plays. There's a lot of people buy in deep, they want to look cool, take a picture, floss on Instagram. Oh, look at me, look how big my stack is. Well, you might not want to do that if you're in the game with Garrett, because all that money you're trying to brag on Instagram, he's about to put it to the test, which is kind of great karma in a way. I think it's funny when people do the over-the-top buy-ins and then like hardly put any money in and play tight. But yeah, Garrett definitely exploits that factor, unlike any player I've ever seen, with his over bets and just pure fearlessness. He's definitely a real fun player to watch and a really tough player to play against for sure. He definitely puts you in a lot of spots you're not used to being in, which is obviously, you know, it's hard to know to do the right thing when you're in spots you're not in that often. So I think he's really good at capitalizing on that. So.
I'll take aces.
Nope, of course not. Why would I have aces?
I was looking at my hand thinking I'll take a giant wrap.
Which perhaps is why Garrett doesn't want to play PLO or hasn't played yet, because it's kind of harder to win with sheer bravado. In Omaha, you kind of have to have some hands to show down, so to speak. You can't just kind of max pressure your way through hands because you're seeing 3 or 4 people to the flop. People are going to flop a nut flush draw, they're not folding. It's just hard for people to get away from hands in Omaha. There's so much to continue with, whereas in No Limit it's a lot more of a guessing game. So obviously it's better to be nakedly aggressive in a No Limit game than Omaha as far as getting away with it. So Garrett's in the right format for that style, obviously. But obviously, that said, I mean, the changing nuts every street, that whole dynamic in PLO, Garrett, you know, his style would definitely would be a handful too. So he'd be a tough player to play against. Looks like we got Alfie with the bottom set, blocking top set, which is a little helpful and not running against a higher set. But no, he's got straight story about.
I get fucking booed, but you don't boo. You don't boo the Tiger King. Fuck this guy.
It's the beard, bro.
And obviously we got Matt turning the nuts here.
I feel welcome.
Matt's gutty came through.
It's the bearded game.
And he might get action since he just got stacked. He might get a loose call here, possibly.
What's the nicest beard here? I think Alfie has nice beard.
But I'm not even really sure there's much to call with from anybody here. I mean,
usually just going for the mustache.
Sammy's got a sucker open-ended. I mean, yeah, I think Matt's just going to take it down.
Does everyone have a bush down?
Not a bad hand to slow play for Matt, given it's a rainbow board, but
He's a blonde bush.
never fault you for not slow playing in Omaha. On a rainbow board, though, that'd be the time to do it.
Oh boy.
And obviously he's got the highest straight, so he doesn't have to worry about a higher straight coming. So it's not a bad spot to maybe check back, be deceptive, and bet the river. Might be hard to get called twice on turn and river with that hand. If you can surmise nobody has a set, it kind of seems like nobody has much. Maybe it's better off to check that back and hope to get a river call. But
It's unbelievable, this guy.
You made the call.
And then tells
He
you
was
it's a
actually
good
just being
call.
honest. You didn't have to call him.
For sure, that was pretty. Yeah. I'm never folding a flush. Yeah, good call, bro. You gotta pay me out.
Yeah, nuts.
Yeah. Do that every
What
time.
a fucking asshole.
So I was really hoping someone didn't have that.
Gummy, put the 80 on. You're on the button too.
Jake, come on, don't be a little, you know.
You got all the money in the world right now.
All the money in the world.
Oh.
$80 not gonna make me more rich or more poor, you know?
Wow, that's rich.
Give the fans something for the final 15 minutes.
Don't put it on, yeah.
yeah, I think we might see some, I mean, if you thought this whole stream was shenanigans, I think you're going to see some squirrely stuff going on here as we count down.
Nothing else mattered. We put it all in.
Poker for the last 30 minutes.
I'm done.
Ryan, I want to play strip poker
I'll lose on
for the last
purpose.
3 minutes.
Hey. Can we do like a $300 flip last hand? Everyone in? I'm down for strip poker.
How about this kind of thing?
On who?
I'm in.
I'm just
Only Big Al is allowed
hand we
to.
lose.
Hey. Is a lot of strip?
Yes.
Nice. You hear that, Al?
Yeah.
Titties.
I'm putting your poker.
I mean, titties
All
are
right, well,
titties.
I have
to
to
lose.
soft titties, so
Are we gonna see your big
You
I'll
shut
catch
the
up.
ass.
Yeah, I'll catch up to what I should be right now. Butt naked.
Seat 16.
Show that ass.
Matt's with a pretty decent hand here. It's got some playability post flop,
I'm commando Dennis style.
which we're about to realize here. I mean, he flops huge here with these. He's got a double straight draw here at 9, makes a straight. He's got a Broadway straight working as well.
Yeah,
Got that flush draw. Got that second flush draw working.
It's a sad moment.
I might check this back if I'm Matt potentially. Although with Tiger King, you know, I get the temptation to want to just never slow play anything and get called down. But obviously he's gonna be glad he bet since Tiger King happens to have a flush here. So I'm not sure if he can get called twice. Maybe Tiger King will call him twice with a 6-high flush. We'll see. Obviously,
I really think he's trying to run it up. Like,
you know, betting the turn is the only way you're going to be able to get 2 streets. So, but it's such a low flush draw. Tiger King might get away from it, especially if Matt sizes up here.
TikTok's like 15 seconds long.
1100.
But Matt losing some big hands lately might make Tiger King think he's steaming. Possibly that might help Matt here. Might help him get a loose tug.
He finds another guy.
He has a flush, but he basically can't beat a flush. So he's basically just bluff catching here with the 6-high flush. He cannot beat any flushes basically. So he's basically just hoping that Matt has like a club blocker or turning some kind of hand into a bluff.
Inside anyway.
Break into the Rio. Steal the ship.
We won the World Series.
Go to Valley to catch
Realize
him.
the Rio's out of business.
Gets arrested for no chip value.
Yeah.
I watched that.
For the new players here that are in the chat or whatever, it's definitely like standard to fold lower flushes here. It's you don't just like make a flush in PLO and just call down. Obviously, like you would in No Limit. That's obviously one of the main differences from No Limit and PLO. And then obviously with like a 6-high flush here, I mean he can't beat basically any flush. So
I respect Tiger King's game.
I'm either gonna make a hero call. I'm gonna look like an idiot.
So yeah, he knows it's a hero call. I mean he has a flush, but he can only beat a bluff pretty much. So.
Luca?
Yes.
I like Matt's sizing here going half pot. I think that's that gives him a chance to get looked at by a straight maybe or a low flush. Just wanted to sheriff. You lose 100% of the hands you fold, Tiger King. You lose 100% of the hands you fold.
How much is it?
1100.
Let's see what he does here.
I
Yeah,
have a flush.
looking him up.
6-high though. That's good. They look like an idiot. There we go.
See, that's the one benefit of not checking back like I kind of initially kind of recommended. You know, he gave himself a chance to get 2 streets there, betting the turn and river.
That's a very brave call, dude.
We need on courage to make that call. So we need the courage.
It's definitely good to check back sometime in those instances. You definitely you don't want to always be empty every time you're checking back. You know, when there's 3 clubs, you don't want your opponent to be able to just bet out and D on the river, knowing that, hey, you know. But a lot of people check back non-nut flushes in position anyways in Omaha. That's not too uncommon. So.
No, he's like the gay.
But I like that bet sizing by Matt. I think if Matt potted it there, I think Tiger King gets away from it. But betting half pot kind of made Tiger King look him up there, I think. Good bet sizing by Matt. Worked out, well played.
What I thought happened is I thought he had the ace blocker, and I thought he had 2 pair.
Okay, so he's not adding on.
This much about him. Is Tiger King rat holing?
I just tried to make 5 in a row and goes
disappointed.
Is he getting ready to quit?
Yeah, are you quitting? What are you rat holing? Are you
color?
He's getting the yellow
rattled.
whites.
I'm rattled.
He already colored it.
No, I'm coloring up. I'm coloring up.
Okay.
Oh, he colored it from his pocket.
Yeah.
All right. I wish I could do that. But I'm pouring.
Tiger the rat hole king.
That is brutal. I'm so tilted right now.
All right, you got my money.
Oh, Paul's in there.
Hey, nice hand, dude.
We're dead now. All right.
Nice little collection.
Should we be Ruben? Should we be whites for Ruben?
All rights followed by pot.
Ruben, should we be whites?
5 whites.
All right.
C8, can you slide your cards around?
Sure. I'm thinking of a very specific flop.
Is that it?
Wow.
There it is.
Close.
Got it.
6 players.
Well played. That's a Paul flop. I check.
150.
Range.
It's gonna be tough to win on that one.
Jack leading trips, kind of crappy trips with the pocket 7s in your hand and having that jack high. But thankfully, he's in a super loose game where somebody has a king and their kickers are 5, 4, and a 2. So what a world. So that helps Jack's causes. But in a lot of instances, you'd be out-kicked with the jack or, you know. But he's in good shape here.
Thank you.
Or you'd be worried about having somebody have an aces full, obviously. That'd be a hand you might play a little counter punchy potentially, depending on the action.
No. But I had a good kicker with mine.
Mine were terrible.
I'll go 40.
40 shot up from 6-7.
We had 5 more. We did have 5.
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
Okay, so you saw. Okay,
Yeah, that's right.
6 added 500 to his stack.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you did.
You did? Oh, I did.
Oh, you did.
Don't be rude, bro. Say sorry.
Sorry. Say sorry.
Only the pros can go north like that quickly.
Yeah.
Can't even see it coming.
So there's some talk of going north. Going south is when you take money off the table, which is very off-putting and against the rules, kind of taking money off, but you can always add money on. So I guess that's what going north is. Going north is basically just people adding more money to their stack. Obviously, between hands, if you don't want to flop a set and then add a bunch of chips to your stack, you'd get kicked out of the casino for that. I'd seen that happen in Kansas City, as a matter of fact. Somebody flopped the nuts and decided to put more money in the pot, but they got caught pretty easily because it was a cap buy-in game, so it's like you can only buy in for 500 and it's your first hand. How are you having 700 or 800? So not a very smart way to cheat, but yeah, you can add on chips between hands, obviously. But you can't go south. You can't take money off the table. That's a big no-no. Big no-no.
No, do a pirate game. You have to just
I like that, actually. That's a lot of fun. People love to, like...
Yeah,
but everybody dresses the same thing on Halloween.
No, I'm going to do something.
Like this was Ryan Feldman?
Like a tranny. Like a Trump. Like a
Trump
tranny. A Trump tranny. Trump tranny that's also part of the town.
That dude that...
Looks like I saw a handful of shots on still not drink yet on somebody's table. Let's see if those get emptied out here. Looks like Matt's got another Corona on deck.
Oh, yeah. Really good. Sounds like a good idea. Yeah. It's Halloween, bro. Happy Halloween.
Just kidding.
I'll do a gig on there.
I said, it's costume. You have to be something you're not. You know what I mean? It's your one chance to be something that you're not. Why should you be a gay guy? You're a gay guy 364 days out of the year.
Alfie with the nut flush here.
What would you do?
750.
Probably going to be hard for Tiger King to continue, but
Look at your phone ring, bro. Dude, this screams. I said
straights out there, flushes, boats obviously.
It says Dennis right here. When you do that.
It's going to be a take care and comb your hair fold, I think. Yep, that's it. That's all you got to do, Tiger Kings. Get rid of it.
That good grip on there.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you.
Hey, that's the problem. You gotta worry about the low cards when they flop for you.
Yeah, exactly.
Alfie's making some big hands, and he's played well so far.
How far into the show do you think?
I had 5.
The volume has to be like.
One of my cards.
I wasn't very gay this show.
I tried to add some for you though. I was trying to make up for it.
Yeah, you were a little.
What am I?
But that's like not good.
Straddle 110.
All right, Alfie realizing he's a big winner in the game. He's fertilizing the pot, putting some money in there. Looks like he's doing a 120 straddle.
Three straddles.
Hey! You're gonna still be against Dick in the room.
Oh, anybody? 330?
Going once?
That's not right.
110.
That's not right.
220.
You guys are crazy. I like you. But you guys are crazy.
Hold on, the second action's gonna start a bit.
I'm going through the quad into the gymnasium. We're going to the quad in the gymnasium. Come on. Everyone's going, who? Everybody. They're back there.
You think Taco Bell does it?
Tiger King.
You gonna get some butt first?
700.
Ah! Why you gotta do it to us?
Let's
get them a
That's
sweat.
all the shoe here is.
Alfie with a
You should gamble because if you gamble, then
interesting hand to play, but definitely going to put you in a lot of tough spots post flop. Don't fault him for folding that.
Whatever. I don't have any money in there.
What cards can I fold?
These are the kind of hands you just really want to avoid. These little pocket pairs in Omaha are just treacherous. Just really got to avoid them.
Extremely bad call, I think. I'm sorry, not it. Wasn't the first. It wasn't, but this is for like more money. Ask Maddie. I like Maddie.
Low pair, low spades. Just it's going to be a losing call in the long run here.
Only 480 more.
That's my hand.
Typically, want to play high card oriented hands. Generally speaking, you want to play higher pairs, higher cards, higher suits.
So it's suited?
Generally speaking.
Look, hearts. So bad. Oh, double.
Can we see it?
Though obviously, sometimes the way the hand plays out, you can kind of tell people are likely to have aces or high cards, and you can kind of swoop in with low cards. But
all right, 4, 4, 8. You're done something. No, I had spades. Fuck.
I think that's down there.
What do you have?
Blind, please.
No rosé.
Damn.
Damn, bro.
Do you have any drinks? Shit. Nah, I like it. I respect the order.
Oh, cheers, here. That is here for you.
seems like we faded some off-putting comments when the waitress arrived at the table. That was nice. Nobody made some spicy comments about the cocktail.
Did you know you're gonna be on one? Hey, so I keep running hot. I'll keep sticking it out.
That's pretty funny.
We had a photo shoot for it.
It wasn't very
I didn't know if this was available. I didn't know if, they could have just used them and like, I was like, fuck it.
120. ROE. PLO. Big O and
I don't think the high-low plays so well for ratings.
Yeah.
120.
I mean, with this lineup, I think it would do well.
No one understands high-low.
One round of each.
It's too much.
Yeah, I think high-low would be tough. There's pots get split a lot. Kind of slows the game down. I think high only would be best. I guess
like 5 cards.
you could do 5 card, I suppose. 5 card Omaha. But I think just splitting the pot just makes it less of a gambling game. Slows the game down a little bit, divvying up all the pots. But that's one game I need to learn. I need to learn Big O. Sometimes these Omaha games get spread in like a group where you got to play PLO, and then sometimes they'll add a different game like 5 card or Big O to kind of like keep the PLO specialists out. So sometimes as a professional, you have to kind of branch out and learn the other games. so that way you can't get scouted out, so to speak. That definitely happens.
Chase a little Pikachu with vodka.
Definitely pays to be a more well-versed player, i.e. Bryce Yockey style.
860 plus middle. 950.
Just take a smoke break.
Gosh, well, that would got me paranoid. Because this is weed. It's like I felt like it was like the old days.
Bryce Jockey style, that's just reference. Bryce plays a lot of games. He's a mixed game player, so Bryce can pretty much be in about any poker variant and kind of know how to play. So that's kind of what I mean. The more games you can play, the kind of better your odds are getting in a good game. So, cool.
With a set on the side.
All right, cool. So wow, what a huge hand for Big Al there with the open ender, the nut flush. What a huge hand there for Al. But I think we're winding down here, folks. Thank you so much, everybody in the chat, for responding and being in there. It's a lot of fun broadcasting this Hustler Casino Live Pot Limit Omaha stream. It's been a pleasure. I really appreciate the opportunity, and from Nick and Ryan. And definitely hope to be back in the future. Would love to do this more. And once again, guys, thanks so much for showing up for the chat. And yeah, so it looks like we're finally getting the VPIP and stuff we've been wondering about. So there we go, the highest VPIP, almost 70%. I was wondering if it was maybe going to be 80%, but Tiger King just edging out Matt there with the 67%. I can't believe Matt had a 67% VPIP. That's not very pro-like. Maybe Matt isn't a pro. Maybe he's a wreck. But yeah, it's pretty crazy, you know. What do you know? In Omaha, the person that was least active, Paul, was the biggest winner. You won a couple big hands, and in Omaha, a lot of times the biggest winner is going to be who won the biggest pots. So what kind of luck you have in those big all-in moments decides whether you're going to win or lose. But hats off to Paul for being a big winner in the game, and thank everybody for showing up. It's been a great time. Thank you for tuning in to Hollywood Live Poker Stream.